fork, but I just don't think it's ever going to happen. Do I kick this knight out now? Take, take. That weakens this pawn. I could step over. Take, take. Let's just do it. The queen is still defending this. Now we have traded enough pieces that the fork is really not something that I even need to be worried about. And what I'm thinking is if we are able to trade, by golly, if we are able to trade all of the pieces, will this immediately, I think, even whether I win or lose this game, I'm going to be able to explain a lot of stuff. So this getting to this position here took a fair bit of playing chess for me because I don't want to waste too much time explaining all of it. I think that going for this pin is actually a great idea. But I think that I'm going to be able to just solidify my center, and this pin is always kind of an option. I believe, I'm not sure, is going for this pawn break actually advisable at this point? I think it is, because his knight is now in front of this. This pawn push and pawn break is no longer an idea, so I think that I go for my own. If he takes, then I get to develop my bishop, and I'm quite happy. If he gives me this check, I put... Okay, so we trade off the light square bishop. I'm almost guaranteed that's the correct move, because I'm going to have a lot of pawns on light squares. The whole idea of pushing this pawn was to get a natural developing square for my knight. And we're going to go for a little bit of a trick here in this position, because right now he has two things defending this pawn. So what I'm going to do is remove one of the defenders when he takes with the knight. Then this is not defended at all, and I'm attacking the queen. So this is something that you just learn from playing the Carl Khan all the time. So same type of idea. This check is something we can be a little bit worried about, but if we trade the queens, it's okay. So if he takes with the bishop, I just get rid of the bishop. If he takes with the knight, I'm attacking the queen. So we're going to just take. If he takes with the knight, I'm attacking the queen. If he takes with the bishop, I believe that I just get rid of the bishop. And then I have the only bishop on the board. This pawn is a little bit weak. I got rid of his bishop. Not 100% sure if that was correct or whatnot, but I do have the only dark square bishop. And so hopefully that plays off well. I can develop my queen and attack this. Both of his knights are looking to jump into this square, as well as his queen with a check. So it simply might be advisable to push this pawn and just take away that square, because he has so much points of material. Look at this little symbol right here. This is actually kind of cool. That should be like a chess logo or something. The ultra-powered double knight queen attack, thwarted by one single pawn push. Okay, so he castles this way. Now we're going to have an absolute game of chess on our hands, because me castling this way is so not safe. But castling this way, he already has these pawn advancements that I should be worried of. He doesn't have a dark square bishop on this diagonal anymore, so bringing my queen this way actually might not be such a terrible idea. Bringing my bishop to this diagonal also might not be such a terrible idea. What is the right move here? I could just play it safe. Attack this pawn. He'll go for this. I can go for something like this. I think that is reasonable. Something that you do always struggle with in the Carl Khan is getting this bishop developed and getting this knight developed, because sometimes the dark square bishop can simply take it and ruin your pawn structure, and that's no fun. And the only other way, because this pawn is always here in the advanced Carl Khan, the only way is to jump in front of your bishop. And when you do that, it gets a little bit chaotic because you're blocking in one of your pieces. And I mean, you never want to do that to your piece. So what we're scared of in this position is generally these pawn pushes. And so, like I said, regardless, stick around. Whether I win or lose this game, he is a higher rated opponent. So we're going to go into the analysis. At some point, I will probably make a mistake. So he had to do that. But now I get to develop my piece. And this simple pawn push is so important that you need to know the opening line. So why you push it 2 squares instead of 1, it's very, very important that you understand that. It's not something that you can just like, you need to study the opening to understand why. And so I'm going to show you at the end of the video. Do I just attack this knight? The knight can jump here Like, if I go here, I'm kind of just immediately walking into this. I mean, then I can take, and then this goes here. Then my knight jumps in. Don't really love the idea of trading off my dark square bishop. But like I said, I can't really go here. And even if my knight comes here, this square, this just seems like such a weak and silly move. Going to the side of the board to go here, but I can't even go there directly when the knight is there. Should I just castle? That might be the safer move, to be straight up with you. Because like if he launches pawns at me, who's really winning that, bro? And if he pushes in, then I develop? I probably need to develop a piece. Castling or whatever, I think developing a piece. Activity overall. What do we do here? If he just jumps in, I mean, I attack him. This is undefended, but it seems better. Because I'm generally threatening to just do this. And he's 2 minutes ahead on the clock. Oh boy. Chess is so difficult. But now I can bring my knight. This pawn push, yes, it is scary. Because if he takes and I take back, his knight is looking there. So if we see this pawn push, if we take, then his knight just arrives here, which is just as scary. This knight sucks. Be cool if he could just automatically jump here. But this knight sucks. If he goes for this, okay. I'm fairly certain I just go for this. If he pushes, I can take it for free, then defend. That's the move. My bishop can kind of get harassed. That's almost for sure. But yeah, moving back, I don't know what he was supposed to do in place of that, but stepping back is not always the greatest move. That was definitely a stepping back move. In chess, you have your side of the board and the enemy's side of the board. And what you are trying to do is station your pieces on the enemy's side of the board without them getting assassinated immediately. And so, like, this bishop is on the enemy's side of the board. He's not really looking or doing anything, and he can quite quickly just get kicked out. Oh boy. We are having a maneuvering battle. My knight can now jump here. His knight can jump here. And it's hard to say, actually, like, what's going on here? I think my knight jumping to the middle of the board seems to make a lot of sense. Castling this way also makes a lot of sense because he's getting ready to just, like, kill me on this side of the board. I am looking directly at the king, so there is that. But I think this move makes sense. If he jumps in, I just take. Probably boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Then there's this. Gosh darn it. Knight to the middle of the board. My knight wasn't doing a whole lot here, so now we're here. His knight will jump in here, and that's going to be a little bit difficult to get rid of that knight. I literally might, because his knight on this square is better than my bishop on this square, so I might go back and just get rid of it. Which isn't necessarily something you always want to do. I've got the only dark square bishop. Yeah. Literally scooting back and just threatening to get rid of that. Castling probably makes a whole lot of sense as well. This is defended, at least for now. I can't push this because this hangs. And then this hangs. He can just jump in. Get something like this going. Probably I push forward. Yikes. I think we're going to just castle. We're going to castle. This is actually really scary. This knight. We can't let this knight stay here for any longer. Because this is a fork of everything valuable. I can't bring my bishop back, so I might have to scoot over with a rook to defend that. The only thing defending it is my queen as well. And you got to be very, very careful when you only have one piece defending a square from a knight. Like, my queen is defending a pawn from a knight, which is not what you want. He could essentially figure out a way to distract my queen and then get this fork. And we can't have that. Not a chance. So bringing this rook. Okay. I mean, we just take. Queen steps forward. He's attacking this. What if I push forward? He takes. I take this way. What's going on here? I don't think that I have anything of value. This is also being attacked. I think I scoot my rook over. Simply out of fear. If he takes, I take. Oh my god. I think that I gotta get rid of this guy. Then the queen steps forward. My bishop is attacked. I attack the queen. Queen pins this. That's what we're doing. I got 3 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. I don't have time to be making all these nonsense moves. Okay, my bishop comes back here. Yes. We just go ahead and attack. There's this, but I have time to step over. And then if something like this happens, my queen is defended. My queen is defended. We're defending this. If he jumps in, I mean, we can kind of just shuffle back and forth. But now I can step back with my bishop. And then if I step back with my bishop and he trades the queens, he'll probably step forward with the rook. But I can just step over, and I think we're chilling. We could trade like this, then my king comes back, and then we might be able to enter an endgame. Where like if I tuck my bishop back here, we can get this at the end of some of these lines. We step back. If he takes, I swear to God, I might take with the king. Because then I have this threat. I mean, the queens are hanging, so he's got to do something. He steps over. This is not going to work anymore. Oh, he wants this now. Okay. We're stepping over with the king. I don't think I needed to do that immediately, but this is his idea. And it's just not something that I want to deal with. So I literally might defend against that by putting my rook here. I could shield this. This knight over here sucks, by the way. Yes. So can I scoot over? He scoots over. I mean, I'm just threatening to take. Probably just bringing his rook. Yeah, bringing his rook makes a lot of sense. We're going to step over. You want to just trade everything off? Let's do it. 4 minutes against 3 minutes? Okay. Let's lock in, boys. We got a game of chess in our hands. Okay. We're just going to trade. Attack the rook. Really, we want this fork, but I just don't think it's ever going to happen. Do I kick this knight out now? Take. That weakens this pawn. I could step over. Take. Let's just do it. The queen is still defending this. Now we have traded enough pieces that the fork is really not something that I even need to be worried about. And what I'm thinking is if we are able to trade, by golly, if we are able to trade all of the pieces, will this... Immediately, I think, passed pawn. Immediately, that makes a passed pawn. If I take here and he takes back, I step over. Boom, boom. What if I attack the knight first? I don't think this passed pawn is going to do anything. We need to just get this knight off of this square. And right now these pawns are defended. But yeah, this knight on my side of the board, literally attacking all of my squares. I just can't let it sit there any longer. So he jumps back. Then I take. If he takes here, I can give a check first. So if he takes, I'm just going to take back. Okay, so if I take here, the knight jumps in. We take this. He takes with the queen. I step over. The queens trade. The king steps up. This would be hanging, but we have pinned each other. He can also jump here. King steps forward, defends against this. That's all I got going for me. But like I said, I kept the dark square bishop. Now it's dark. Yeah, he takes. I got to be real careful now. We are in an endgame. King activity. There's this. But I think he's got a decent amount of pawns on dark squares. My king is really active. Kind of immediately, I'm threatening something like this. I can even step in more. Okay, he takes. I take back. "59 seconds. Scary. I'm attacking this. He can step here. I can push. I can also attack this pawn. We're attacking this. If he steps over, I step in. And just get real brave with it. Oh, God. We take. Here, here. Attack. We're attacking this pawn. If he jumps in here, I step all the way back. We're attacking the knight. The knight jumps in here. I think I step all the way back. This is held. This I'm going to grab. Here. We grab this. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Once he gets in front of it, that becomes a problem for me. Check. Here. He can give me this check, but I step over. Oh, God. I'm so scared. What if he just pushes? I step over. Oh, my God. He can grab this. Yikes. He can grab me. I grab. He grabs this. I can't stop it. He can go here. And there's nothing I can do. Oh, that was so good. I messed that endgame up. 10,000%. He touches it. Ah. The truth is, actually, I feel like I'm kind of proud of myself there. That wasn't terrible. And I'm almost guaranteed, like, right here in this situation. He had 2 passed pawns. That was the problem. So this. He jumps in. Check. Here. Take. Here. Take. That's what I needed to do. It was this. Sacrifice this pawn. Realizing I'm going to get these 2 pawns. And I thought about it for a split second, but got scared and said, you know what? Maybe grabbing this pawn makes more sense. But then he just grabs this pawn. And then we just have 2 passed pawns, essentially, versus my 2 split passed pawns. And so the situation was this. That his pawns are always good to go in this situation. Like, no matter what I did, no matter what I did, I can't actually ever capture this pawn. So like my pawns being split, he can just leave his pawns the way they are and just fully play with his king and do whatever and capture my pawns or get in front of my pawns or however you want to look at it. So I almost am guaranteed. Where are we at? There's this move right here. Check. Take, 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 take. And what are you trying to do there? I'm just going to grab this. I have an extra passed pawn. Potentially, it's still a draw because all I have is a bishop and a pawn, so he could just sacrifice the knight for the pawn at some point. So I think that was the moment. We're going to check it with the computer and see how accurately I actually played. That was a pretty good game. I mean, I expected to lose, and so I didn't lose by that much. So I think it was a holdable draw. That's enough blabbering. Let's check with the computer and learn more about chess. And I'm going to explain the opening thing. All right, and here we are in the analysis, and we both definitely have some things to learn. There are some things that I can teach you, and then there are some things that I need to learn. And literally in that game, I was like, well, if we just trade all of the pieces and it's just my dark square bishop versus the knight, and there's pawns on the opposite sides of the board, I'll be winning. And I literally got that position and then was like, what to do? It's like, bro, make attacks, be more active. I played so many passive moves in that end game that made me lose. And then even I saw the move, the pawn push with check, wherever it was, the pawn push with check, I think it was here, that would have got me a draw guaranteed, but I didn't go for it. And so let me explain something to you that I understand. This is a cheeky move right here. So the beginner idea behind this is if you lock your bishop in, you're simply going to lose your bishop. Okay, then you have to sacrifice here. Okay, so you'll get this position and you are just straight up lost. Now, sometimes people aren't very advanced in the Caro-Kann and they will literally play this, or they'll like bring their knight, or they'll do something, and then the bishop just gets trapped. So what you need to do is you need to make an escaping square for the bishop. Now, what I used to do and what a lot of people will do is they push the pawn one square, but then you have a different problem. Your bishop gets battered around, and when you go all the way back, they have this pawn push here. Now, the best move is to either bring the knight or bring the queen, but it doesn't matter, because what's going to happen is, say you bring the queen, they're going to take and you can no longer castle. And so you're not completely lost or anything, but from a human standpoint, this bishop has a hard time developing. This bishop is going to get traded off and the queen will be active, and this is a very scary check. It's just not a good position. You just don't ever want to allow this. And so what will happen is people will literally push the pawn one square. And I've literally played so many games of chess where this happens and this pawn push comes in. So we'll run through it one more time. You make this, they trap you. Boom. You're getting trapped. Whether you like it or not, this is going to happen. And all of the squares that you want to go to are taken, and you either got to sacrifice for one of these pawns. It doesn't matter. They both suck. Then, if you push the pawn one square, you get battered around. You could just go back all the way immediately, but then the pawn push just comes in without all of this. But then this happens. Okay? So when you are playing the Caro-Kann, you see this move, you push the pawn two squares. So I guess there's a difference between knowing the moves and understanding the moves. So now you understand the moves instead of just knowing the moves. So sometimes you don't have to know. If you just know to play this, you don't have to learn all that other stuff. And it's trial and error, and you can kind of skip the error part. And so we have a game of chess on our hands. I mentioned that this pin makes a lot of sense. This knight did become a demon later on in the game, but it all worked out. So we go for this pawn push. We trade off the light square bishops. We bring the knight. He brings the bishop. I take, he takes, and I get rid of the dark square bishop. So now I have the only dark square bishop in the position. Now, like I mentioned, this square with the cool symbol, it's different. You see that? It's different on chess.com. It shows the knights like boom, 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 boom. Or it shows like the L symbol. Okay, so we take away this square. Obviously, we don't want any of these pieces going there. Then we develop the queen. With tempo, we're attacking this pawn. He defends. We bring the bishop. Here would have been more active. He's slightly winning after this because he has the pawn break, but he doesn't see it because I was going to do this and ruin his pawn structure. So we get this situation. My knight's on a good square. His knight's on a good square. This is very scary because it's only defended by the queen, like I mentioned. We castle. I think it's a good move. Everything's completely equal. We trade off the knights, and now I'm kind of switching gears. And what I'm thinking is, obviously this is a scary fork, but what if we just like move things around a little bit, and that fork is no longer an idea. It's now defended twice, and it's basically this very well-placed knight versus my bishop. So we step back, kind of opening the idea of going into an endgame. That is literally what I'm thinking. Let's go into an endgame with your knight versus my bishop. Best move, I step over with the king. Oh, I didn't even go into the analytics. He played 91% accurate, 7 inaccuracies, 3 mistakes, and I had 2 blunders, 5 mistakes, 5 inaccuracies. Did I say that right? If I did, you can read it right there. 85% accurate. I was absolutely winning the entire game, and then I made a blunder when I had 20 seconds left on the clock. So what are you going to do? Get better at playing fast. So we get this position. I scooted over because I just didn't want to get attacked, but now we are literally entering into the end game that I wanted to get. He goes here. I'm supposed to just take whatever. I kick. Never mind. Now it sees it's the best move. Best move. Knight steps out. We take this pawn. He takes here, and now we trade off the queens. There was no way to not do that because, like, yes, his pawn is hanging, but the queens are in between the kings. Everybody's pinned. So basically, you're taking me or I'm taking you. He could have stepped back, and then I take, and then he gets active with the knight. Whatever. He takes. I take. He steps forward. I step forward. He pushes a pawn. I step. My king is in the middle of the board. Very happy king. He takes. I take. And I am completely winning. I am completely winning this endgame because you are always winning these types of endgames when you have a bishop versus a knight and there are pawns on both sides of the board. Like, his king is active. My king is more active. But we have pawns over here and pawns over here. So when the complications come in, my bishop can scoot back and do both sides of the board while his knight can only do one. So it's completely equal material, but I'm winning because my bishop is better in this endgame than the knight. I needed to be active and slide in here. This is the last, like, not the last moment, but I needed to be active. If I slide in here, basically what's happening is I'm attacking this pawn so the knight can never move. If the king comes in, I push forward and I even go for this pawn break. And if he takes, I take, and then I have a passed pawn. So what would probably happen is stuff would happen over here. So either way, I step back, not super active. He can just defend. But now he's got a lot of pawns on dark squares. So if I can ever get my bishop back attacking these pawns, it's a good thing. So I step forward. We're attacking this pawn. He pushes forward. Take, take. I step over, and it's a draw now. I needed to be active. I don't know what to say here. Let's watch the winning line. I go in. Best move. Knight goes back over here. Best move. Attack the pawn. Pawn push. I take. You go with the pawn. You step back. I zigzag here to prevent that. Okay, the knight comes. Step over. Attack. Step forward. I don't even take the pawn. You hit me here. And now I push my passed pawn. You come to block it. I take your pawn. Hard to see, but I'm still winning this endgame. So these computer lines are ridiculous. Oh my goodness. Computer lines are ridiculous. So I step over. Now, I'm still winning, but not by as much. Basic idea here is make the knight move so I can grab this pawn. This is the absolute moment. This is the last moment that I had. I take, and it's a draw. If I push, it's a guaranteed draw because it's check here. I take the pawn. You take my pawn. I take your pawn. You go somewhere, and I win this. And it's a draw, guaranteed, because he's going to sacrifice the knight for the pawn, and I only have a bishop. So I saw this, and I don't know why I didn't play it. For whatever reason, I assumed, okay, maybe I'm winning if I take this pawn, and I'm fast enough to, like, throw my pawn down the board. The knight's all the way over here. But the problem with that is he takes, and then this is a pass pawn that's pretty much better than my pass pawns because the king can stop this one, and this one hasn't even moved yet. This pawn hasn't moved at all. And so now white is slightly winning. The way that I'm supposed to draw this is start pushing my pawns. Okay, it's still a draw. Okay, still a draw. And then I make this move. And I made this move in less than a second when I had 20 seconds on the clock. So I had 20 seconds and then went down to like 19.2. So I spent less than a second on this. But the problem now is he takes. I take and I lose a pawn. Not only do I lose a pawn, nobody's stopping this guy. And so he can take this for free. He pushes. I step over here. What am I trying to do? I know that I can't stop these guys. So he takes this. How is this a blunder? I'm losing no matter what I do. And so the situation here, I tried to explain this. Even if I didn't lose this pawn, like, I can never take these pawns. A pawn structure like this against the king always wins. Because, say I get my king here. Like, as long... I can't do anything. What am I trying to explain? If I put my king here, he doesn't have to move. And so, if I go If I go anywhere, he can just leave him still. And so if I ever take this pawn will run. So once you get pawns like this against a king, you don't have to defend it, okay? You only need to get your king over to promote the pawn that's left behind, okay? And I'm just completely lost here. Just completely lost. There's no point in even playing this out. Completely lost. There's nothing I can do. And the main reason for that is his king is fast enough to just get on the same file as my pawn. And I have no piece to make the king ever move. So sometimes it can be a little bit tricky if like his king is here and my pawn is here and then he gets a queen and I push. He's still going to win because you just do the same thing. You just get your queen and you put your queen here. But you generally just want to block the promotion square of the pawn. And his king is doing that and there's no way for me to make it move. It's quite sad. 20 seconds on the clock. And I saw the move. This is a guaranteed draw. I saw it and I didn't play it. And other than that, I should have just been more active in this endgame. -2. -2. Needed to get active. You bring the bishop. You start attacking things. You literally just start attacking things. And I didn't. I stepped back. I made stepping back moves. Reposition in the middle of the board. And it's hard to even explain why this is losing. Not losing, but throwing away my advantage so much. This is a mistake. I lose the game because of it. The knight gets active. I got a pass pawn, but he's got opportunities to make a pass pawn. It's so sad. So sad. Either way, if you made it this far, thank you so much for watching my video. The main thing you need to learn is if you play the Caro-Kann, understand that variation because it's going to save you a lot of grief. It's because you're not going to get that pawn push and lose games because you can't castle. So thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed my video or simply enjoy watching my videos, what I'm trying to say is please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000. I'm at like 599. So if you want to be number 600, just go ahead and press the button right now. Thank you so much for watching. I love you guys, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiast. Back at it again in front of the 64 squares, and I intend to show you in this video, facing a 1960 with a question mark, playing a nonsense opening. Because sometimes people put way too much pressure of the game of chess on memorizing and learning openings. So we've given him the center. What we're literally going to do is maybe put my knight like this. He has a huge center. He is completely winning by maybe +1, but I'm trying to show you in this video that it really does not matter. What matters is the middle game, and more so importantly, the end game. So I think we can just trade that off. Not the end of the world. I feel like we're going to go ahead and pin this knight, and maybe we'll make one more like nonsense move. I'll just put the knight here or something, or maybe like slide the queen over. Do something I know that this is a bad move. Absolutely, that is a bad move. And with that, I think we have avoided really any opening theory. We'll step back. This pin is still active. The pawn push, it's a little something to pay attention to. But yeah, my rook is locked in over here, and my queen kind of definitely sucks. My knight can get over here. You know what? We have to free up this bishop. So that kind of just offers a trade immediately. Where the bishop comes, I can attack this bishop and potentially go onto this diagonal, which is actually a decent diagonal for my knight. I mean, for my queen. I'm kind of preventing this queen from developing naturally over here, and I also have this crazy idea of bringing my bishop. So that's defended many different times, so I don't think that that's really going to work. What if I try and crack open the center? He pushes, I capture. Not even going to think about it. Let's just do it. Okay. Also, this is not a bullet game. I need to be playing a tad bit faster. This comes with check. He can't defend it. This would come with this. But I still think we need to kind of prioritize plain and simple development. And so, like I said, we've completely avoided opening theory. None of this game has anything to do with, like, actually memorizing openings. What it kind of did... So we're going to do this. It kind of questions this trade here. This bishop's nice and active over here. My queen is also nice and active. Dude, I could even maybe take with the king. I'm actually thinking about... The knight is pinned. Taking with the king, I could bring a rook. We're doing it. We're doing it. And so... Okay, he steps away from the pin. Very reasonable. I think I like the idea of just attacking the queen, putting my rook on this open file. This diagonal is protected. This will put a pawn in the middle, and that pawn is kind of a weakness. This music sucks, by the way. I don't know how to skip it. There's a fork, but I can cover it. Now, what is going... Now, we've both got 3 minutes. So we have entered the realm of the end of the middle game. And this is the part of the chess. Like, this is the part of the chess. This is the part that is actually important. Getting better at this part of the game. That is terrifying. I think I can win a pawn, though. This is covered. This doesn't work. This also doesn't work. This grabs here. If he decides to step in, I can get this check first. Okay, we're stepping in. We have officially grabbed a pawn. He's got this, but I mean, I'm just going to give a check. I think he's putting too much reliance on this right here. Like, I give this check first. Yes, these guys are looking at each other, but if I defend and he captures, I just step up. And, like, yeah, I have a weird pawn structure or whatever. I'm also attacking this pawn at the end of the day. If, like, nothing forces my queen to move from here, we go for this queen trade. Immediately, I'm up 2 pawns. I start thinking queens are on the same diagonal. We go for a queen trade. If I play this and he captures, I capture the queen. He steps up. Then I capture back. And if he goes for this, I just capture, and then the pin is even worse. And if he captures back like this, I bring the rook, with the idea of doubling here on the only open file in the position. Yes. I don't think he really wants to trade this anymore. Like, yes, that's going to ruin my pawn structure, but, like, how are you accessing my weaknesses? And if he wants... We're going for this to allow the check to step up. These guys defend each other. He steps up to attack my pawn, but I think I can just push. Maybe I should take a little deep breath and play a little bit slower. Attacking this. Here, 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 here. So you can do 2 things when a pawn is being attacked. You can push the pawn or you can defend the pawn. I can defend like this and allow this check. Block back, he comes back. I think at the end of the day, I'm going to just have to play this. And I hung my pawn. Terrific. But this forces a rook trade. Oh my god, I hang both of my pawns. So this is the part of chess that I was telling you about. You got to get better at, and I did not get better at it. Now he just comes and attacks more stuff. Check up here, here. Check. That hangs this. We got to go for this. Check. We're going for this check. We're giving this check. What I'm going for is grabbing this pawn. It's completely even now. It's got a 2-on-1 versus a 2-on-1. Why did I make things way more complicated than they need to be? This check is actually really scary, but I touched these guys. So we're going to just be bold. We touch both of these rooks. He can give... It actually makes things kind of weird. He's got to step back. And all of a sudden, I have 2 passed pawns. He still just has these guys. And if I'm able to, like, figure out... I mean, we have to take that, no? He pushes. Ay, ay, ay. Check. He comes closer. Here, here. This, this, this. That's all I got. He's going to be able to defend it. But I am attacking both of these rooks. That is something to just pay attention to. We go here. If he steps back, I can sacrifice. We push, 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 push. That's the new idea. This is the pawn that is defended by this guy. He can tickle my guy. We gotta turn this music off. This is way too hectic of an endgame. How did things get so complicated so quickly? If he steps back, I just take. I'm not even going to think about it. We're going forward. He can go for this pawn. But like I said, I'm touching this guy. So he can take. We're pushing. Check. Oh, God. Check. Where does he go then? Here. No, check. He goes here. Then I give a check. He steps over here. Then I give this check. He has to step up. I sacrifice for this pawn. I think it works. That is going to be an absolutely ridiculous endgame. He steps up. We give this check. He steps over. Check here. And I grab this. Oh my goodness. Did you see that? That was crazy. Absolutely, that was crazy. With 12 seconds on the board, unbelievable. And I'm pretty sure even if he left this rook over here, it gets hard. It gets hard to stop these guys. I just need one more push. Like if I could find the time to make one pawn push, 2 pawns on the 6th rank defended. Like right now, this is not going to make it. But if the 2 pawns are on the 6th rank, 1 rook, no matter where it is on the board, cannot stop them. And that's just something you need to know. Oh my goodness, that was an exhilarating game of chess. Let's check it with the computer, see how accurate that was. What did I say in the beginning of this video? Bro, we played the most nonsense opening that you could imagine. Got into a winning endgame that I screwed up by losing 2 pawns, and then had to make a crazy tactical thing. The opening didn't matter at all, and that is the most important thing that you can learn from this video, is like getting better at chess is not memorizing openings. Opening theory or like opening principles are good. Opening theory, learn some of it, but don't like spend all of your, just focus tactics, endgame, and that's what you need to get better at. So we have more or less a weird opening. None of these moves made a whole lot of sense. We capture, capture. This move made sense. I like it a lot. We're going for this diagonal castle. These pawns are a little bit weak. Capturing back like this is also decent. The knight gets involved. We step forward. And it's showing that taking with the bishop is actually the best move. I guess they're equal. 0.8 and 0.7, if you can see that over there. So they're pretty much equal. We then bring a rook. Capture. No. Now I capture to win this pawn. And he put too much reliance on this whole idea of getting in like this, removing the defender of this like very scary checkmate. But you don't have to freak out. Also, I could have got in with check. Oh, that's good. There's just that. I went for a queen trade. That's what I saw first. Okay, so the check would have been better. Trade, trade. Trade, trade. Double up the rooks. Here we go. He's attacking my pawns. And then pushing this allows this rook to see this pawn. So I'm supposed to just allow this, 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 check. I step up. He could grab this, but then I'm getting in and grabbing these guys. So you'd have to defend, but then same idea. You could attack this one. I can defend. Okay, so that would have made more sense. That would have made more sense. Instead, I push the pawn. He grabs my pawn. Then I push my rook, and he grabs another pawn. And now it's just a complete draw. We're stepping around, making some moves. We get in. Another check is better. because I'm going for your pawn. Oof. You can give a check. I step back with tempo on the rook. If you grab this, I'm still coming in. We had to grab with this one. Oh, now when the king moves, we're grabbing this rook. Oof. Okay, okay. Okay. Instead, I make a blunder and I grab a pawn on the side of the board. He grabs a pawn. I grab a pawn. He pushes his pawn. I grab another pawn. I'm touching both of the rooks. King fork, baby. Capture, capture. And then here, white is slightly losing. For one, I can just grab here, and if he takes back, I take this rook. That's not that hard to see. The whole reason of doing this is so that these rooks have to stay guarding each other. That was the whole idea of doing this. Like, it wasn't just to look cool. And so, okay, could have just taken the pawn, for sure. Then here, still same idea, I could have just taken, so it's not playing the most accurate. We step back, and he's going for this, whoa, what did I just do there? We're going for this shielding technique, but it doesn't work because I am the greatest chess player who has ever lived. Check here, check here, check here, grab the rook while it's defended. Even if he steps up and I grab here, we're still winning. We're still winning. This is what I actually calculated, because he has to waste a move grabbing the rook. Like when I grab that pawn, he has to waste a move grabbing it. And I saw 2 pawns on the 6th rank. Let's see how accurate that was. My guess is like 87%, 84%, 3 blunders. Thank you so much for watching my video. If you learned anything or simply enjoyed watching me play chess, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000 and it's taking forever. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is absolutely dismantling this 1940s position. He's got a lot of question marks in his name, and that is not a good sign. So we have e4, e5, bishop, c3, the bishop's opening, my favorite opening out of every single opening in all of chess. We are really hoping and praying he brings the bishop out. And oh boy, we are like 30 seconds into this video, and I'm about to teach you guys something that you cannot forget. First, we bring the queen out, attacking the pawn that this bishop literally just stopped defending. So this is what we're doing. The most common defense is to bring the queen out here, not only defending the weak pawn, but attacking this spooky check here. And so we are really hoping that he comes out with the queen. If he doesn't come out with the queen, we're still going to win the game. Don't worry about it. And it'll be very instructive. But he doesn't come out with the queen. Oh, sorry, let me get a little bit better situated. Are we getting the audio of the board? Click back. Oh, we're getting the audio. Everything is crisp. So, in this position, what we are afraid of is the pawn push to the center, attacking our bishop, but also unveiling an attack on our queen. So, what we do is we step back with the queen. We yet again reaffirm this attack here. Most likely he will develop the knight, or he will develop the queen, both of which are, I'm pretty sure, fine. I don't know if there's actually like a... I think the knight is actually slightly preferred. But then we're in a little bit of a predicament. We have a completely equal position, but we're afraid of this knight jumping forward, hitting this weak square and our queen at the same time, where we would have to come back with the queen to defend this. And we're not really in the business of undeveloping pieces. So what do we do here? I could just trade and allow this. But I think bringing the knight is actually okay here. We could even step over. Let's just trade off. I'm not really sure which one is the right move. We jump over with the knight, preventing this knight from coming in, and the entire idea of my attack has fizzled out, so we're just going to be in a completely equal game of chess. I'll go back real quick. I was really trying to show you this here. They come out with the queen, attacking and defending. So they come out with the queen, and you attack the queen. The queen's going to come down here with this check. You step over. Then there's a lot of things that can happen, but black actually has a terrible position where you can essentially attack the queen, and the queen will go like here, and you can push forward and defend everything. And he'll need to step over with his king to defend this pawn. And nobody ever steps over with the king. So there's a lot of variations that can happen in a game of chess. Right now we've simply got one that, I mean, it's neither here nor there. We're going to be basically just playing a game of chess. So we're going to step back here. Take a little tiny step back. He captures. We're going to capture towards the center so that all of my pawns are clumped together. Not that pawn, but that's a knight, obviously. So this is basically what we've got going on. We've got 4 minutes on the clock against our opponent with 4 minutes and 22 seconds. And having question marks next to his bullet score and question marks next to his classical score, it makes me believe that he only plays well thought out long games of chess. And I'm going to show you just another way that you can win chess by applying pressure in the end game in low time. And so this seems to make sense. We're directly attacking this guy. Where is he going after that? He'll probably go over here. So I needed to develop this piece anyway. So now we're doing it with tempo. And this square is pretty, he's pretty hunkered down on this square over here. So I will not be jumping into the middle of the board really anytime soon, because he just has too many pieces looking here. Sorry, my mouse is going a little bit crazy. So he steps back. Fairly reasonable move. We can also take, check. He'll step over here or... Yeah, okay. So, boom, boom, boom. Check. King comes over here. And I could just bring my knight. He'll probably step over. If I take, I can jump in here. Boom, boom, boom. He steps back. It's also probably just about time to castle. I can push this forward. He could push this pawn. I can step back. He could push this pawn. Let's go for a pawn break. I always have this bailout move. I guess he does always just have that, so that's a tad bit unfortunate. We will be stepping back. I don't want to just lose my bishop for no reason. We've both got 3 minutes and 30 seconds, essentially. This generally just brings his knight to the middle, but I'm actually seeing something here. We can capture, knight comes in. We take, attacking both. He'll jump here to threaten this. So let's just do it. He could just take back with this pawn. If he takes with this pawn, or if he takes with the knight, I don't know, what was I calculating right there? I'm not 100% sure. Anything that I just said made sense. Because this knight is defending this pawn, so I'm not winning anything. Probably it's about time we castle. I mean, he can get into my position with check. We got to do something with my bishop. And he could castle opposite, and then it's kind of like a declaration of war. So he's going for this. I could push this now, but I somewhat like the idea of just situating my rook here. He could just castle into it, but I think we're going to take that knight. We just don't want that knight living there. Okay, let's just stop clicking pieces for a second and make a move that's actually good. So this applies pressure to the pawn. This kind of forces something here. I'm not sure if it's really good or bad. But we could just go into an endgame and win that way. That's always one way to do it. Probably more pieces on the board is better. So we're just going to apply pressure here. What if he does this? We have to push. Take. Yeah, we have to push. Where this bishop sucks. Maybe his bishop's cutting off a way more important diagonal than mine is. I'm somewhat sensing that I should be bringing my king this way. So we will step here. We can also bring the knight back. He can bring his knight forward, but I would get this. And I think we're doing quite alright. It's still probably even. I'm not really sure who's winning this. Okay, he steps up with the king. I might go for this now. Now the knight is free to enter. I could take here. Boom. If he takes here, then I jump in with the bishop. Let's do this. We got to get this bishop back into the action. He goes ahead and attacks. I mean, this can't be a bad move, correct? And we kind of have this idea now. So he wants to trade. Let's just trade. Not really sure what else to do here. But I am pretty sure that I want to play this. So like here, we jump in. Let's just go for it. 2 minutes and 38 seconds against 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Probably I need to be playing a tad bit faster. We have like an opposite side castling game, but this is just about as drawish as it gets. So bringing the king somewhere over here and fighting over this open file are the two things that are basically pretty high on my to-do list. Don't want to necessarily let him double these rooks without any sort of benefit. So, I mean, I like this. It's just putting my knight in on a good square. We also have this. Yeah, so he's doubling up the rooks. Probably we want to play like this. What about here? Is there anything cool that I can do? I can push here. We kind of don't really want to allow this. So what if we go here? It gives us a check here, here. We step up. So here, check, here, check, I step up. He could go all the way back behind this pawn. We could plug the hole, like attack this guy, come back, plug the hole. We can just plug the hole like this. Attack this guy. I'm actually just like tinkering with these ideas. I'm not sure what's correct. Here, here. I could drop back, and if he takes, I take. He then gets in, I defend. Don't love that. But I push forward, and it's pretty well defended. Here, here. Let's just make a move. I'm getting a little bit low on the clock. It's a little bit scary. If he plays this, if I take, take. What if I step here? If he takes, I go up. I'm going for this. We're trying to bring this guy over here. That's the new idea. Then we can trap the rook. I'm just kidding. He'll trade like this. But 1 minute and 30 seconds against 3 minutes? Jesus. Okay. Here. Where's the knight going after that? Nowhere useful. We can also just fight over this open file like so. Boom, boom, boom. Looks like he's going for this. Here, 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 here. Here. Here, here. Let's do it. I mean, he's got the open file, and I'm tired of it. Sick and tired of him having the open file. So we're going to trade the rooks. Go into a king and pawn and knight endgame. So he's coming in, but I'm coming in. He's coming in. And I guess, like, what do we really need to be worried about? Not actually sure. We can give this check, but his king's just coming up. So I could step here, check, here. If I get to this pawn, it might be a little bit problematic. And if the king ever tries to go this way, I have this check to win this pawn. He's got this check, but I come in. Go here. He's got this. But I do have this to win the pawn. So he's got this check. I come back. He goes here. He could probably repeat the position. Ooh. We can give this check. We grab this. The knights are looking at each other. He steps back. We step back. He's going for this. But I have a passed pawn now. I push. He can take this one. What if I launch forward? If he takes, I take. Like, boom. Boom, 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 boom. And I'm pretty quick to play something along the lines of this. So, let's do this. 49 seconds. Awesome. We're going to take this. Now, this pawn is also weak. I've definitely made some mistakes here. He's going for this. Jeez, bro. Here. Here. I'm scared. You can go for this, but I step back. We go here, here, and launch this pawn. He's also got this 2-on-1. Ugh, I'm not even winning anymore. It's probably still a draw. Okay, so that separates his pawns. So here, here, but then he's just got these guys. But I can go for it. Here, 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 here. Take. Here. Push this. Oh, dear Lord, that's what it was. That's what it was. Sorry if I shut up for a second. I'm really locked in. These are always the hardest parts of the game, just so everybody's well aware of that. He can push, but I take, and you lose that. And this outside pawn is going to act as a decoy. So where are you going? You have to step back. If you push forward, I just take. Tragic. Absolutely tragic that I hit him with the deep freeze. I think that's it. What do you do here? We push. We're now touching his weakness, and we push our passed pawn. He can step in, but we take. He steps back, but we step back. You can't guard everything. Grab this, and this guy runs. We could play it real safe and just win all of the pawns. Here, 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 here. Queen, he takes the pawn. Then I do need to figure out. So we could just take. We could just take. Like, there's no need to make it more complicated than it needs to be. I saw that there might be some complications here. Like, the king is going to get this pawn. He'd have a pass pawn. Of course, I can still win that, but taking all of his pawns, so there's zero reason to be afraid. And I just realized that was a rated game. I thought that was a casual game. So I am so grateful that I won, because now I'm 2,032. Wow. Let's check that with the computer. I have a sneaking suspicion I played that incredibly accurate. And so let's switch the scenes, and I will see you over there. And all right, here we are in the analysis, and to my disbelief, that was far more inaccurate than I had thought. I thought that was at least like 92% accurate, and it was really 85, with 2 blunders, 2 mistakes, 2 inaccuracies, and we will be addressing all of those. And so we'll slide back up here so we can take a full look at the board. Now we have e4, e5, bishop c3, the knight comes out, the bishop comes out, and we go with this, queen g4. Generally, what this does, it attacks all this stuff. This or this are the best moves. The most common move is to bring the queen out. Now, here's generally the line if the queen comes out, and you'll be able to see that he needs to step over with the king yet again, and nobody does that. They generally like push this pawn where you attack the queen, and then you just have a crushing and winning line out of nowhere. So unfortunately, that didn't happen. Maybe I should check what to do here. We step back, the queen comes, I'm supposed to attack the queen, where you take, and I just get a lead in development. Okay, I guess that wasn't too hard to see. Plus, I'm sort of attacking this, and I'm attacking this. So I'm attacking the fork. Okay, we'll be doing that next time. Instead, we take the queen, and we just get a completely equal position. And instead of bringing my knight to the normal square, I put him on a weird square. I go e2 instead of f3, with f3 is obviously the natural development square for the knight. And we just get into a completely symmetrical game. None of this really matters all incredibly too much. We develop our piece with tempo. I guess that I had this idea, but that's really never going to work, so we might as well just push a pawn. Completely equal. We step back, trade, castle, and we've made it 15, 16 moves, and it is completely equal. Nothing exciting has happened thus far. He gets the knight in. We take it with our knight. We step up with the bishop, which is an inaccuracy. We have a half a pawn advantage, less than half a pawn, but we do a little fiddling around, and we come back, attack the bishop. We trade. We get the knight in, knight to the middle, and I'm supposed to push this pawn to prevent the knight from getting in. Never in a million years am I playing that. This is basically where I spent the most amount of time in the entire game, and I didn't play the right move. I'm supposed to keep it equal by pushing the pawn up. Oh, maybe I can double? Like here, you attack and I get behind. That's what the idea is. Like this, and I cover like this. That's weird, but yes, it would have worked. Okay. I did not think about doing that and like putting my rook in front of my pawn. I guess that makes sense. My rook in this file is better than like over here. Okay, so either way, I play the wrong move. We step up. We step in with the king. Trade, trade. We go for the open file. It's slightly more accurate to play this. I can't really tell you why, but this is a complete draw. And we just get in. And our opponent never used too much of his time here. But we finally get in here, and we get a pawn. It's still a draw, because he can get in and still attack our pawn, and we really have not a great way to defend it, because even if I push, he just takes. And that is exactly what happened in the game. So we play a blunder here. I'm officially losing. We jump back with the knight, and we trade. Now it's still a draw, but I hit him with the deep freeze. Now this is just important to memorize. This pawn is holding 2 pawns. He can't push forward or I'm going to take, and my pawn is too close to promotion, so you can't do that. So 1 pawn stops 2. You can also do it with 3. So imagine if there were 3 pawns here, you wouldn't be able to push either of them because I just take. If that makes sense. Sorry, I drew this arrow. I meant like pawns here. You can't push either one because I'll just take. So 1 pawn can actually stop 3 if you kind of get lucky or strategic. So still a draw. But here, what was he supposed to do? He's supposed to allow it. We get the queen. You get the queen. And it's still a draw. But I'm going to be honest with you. I'm probably going to win this. Because his king is far away from all the checks. So I'm probably going to be able to figure out a way to give a bunch of checks and win at least one of these pawns. And put my queen somewhere not terrible, like on a defended square. So you can give me some checks, but at least my pawns are held. And so, man, he could have just gone for the pawn chase. But we go in here, and then this outside pass pawn simply becomes a decoy. He's got to chase it at some point. And here, I guess probably the easiest idea is to just make a new queen. But I realized that I'm going to do this. And he's going to get in here. And I'll make a queen, and then he'll win my pawn. And then it's a king and a pawn. And I got to stop that with my queen. I had 30 seconds. So I just chose to... I mean, once I take this pawn, for one, another thing you should just know about king and pawn endgames, his king can never stop this. So I can go here and come in here and have all the time in the world to do this, and his king can never actually take this pawn, or this one runs. So like, say my king runs all the way over here. If his king is right here and he takes, this pawn will run and become a queen. And if he's too lazy and he tries to do something with his king over here, like I can push these pawns, and when he gets closer, I can make the same structure of just 2 pawns. So 2 pawns in this structure, the classic structure, is safe against an enemy king. If you learned anything or simply enjoyed watching me play chess, please subscribe. I am on a mission to try and get monetized, and so I need some more watch hours, I need some more subscribers. I need to do a whole lot better with this whole YouTube thing if I expect to make any money or do anything with this channel. So thank you so much. Your support is immensely appreciated. I love each and every one of you. I'll see you in the next one. Get out of here. Bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another educational and epic game of chess where we play c6 no matter what. Today we're playing a casual game where we are going to transition into the Caro-Kann. One of the reasons that I always play c6 is, if we look at the structure right now, I don't want to take too long explaining, but this is the Caro-Kann, although it started with d4 instead of e4. And so that's one of the reasons that I like playing c6 no matter what. There is a small % chance where we're just going to accept this. He wants like a super lead in development. It's like, bro, now you're down a pawn. So you're going to have to prove how sacrificing that pawn was actually a good idea. And I can almost guarantee you it wasn't a good idea. Because, like, yes, he does. Check this out. He's going to have 4 pieces developed essentially immediately. I would have been slightly more active here. I think we just go ahead and push. This guy is pinned. I mean, we just scoot back, right? I could just trade, but then he gets to bring his queen out, and I basically traded my bishop for this guy for no good reason. And we're into a game of chess right now. Again, he makes a move that's not super powerful or anything. I guess I'm slightly worried about all of this. I could just jump my knight to the middle. And then I'm essentially attacking this, so he has to trade something off. But you know what? Basic chess principles. Develop another piece before you move the same piece twice. So I already moved this knight once. I would rather develop another piece than move this knight twice. Because if you look at this, he has his 3rd rank stacked with pieces. And so I think I can develop my queen with a little bit of tempo. And also laterally defend this again. I feel like this seems to make sense. I guess it's not really with tempo, but my queen is over here. He might waste the move and scoot the king over, even though the knight does defend this. Yes. So the knight already defended that pawn, but essentially, because he has this huge lead in development, I could go ahead and pin this and castle this side, but he's got really easy ideas to advance his everything. So we're going to just same side castle, I believe. I think that seems to make sense. This diagonal kind of sucks, so I got to bring my bishop out here to protect this diagonal, because this is a huge, open, weak diagonal for my king, because I went ahead and have pushed the c pawn. So I might have to waste a move on stepping on over, but I'm still up a pawn. So yet again, we're in this situation where he's going to have to really prove to me that giving up that pawn for the lead in development is what he needed. And what he was supposed to do, I don't want to critique him yet because we're still in the middle of the game or whatever and I haven't won, but when you sacrifice a pawn for activity, you need to be active. And putting your pieces on the third rank on your side of the board is not super active. He needed to be trying to advance stuff forward, okay? Because now, more or less, you know, I'm one move away from being essentially equaled in development. Okay, so he's got some ideas of all this. What if I just jump in? Ooh, what if I jump in like this? And then if take, take. Or I could take this way and maybe that slightly defends me a little bit. What's better here? Well, I'm getting the sense that I'm going to get attacked on this side of the board. So I kind of like the idea of bringing this knight. And it kind of forces a trade. Like if he doesn't take me, I'm going to take him. So essentially this is like forcing a trade. You can move back, but then I'm just going to get rid of your dark square bishop. So essentially he has to take. In which case, I might bring my pawn over here, where it will sort of aid in another layer of defense. I could even take with the queen. That's kind of interesting, and it blockades this pawn for a second. I mean, taking like this really opens my king up. That's kind of asking for it. And whenever this pawn moves, I mean, okay, we've got options. What am I supposed to do here? What's the correct move? I like taking here. I like taking here. Although it cuts this off. Taking with the queen maintains the defense of my bishop. And what if I take with the queen? Does he just come through and just bop me on the head? Don't know if I love that. We're going to take like this. This guy is now undefended. We will scoot back. I'm not even going to think about it. Obviously, we had to do that. He takes. And which is more correct here? If I take here, I get the open H file attacking this pawn. Not sure that that's really all that great. I kind of like the idea of just taking here. We're going to go for this. His knight can get in and immediately threaten this fork, which kind of sucks. I think potentially we just scoot this forward and we take away the general idea. Here's a few different reasons. I want to defend this square and I want to be able to put a rook here. So we're going to do it. Maybe this would have made more sense actually, because he could grab this diagonal and then my king is kind of cut off. And my queen is now not doing anything by herself over here. So I should probably figure out a way to like get back into the action. And I would be a lot happier if I was able to just like boop, boop, and my king was over here. If my king was all of a sudden on this square, I feel very safe because the knight is really far away from being able to attack me. It's a dark square bishop, so basically this diagonal is what we need to be worried about. I mean, essentially, I don't think that this can be a bad move. We just put our rook on the same file as the queen. Do I step over now? I was mentioning how much I liked that. I I think stepping over. I'm not sure if that's actually super accurate or what. Also, my knight is kind of stopping this knight. So what am I supposed to do? Maybe I bring my other rook here. You know what? I think I kind of like this, and then I could even bring my knight back here and like force a big trade over here. We're gonna just go for it. The knight could come in. The knight could come in. And I don't... Okay, immediately that is what is going on in the position. If we do see that, though, I can jump in. And then if take... Okay, so we're just not going to allow that. Just plain and simple. We're not going to allow that. You don't really want to be making retreating moves. What if I just bring my queen here? Then I take with a pawn? I mean, then I'm defending it? What do you guys think? These are always like the hardest parts of chess. What about like infiltrating like this? Does that make any sense? It is a retreating move, but it's a retreating move with the idea of getting my queen onto this square. Just as crazy how easily the queen can just like get over there and pressure stuff on this side of the board. We're doing it. We're doing it. This pawn push, are we scared of it? I'm not 100% sure. But we take away this diagonal. We are maintaining it with my queen. I absolutely hate this knight because it's basically making my knight do the defending. This would be really nice. Just get rid of this. And he could like step back with the idea of bringing this. Okay, so he attacks the pawn. This gets a little bit scary. If I step over, then I'm putting my king in the same diagonal. I could also attack. Like, boom. Defend this like that. Boom, 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 boom. Then we're in just a gnarly endgame where I think it's more or less even. This might coax a little queen trade, but that greatly weakens my position. If I just step over, if we see something like this, I mean, we take. If I take, then he takes back, and then I have time to step over one more time. Then he hits my queen. You know what? This might make more sense. I think it'll offer a potential queen trade and greatly weaken my position. But the reason that I'm willing to do this move and like greatly weaken my position is if we see this, then okay, but it pushed his queen back. Now we're a little bit worried about all of this. So let's just bring the king. Let's just take the time to just scoot the king up. That was kind of the whole idea. We've got like a more or less secure position on this side. My king is a little bit safer. Slowly advancing, I would say. Like we got some pawns moving forward. But we still got a lot of chess left to play. This is by no means over. Okay, making another weird queen move. I mean, we can't push this yet. Push a pawn. When in doubt, I don't know what to do. I want to trade something. I want to trade something. And like, this is my extra pawn, essentially. Or this one, however you want to look at it. One of these pawns are my extra pawns. And so, 3 minutes. 3 minutes to show my opponent that opening. You got to be really sure when you sacrifice a pawn for activity. You got to be like an active type player. And I just don't feel like, I mean, like if we look at this position, nothing is on my side of the board. And I also have nothing on his side of the board. I also didn't check our opponent's ability. So it looks like he doesn't play bullet. He's pretty good at blitz. He's far better at blitz than me. I think my blitz rating is like 1700 or 1800. And yeah, so he's pretty good at rapid. Pretty good at blitz. So I think getting low on the clock is not really in my favor at all. Sometimes it's like an advantage. I'm thinking of doubling up. I literally don't know what to do. This was the idea, right? We come in here. We're attacking this pawn. We kind of add some pressure. We pin the knight. We're doing it. We're doing it. That was the whole idea of doing this little queen reroute. Now I've got a piece on his side of the board. It is my queen. Is my queen too far advanced on the opponent's side of the board? Am I just going to get rattled around and potentially captured? Or just ejected? But I am attacking this pawn. And if I grab that pawn, I'm probably going to grab this pawn. And if I grab both of these pawns, then all of a sudden, I've got a 3 on nothing, and my chances of winning skyrocket. So this pawn is actually very important, because it's the defender of this pawn, and these two pawns together are stopping this from happening. Fairly certain we're going to have to trade the queens here. I don't even want to spend any time thinking about this. We're going to trade the queens here. He has to step back. We then trade a rook, correct? We're still playing defense of this knight. This knight wants to go to these same 2 squares. All of a sudden, this is never going to get attacked by the queen anymore because the queen is gone. If I step over like this, I mean, I feel like that's what we have to do. Here, here, here. I think we're just going to go for it. I'm still a pawn up, so essentially if we can trade the rooks and go into a bishop and knight endgame, I think my chances suddenly are a little bit better. Okay. We can give him a passed pawn that necessarily won't be easy to take or hard to take. I don't know what to think about that. If he jumps in, not even going to question it. Same here. If he goes here, we are just going to take it. I think potentially we go here. Oh my god, 1 minute and 20 seconds. Definitely should be playing faster. I can make a passed pawn essentially over here. He would push forward. Maybe I push here, then push here, then push here. Like boom, 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 boom. And then I can make a passed pawn on this side of the board. That's my new plan. King over here. Passed pawn and bring a king. Okay. That threatens this. Once he gets there, I need to defend this pawn like this. He can eject me like that. Here, here, into the position. He steps back. How do I defend that? Here, here, and then I can move it forward. Let's do that. He jumps in, attacking this, but then I push it forward. Then maybe like go like this and just have like a rock solid position over here. Okay, he steps back. We're going to do this. That was probably stupid. I needed to be like creating a passed pawn over here, and I totally didn't. I want to bring my king. I could potentially go like this as well. Scoot up real quick. And I'm just afraid of his knight moving forward, is the truth. We're going to go here, allow this check, step over here. Yep, yep. And I'm gonna go for this. Boom, boom, is the game plan. Potentially we trade this bishop off. I don't really think he wants to allow that. 37 seconds. He might try and flag me. Okay, we're going to trade off a piece. Still, his knight is not getting in. I think I can go for it. Okay, he can push, but then I make a passed pawn. But then he steps forward. I step over. Here, here. Then he would get a passed pawn. I think I need to play this. We make a passed pawn. check here. This with check, and we go for this. You can also go for this, but then I trade it. 22 seconds. Force the knight trade. We get rid of this. He has to stay defending that. We scoot into the position, and then we just win the game. He could probably resign here. That was a tense moment. We're going to grab this. He can't defend this. We're going to grab this, and we're pushing this pawn. I mean, we don't want him grabbing that, so we're going to make a queen. I should have checked about these stalemates. I don't know what to do. Trade this. I mean, no. My heart is beating so fast. I hate chess. I absolutely hate chess. I have no excuse for this. No excuse. Skip to the end. I don't know how much time I had left here, but what I needed to do, it's just, when you have so many pawns, we trade this. Okay. Okay. How did I not pre-move this? Boom, boom. 2 moves away. And we're going to do a little check the accuracy. I mean, you can't win them all, but dude, I have no excuse. No excuse for that endgame there. Absolutely not. And essentially what won me the game was literally staying equal until this endgame. This move right here where I got an extra pawn, we just played a game of chess and just equally traded everything. Like if we look at this game of chess, it's like, let's see, we trade the knights equally, we trade the bishops equally. More moves. We trade the queens evenly, we trade the rooks evenly, we trade the rooks evenly. We trade the bishops evenly. And then finally, we rush in here and we trade the knights evenly. And what on earth am I doing losing this position? You can essentially pre-move like boom, 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 cut him off and checkmate. And how did I not do that? I should be able to absolutely do that. I'm so sad. But either way, I think that I played that probably like, I didn't make any blunders at all. I think probably like 95 or 96% accurate, I would have to assume. So we're going to check it with the computer. I will see you over there. And here we are in the analysis. And I am absolutely horrible at chess. I had 17 seconds to win that endgame. And if we just get rid of this, we can watch it in real time and just see. Where do we do this? Real time. Like, bro, what am I doing? What am I doing? He's pre-moving, of course. This is a little complicated because, like, how do I move forward? So we scoot the king over. We push the pawn. We now are cutting him off. And, bro, these last pre-moves. Bring the king, bro. What am I doing? Pre-move that. Okay. Pre-move that. Pre-move that. I don't know how I didn't do that. That sucks so bad. Chess is horrible. I should have played with 1 second increment. But, or just played faster. I don't know how I threw that away. 9 inaccuracies by our opponent. 1 mistake, 2 blunders, 87% accurate. The graph shows a tale of I knew what I was doing, essentially. And I played 91% accurate. So I said I played a little bit more accurate than I thought. The reason is because I played a blunder that threw it away to a draw, but it was a very difficult draw for our opponent to find. So it makes sense that that's a blunder. And then even the other blunder was not that bad. I'm still winning after the first blunder. So let's fly back to the beginning. And so like I said, in this opening, you have to be gosh darn sure that you are going to be active. And so if we check the computer here, I'm just going to develop my pieces. Okay. Okay. I potentially like this better or attack my piece, but what I was trying to say is he didn't get super active with his pieces. So now he's just slightly losing. Like, yes, he has a lot of pieces developed. He's castled way before me, but he doesn't have an attack. Like, he doesn't have a great way to put any of his pieces on my side of the board. He can't move this knight because the queen. And if he does anything else, I'm pretty much just going to take. Like, and I don't, anything that comes to my side of the board, I will immediately exterminate it. And so we castle a blunder by me, or an inaccuracy, another inaccuracy, but for the sake of trading off pieces, we scoot the bishops back, trade, get the bishop involved, line up the rook on the rook. So we got this open file held down. If anything bad happens, essentially, we're just going to trade off at any point. And so he's just a minus 1.4 for our opponent. And that's simply because he gave up the pawn. Like, we are playing a completely even, equal game, but I have one of these extra pawns. So I know, essentially, if I just trade everything off, I'm going to be able to win the endgame or lose on time. Now, this is my blunder. The whole idea of scooting my queen back to get active was the correct idea. And I changed plans because his queen got a little active. I'm supposed to ignore it. Just ignore it and just allow him to take. That's quite scary. So I go ahead and do this because I liked the idea of trading off the queens, and I felt that I was going to be able to win that endgame if this were to happen. If all this were to happen, he's still a -1 advantage, essentially, but I felt like I was going to be able to win this. So that's what I was going for. So yes, it weakens my king, but whatever. We scoot the king up and then make a couple pawn moves, and eventually I find the correct move, where I still have an exactly +1 advantage for me, or -1 for him, however you want to look at it. We trade the queens, the knight steps back, we trade a rook, and we're just going into a more or less even game. Now this, I could have just pinned the knight, which makes sense. Then you'd have to bring the king, but I would be able to bring my king, avoiding these checks. So I'd probably come here and then move my knight and then scoot in like this, away from the knight checks. And yeah, I didn't see it. So I pushed here. I figured he would jump in and attack, and then I would push forward or something like that. We've got a nice little structure over here, and we start bringing the king. We get hit with a check. We evenly trade the bishops. And this was the draw for our opponent that he needed to see, because he can give this up if I trade, okay? It's somewhere in this position. What looks scary is maybe I'll be able to like do some stuff on this side of the board, but essentially my king is never going to get in on this side of the board, and his king is closer to assisting over here. So any nonsense that happens with these pawns on this side of the board, his king is just way faster to assist in all of it. And even if, let's just make some moves, even if I'm to play this, trying to have a pawn break and get through, because my pawns are doubled, he doesn't have to take. If he takes, then I'm completely winning. If you see, actually, he's winning this position now because his king is going to get in. And forget about this side of the board. I was just making moves. Essentially, if I try and do this, he doesn't have to take. And if I take back, his pawn will just recapture. And we have the same exact situation where my king can never get in no matter what I do. None of, like, this whole line is blocked by either he is attacking it or my pawns are blocking it. Maybe that's an easier way to show it. So we scoot back. We trade the stuff off. Boom, boom, boom. I'm going for this pawn break, and I'm completely winning now. What he needed to realize is he didn't need to take. He can jump forward with the knight. This is the exact position that happened in the game. He could jump forward, and everything that I just showed. Like, if I take, he just takes with the pawn, and it cuts off these two squares, and I'm never getting in. I'm never getting in. He didn't see it, and he did take. Now I can make a passed pawn. So we bring the king. We make the passed pawn. We bring the knight. We get in here with check, and now I'm just completely winning. I could have taken a pawn as well, but I think it's better to just get rid of his last active piece with 20 seconds on the clock. We step in. I think I even could have, like, potentially tried to... Am I stupid? He's got to make a move. Okay, so he's in Zugzwang, and you would have to go over here. So I could have just invested in this passed pawn. Why did I sacrifice it? I took forever to analyze that. I basically figured that I don't know my king and pawn endgames, and I thought that this was unstoppable. So the difference with that is he's still got pawns left on the board. So I forgot that if he has legal moves in the position, this will turn into a queen. Or I will turn something else into a queen. So I think that was the difference. We take, and we push. And it's like, bro, I had 13 seconds on the clock. Why am I taking 1 second to move? I was worried about some stalemates here. Okay, we step away. We're trading off his last piece. And bro, 4 seconds. What did I spend? I spent like 2 seconds on each move here. 2 seconds on each move. I was just so scared of my pawns cutting off so many. The king is like restricted, and I was worried about that. So rough. So rough. And then even here, I could have done it faster and realized we've got unstoppable checkmate coming in. But you know what? It's easier to do this type of checkmate for me. I'm so sad. 1 second on the clock. Should have pre-moved this 1,000 times. For one, king closer. Why am I moving here? My next move is to scoot over anyway. It's hard to watch. It's hard to look at. That was a 8-minute analysis. I hope we grabbed everything from it. Dude sacrificed a pawn in the opening and did not attack me. Basically, if you're down a pawn like that, you gotta attack. And so if you enjoyed this video, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000 subscribers in a reasonable amount of time. And then hopefully I will get some better games in the future. I should not be losing on time. At least it was a draw, but it feels like a loss. That was more of a loss than just a downright losing a game. So either way, thank you so much for watching. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next video. Until next time. All right, thank you so much for clicking on my video. Today we have a special treat. We have a subscriber battle to the death on our hands. And so our opponent here is quite powerful. I have played him before, but he pretty much always gets the best of me. And so what we're going to do is we go into the Tartakower if he captures. I believe that in his opening repertoire, he steps back. And I don't think that he knows, but if he captures, I know this line a little bit better than the step back. And so I'm grateful to see that. And so my opening development plans are pretty straightforward. We pretty much bring the bishop out, get ready to castle, put the rook on the open file. We do something such as pin the knight, and then my knight does a little zigzag to the center where it normally gets kicked out by a pawn advancement. And so one of the key factors in this for, I'm trying to make sure, is my face too bright? Yeah, so that's a great move. We're just going to go ahead and castle. And so if it has to happen, we scoot the rook over, and now I have an extra square to hide my bishop if I need to step back. Now, we can go ahead and pin, but what if he just does something? I think this is the right idea. And then this battery is something that we need to be a little bit cognizant of because it is incredibly hard to deal with. Because if you get battered around, it's just not so great. It's hard to deal with because this diagonal becomes not so easy to defend for me. And then also, this becomes a little bit difficult to defend. So there's a lot of stuff going on. He's got a very nice center. I mean, he's kind of controlling a lot of squares. But I think we're just going to go ahead and bring the knight. Don't see a huge reason not to. If he kicks us back, we will go back to the f8 square, which is a weird square for the bishop to go to, but I think that's what we're supposed to do. And then it plays a little bit of a defensive piece, and potentially we go for a pawn push, and we're hanging out on this diagonal. Because if you see, his bishops are kind of going this way, and if my bishop comes over here or here, I just don't know if it's the greatest. Now, I simply can't bring my knight this way like I would like to. So we might just make a little weak pawn move on the side of the board. His bishop can grab this diagonal, and my queen will probably go here, and we'll get this diagonal. And oh dear lord, we've got a game of chess on our hands. Oh dear lord. Okay. I think taking is actually okay, but I want to just preserve this. And if I scoot back and he captures and I get the pawn cube, that's something that just everybody likes. If you're a chess player, you like to see a little pawn cube. It's kind of a special thing to happen. Yeah, the rook to the center matching my rook makes a whole lot of sense. I'm fairly certain that just doing this can't be a boom, directly attack the king. I don't think that this can be a bad idea, and we still might be facing this. And so that would be a concession on his part by weakening his king by making like these pawn advancements in the game. Boom, boom would be, you know, permanently weakening the king. But he would also give me a pawn cube, but he would get my light square bishop for the knight, and he would have the only light square bishop on the board, which could come into use later, even if I make the pawn cube. So I think his game plan is actually kind of not impossible. Okay, so I think we're just going to go ahead and trade that off. We're not even going to think. We're going to just trade that off as well. We're going to throw in this check for no reason at all. Just kidding. We're not actually going to do that. But we could. We could give him a check. And then the king maybe steps onto one of these squares, which maybe isn't as good. And we're a little bit worried about his knight jumping on in. Makes sense. So we might do a check. He steps here, and then we come back here. If he takes, my queen gets in. But if I go here, he could ignore it and just fly into my position. So stepping over and bringing my rook to this file probably isn't a stupid idea. But he can pretty easily come at me with an attack such as this. So I think we might go for this, but that might just induce his pawn coming in. If I go here, this pawn becomes weak. But let's just go ahead and put a rook, my least active piece. I would like to put my least active piece on its most active square. That's the one rule of chess you should just know. That did kind of walk into questions about my bishop. Where is my bishop going to go? Questioning my bishop's career path. Oh, I'm going to pull up my Instagram so if he messages me, I can see it. And his knight is looking kind of stupid. I'm going to be straight up. I mean, my knight's not all that great, but his knight, undefended, side of the board. My king looks weird. We just got a position going on. Directly into my position. He will hit me with this fork. This king move was stupid. That was a stupid king move. Oh boy. If I step forward, then I can get hit with check. Then I step over. Actually, I don't hate it. What if I just jump in? Then I push. I mean, he can just take. That's probably not actually so great for me. We're just doing it. We're just doing it. We're going to step over here. This bishop is going to come back. That my little king stepping around didn't make any sense at all, period. And oh boy. But something that I kind of like. Something that I kind of like is pushing this forward with tempo on the queen. Then I come back. No, I can't push this forward. This pawn is pinned. So he could just take it. So that's never going to work. Never, ever. He could just play it slow and bring a rook to the open file. Then I slide back. He takes. Yeah, rook to the open file. Makes a whole heckin' lot of sense to me. We slide back. If he takes, my king steps over. He can't get in. He could push. We get something like this. I think we're going to just go for this. What we're scared about is his rook arriving on our 7th rank. We absolutely cannot have that. We also have to note this pawn is undefended in the position. He still could just jump in with the knight, actually. Like, this move is actually fully possible. And that supports. So he could jump in. Then I would take. Then he could get in like this. But then I'm in time to defend. Nah, he wouldn't do that. But if he takes first, I can unpin, essentially. So if he takes first, I can take this way and unpin this whole situation. 21-68. You know, when I play people, I should play the Zen mode. Zen mode and just not get worried. Okay. We're worried about this. That covers. Feebly it covers. Now I can actually push forward. And then if he scoots like this, I can get in. No, then he would take. Oh boy, I'm getting pressurized. Let's get into an endgame, bro. I'm scared. This pawn is undefended. This pawn is undefended. I can't really push all that well because all these tactics over here. I can't put my knight to the center. Maybe a pawn sacrifice would actually make sense. So we get a take, 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 and then maybe he pushes and gets a passed pawn, but I jump in and attack the queen and have activity. And still, I have not activated my least active piece. He has activated all of his pieces. His knight is scaring my king. His queen is scaring a little bit of everybody. And I'm just hanging on for dear life, just hanging on to my stuff. What is my queen doing? He wants a queen trade. So he's banking on this 4-on-3. Here, 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 here. I mean, let's just go into an endgame. Let's do it. Let's do it. I mean, he could step somewhere. If he doesn't, I jump forward. So we're going to go ahead and take this. My knight has no forward momentum. I will step forward with my king. And we have a completely even position here. Make no mistake about it. I think I will step forward one more square. Temporarily, his knight is actually hanging. So maybe he could blunder over here and get his knight trapped. Because that king took away the retreating square for the knight. Now this is attacked by my king. Obviously, this is attacked by some pawns. Coming forward, walks into a fork. Stepping here, walks into this. Now his knight can get out. Very, very reasonable, my friend. So if he doesn't move one of these pawns, I have no forward momentum. So playing this greatly weakens my squares. So if I play here and he steps back, my knight goes here. His knight could go here and attack this. That's no fun. Yeah, this is holding this square from his knight, which is maybe important to note. But yeah, my knight has no forward momentum. But we are in an endgame. And the way that one of us is going to lose this endgame is a passed pawn. And I'm creating a passed pawn over here, and he's creating a passed pawn over here. And I think his prospects are actually a little bit easier than mine. But because his knight is so far away and my king is already here, it might actually make sense to just launch a pawn. If he takes, I take. Sorry, I feel like I'm going to sneeze. Deep breath. I'm thinking about just throwing this pawn. If he pushes, I take, he takes. Not even going to think about it. We're just going to go for it. Probably a little bit of a dumb move. What if he like just pushes? But my knight is over here, and his knight is all the way over here. Okay. I can push forward. And then this pawn becomes kind of an object of interest for everybody. This isn't smart. If he pushes here, I mean, I just take, so we're not too worried about that. We take here, and then we just have this. I push forward. He takes, I take. He pushes and gets a passed pawn. I come in and attack. He defends. I step forward. He hits me with check. I step in here. What about this? Take, take. No. This is a stupid idea. Here, 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 here. No, he could just push here. This seems flimsy. I think we're just going to take. And he might be able to make the passed pawn over here. But I think my knight and king are pretty close. So if we go here, fairly certain he just pushes. If I go here, take, push, here, here, in, check, more in. I think this might be the way forward. We push. No, he can hit me with this. Oh. Here, here, here. I don't want to weaken my pawn structure like that. Because, yeah, if I push and he just pushes here, then I step over. He could even lock it down like that. So here, here. I think we maybe go for this, step up. Hit me with check. Step back. Here, 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 here. And my knight is just barred out of the game forever. What if I kick the knight and the knight jumps and then I push? So maybe like this. Here, 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 here. I don't know what I'm trying to accomplish here. King and pawn endgames are so difficult, and we add in the knight, and that just adds an extra layer of difficulty. I think I'm going to just push this pawn. I've thought about it long enough. I don't know what to do. I officially don't know what to do. He can kind of activate his king even more. I literally can't move forward in any type way. We attack the knight. The knight comes here. We can't allow that. This check here, here, here doesn't work. Gotta do something with this knight. Now he does have this. So I don't know what to do. I'm gonna step over here. And it's about time he brings his knight. But then I can kind of do the same thing. It's not a passed pawn. Maybe it would actually just weaken my position more. Like if he pushes, take, check here. He steps over, but he's got a real passed pawn. I mean, I have to take, right? We're going to step over here. He's probably going to push. I can jump in and attack it and then jump in with check. If he doesn't push, probably it's about time for him to bring his knight. Because now this is a passed pawn, but it's not so sure if it's like a good thing or a bad thing. So we're going to jump in here. If he pushes, I jump in here. Here. I just feel like this has to be the right move. We got plus 3 second increment. He can even step over. But then I jump back and then I'm really attacking this pawn. So he does have to push, I believe. But then I jump in and I'm really attacking the pawn again. We jump in like this. We're attacking the pawn. Is there a way to defend that? You jump in. I take. I think we're chilling. We go like this. We want this pawn, buddy. And then if his king goes anywhere... So that's what I was saying. Like, he's going to get a passed pawn, but it wasn't so sure with his knight so far away and my king and my knight over here. It wasn't so sure if that passed pawn was going to be an asset or a liability. And so I believe we have to... We're just going to take this pawn, right? Yes. Now what does he want? We can also fork here. We fork and win this pawn. Is that the pawn that needs to be won in this position? He's definitely coming forward. I think we just go for this. Check. Okay. We grab this. There's no checks. Then I come here and I have a little tempo on that. Come here. And then I can hit him with a check and step in. So check here, step in. Here. I actually like this check because if he steps here, then I have this fork. We hit him with this fork. We grab this pawn. Yes. We step back. We're threatening that knight, essentially. And we're holding this. So we push. This is held by the knight. I think it doesn't really matter which one we take, but he can't come into the position this way. He can't come into the position this way. He can hit me with a check. But I step back. And then his knight is just cooked, actually. That's a wrap. That's a wrap. 3 passed pawns and the knight is gone. It's a wrap. I'm not sure what to think about that game. That was a good game. And we definitely got some instructive. You know what it was? It was going into the main line. If he would have stepped back, nobody tell him this, but if he would have stepped back, next time we play, step back, because the amount of studying I have done in this position is like 0, and the amount of games and studying I've done in this position is like 7. And so let's check it with the computer. I'm not sure how accurate it was, so let's check it with the computer, and I will see you over there. And all right, here we are in the analysis. And that was a pretty good game where the pressure was being applied to me. There was some crazy tactics that he just did not find. And then in the end game, a couple blunders were made. I was able to grab some pawns, and then that was a wrap. And so if we take a look, a little gander at this graph, we see that white was doing quite well out of the opening in the middle game. Then in the end, even in the end game, it was still equal. Even if he was going to lose that pawn, it was still equal because I had a weird pawn structure. So it was going to be hard to actually capitalize on the 4-on-3. And then if we check it out, 6 inaccuracies by our opponent, 1 mistake, 3 blunders, 84% accurate, and then I had 2 mistakes, 2 blunders, 90% accurate. And so if we hop into the opening, we have the Caro Kann, the main line. He captures, I capture back, and then my game plan is pretty simple. We bring the bishop, we castle, we put the rook on the open file. If you see, these are pretty much all the top moves. Then these two, I have looked at the computer, they are pretty interchangeable. You can go ahead and play either, and it's going to have the same position. This hangs a pawn, but one of my weaknesses is just not seeing stuff like that because I expect the opponent is not going to hang pawns just in one move. So I don't even look for stuff like that. When he pushes the pawn, I just assume it's defended, and I don't even go for it. So I bring the knight. He could then cramp my position quite ferociously. This move would actually be pretty good, and then I'm kind of stuck with a choice of what to do with the bishop. The bishop's going to move. Then I'm supposed to support like this, which is a weird move. I don't know what you're supposed to do, but I'm supposed to support here, making room for my knight to be able to come this way. And so we step back. Okay, we bring the queen up. I still like it, but white has a +1 advantage, but he doesn't actually have the pawn, and so it more or less means nothing. It just means that he's got a nice position. It doesn't mean he's won anything yet. So we immediately trade this off. Then we trade this off. Then I step over with my king, which is a complete blunder because it invites this idea, which is not fun. And so seeing that come, I step forward. He comes in with the bishop. I step over. And then he was supposed to just bring another piece to the party. That would be attacking this. Or he can bring the rook, then play something like this. And then if you can get your pieces one step closer to your opponent, do it. And this would have been a way to get this knight on a bad square, on a sketchy square, but not immediately. I can't take it immediately. It's a sketchy square. Bringing the rook is the better play. Then this bishop is attacking and my bishop is defending. So when he trades them off, it more or less just completely equalizes the position. If he would have stepped back and attacked my queen, then I essentially have to step back with my queen or defend, or what the heck is this? I just ran some like C++ on this. And so we take, and now the file is defended for my rook. This structure is actually quite sound. This knight is not scaring anybody if we trade the queens. We trade the queens, it ruins his pawn structure, and we're just rushing it into an endgame. So we go for this, we trade. We bring the kings, get the kings to the center of the board, and then I make a mistake, but it's still pretty much equal no matter what. So we take. I push this pawn because I literally didn't know what else to do. It's one of the best moves. And so he needed to realize bringing the knight is what he needs to do. This knight is not doing anything over here. He needs to bring the knight and assist in his 3-on-2. Because right now, he's got a 3-on-2, but I have a king and a knight. He essentially just has a king. So he needed to bring the knight to maintain equality. So some moves are made. This is a bad square for my knight, but I've got a quick idea of getting back into the action. So I'm stepping away from the action to come right back at it. And so we take, and now he has a passed pawn. But it's kind of a liability. He now has split pawns. And so I've just got my solo dolo pawn over here. And so this was the move to keep it equal. It prevents my knight from jumping in. And if my knight gets here, oh boy, my knight can go here and attack here, or it can go up here and also attack here. And this is your absolute weakness in the position. He didn't push it forward, so I have the opportunity of jumping in and immediately attacking this. Then I'm actually supposed to step back and attack these guys. I'm still going to be able to win it, but it doesn't matter. This was his last opportunity, which is really difficult to calculate this. He could jump in. If I take, he steps back. If I step here, he jumps in with check, and I can't scoot over to defend this pawn. So if I stepped back this way, he still does this, but then he renders my king kind of operation defend this pawn, and defending this pawn is very important because this pawn is very close to promoting. Then he can kind of bring his king and deal with this over here, and more or less he can maintain a draw even though I'm up a pawn. But this is my extra pawn, and it's not that special because if it was here, it would be very different. But it's over here, so it's actually kind of difficult for me to make a pass pawn, and the king can handle that just fine. He didn't see it, and he walks into another fork. Where are we at? I take, then we hit him with the fork. We take the pawn, then we're coming back with the immediate idea of giving more checks. He pushes the pawn, obviously makes sense not to lose it. I step in with this fork. Man, my knight is just the jumping around forking god. And so we grab another pawn. Now we officially have a 4-on-1, and these guys cancel out. And not only that, I still have my king very close. If this pawn ever does fall, it's still going to be difficult to promote this. And so at this point, he steps back. This is defended, so that's not really an escaping square. This isn't really an escaping square because I'm going to take, and then not only that, I have another passed pawn, but he steps, where are we at? He steps over because he did not want to trade. But now, these are the retreating squares. He's got no more retreating squares. You got to be very careful when you put your knight specifically in any of these squares, okay? Like any of the corner squares, because he does not, like if the knight is here, he only has 2 moves, okay? And so here, he's only got 4 moves. If that makes sense. So you don't want your knight in the corner or close to the corner or on the wall or anything like that. And so that's a wrap. That was our battle for the day. So thank you so much. If you made it this far, I hope you learned something. I think the most instructive moment in this game is if you're playing Kip 314 chess, bring the knight back. Don't bring the knight forward in the Tartakower. I understand that. And then here's another one. Don't trade off your attacking bishop for my defending bishop. Then also, if you can bring another piece, like attacking squares incredibly close to the enemy king, do it, even if it looks scary. Or attack the queen and force me to step back. That was it. If he would have made some of these moves, it would have been a different game. But other than that, just be careful when you have a 4-on-3, be careful how you make that pass pawn. Because if it's like your only knight is all the way over here and my king and my knight are here, don't make that pass pawn because I'm just going to stop it somehow and then kill it. And then your pass pawn became a liability. You want to bring that knight over and have it defended, and then you're got a chance at winning or drawing. I hope you learned something. Thank you so much. If you made it this far, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000, and it takes forever. So I'm getting like 2 or 3 every day. Some days like 13, but those are special days. So thank you so much. I don't know why I just did that, but I'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much. I love you. Bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. Today we are facing a 1940. Let's check his profile real quick. Looks like he only really plays rapid. So I'm not 100% sure what this opening is. So we're gonna hope that it just transitions into something that I'm used to. That's a strange move, bringing the knight out. I'm not sure what that's called. Is it called the not ready? Because it's the ready. Now, I think that there's some sort of tactic here that we just don't love, so I think I have to push this pawn. So if I brought the knight, he can sacrifice, then I take back, then he hits me with this fork, and I step back. He takes my knight, and I get back. So I'm fairly certain we just have to take this. Yes, he can take here. Probably something of the sort is going to happen on this side of the board. And already, I'm just unfamiliar with what's going on in this position. Bringing my bishop out anywhere, I feel like my opponent's already got the best of me, and it's like move two. I'm bringing my knight over here. I'm bringing my knight over here, because hopefully he never sees that move. We will then attack this bishop. The bishop's got to go somewhere. Probably he goes all the way back or goes back over here. Either or, I think that I'm somewhat able to unravel and just kind of like get my pieces into the game. Also, losing my light square bishop is in the cards, so we're just going to push a pawn. You know what I mean? And I think we have evaded the opening theory. I think that I've made enough strange moves that our opponent is no longer booked up. Okay? That is the term that the kids are using. Booked up. And so that's one thing you can do. If you're trying to get better at chess openings, sometimes you can just make, definitely with white, you can just make a couple like non-super committal moves and you're chilling. And you avoid the opening line theory and you don't have to learn it. And now we've just got a new position that most likely neither of us have ever played. We're going to go ahead and develop this knight. If he takes, then my bishop gets here with tempo on this. Not really, he's just going to castle and everybody's happy. I'm ready to castle. This diagonal is a little bit weak. So, you know, if something happens with this knight or whatever and I castle this way, my king is on this diagonal. So a queen coming out here would be something we maybe need to be a little bit cognizant of. And if he doesn't take, I can jump to the middle of the board with tempo on his bishop. So now that I'm looking at this a little bit more, I could even come over like this. I can come over here with tempo on this bishop. My position's actually seems to be just playing itself. Sometimes that's how things work out in chess. You kind of just like make moves. Okay, I can take 3 different ways. The pawn is terrible. The knight has the idea of coming over here with tempo on this, then going to the middle of the board. So I like this because it immediately threatens this pawn. I mean, I guess he could take with his bishop. I'm not convinced that that's the right move either. And I've got a little hidey hole for my dude. Oh boy. That definitely just happened. That definitely just happened. If I step up, okay. It's a little bit ridiculous, but I add a defender, so if take, then my rook is not hanging. Because what we're worried about right now is take, not check, grabbing my rook with check, then I step up and trade queens. So this is a real risky type move. Make no mistake about it. My king is defending my knight, and my opponent's queen is 2 squares away from my king. It can't be good. And if he jumps in, what am I looking at? He can give me this check, but I can block. And if he takes, or if he takes with the knight, then I take, and it's covered by just enough things. So potentially bringing. I'm going to just be straight up with you. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be playing here. I'm getting pressured. I am getting pressured. Look at his pieces. Okay, so he wants to just add an attacker. Excellent plan, my friend. That is an excellent plan. I'm not even going to pretend like it's not. So I might have to make a concession at some point. I might just be like losing some stuff. Because what am I doing about that? He just adds another... Dude, what if I bring the bishop back? He comes in. I step over with the king. He takes. Take. He wins the pawn. That's for sure. This is also hanging. I could just step over now and just allow the take, and I take back. Boom, 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 boom. We slide over and defend. Then he comes in. We're doing it. You trade your dark square bishop for my knight, and you win a pawn. And my king is in the middle of the board, naked. And your king is happy in his mansion. Look at the king's, bro. His king is so happy, and my king is not happy. And I'm not convinced. I'm ready to just take this bishop and kind of alleviate some of this immediate pressure. So that he kind of has to take. Because if he jumps in with the knight, I mean, bro, I'm just going to take, and you got to take back. So we're doing this. Oh, wait, it worked because you couldn't take that pawn because I'm attacking this. Oh, boy. I think I just untangled. This pawn is hanging. Make no mistake about it. But do I dare step over with my king? I can push, but then he just steps over here. Then I attack the queen. Queen has to go here. That also takes away the idea of the knight. I think we're going to just do this. This is going to be my defensive structure. He's got this. No, he doesn't. What am I talking about? We're attacking this. He steps over. And his knight can't come in anymore. So I kind of like the idea of trying to trade some stuff off. I have the bishop pair. So you ruined my pawn structure. But I got tactically lucky. It's probably a little bit slow. You know what? Let's propose a queen trade. Not propose a queen trade. Let's force a queen trade, actually. Because, like, what else are you going to do? You can't go here. You can't go here. You can't go here. What am I talking about? He can go on a lot of squares over here. But I'm not sure. Sliding all the way over here, is that really such a great idea? I might just step forward again. Yeah, he could slide over here. But then I can kind of bring my rook. Bring my queen here. And I don't hate my position. And all of a sudden, maybe my bishops start doing something. So he trades. Okay. Now, I don't want to undevelop my bishop. I kind of like the idea of my king protected by these pawns. And we're going to have an endgame, but I have the bishops, bro. So do I take here? You know what? We're taking with the bishop because this is going to be the open file. And I just don't want to put my king there and just walk into that with the rooks. So we're going to go ahead and play this. And I think definitely some inaccuracies have been played this game. Make no mistake about it. I mean, I can do this and kind of force a pawn push. I don't think that really does anything. Also, his knight could just come into the middle now. So if this happens, then the knight just gets in the middle. So we're going to come right back. His knight can come in. If I take, he takes like this. And then it's a check. I'm not sure what to be playing. I think this knight is too powerful now. And I got a lot of pawns on light squares. You know what? We're just going to take. Forget about it. We're just going to take. We're going to slide my rook over here. And we're going to rush into an endgame. An opposite colored bishop endgame. I'd like to keep one of the rooks on the board, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. So he wants to do this and solidify the center. Very, very reasonable. I can push forward and threaten this. A little pawn advancement. But he can just get out of it with a simple trade. But we're going to do it. Okay. He can't go here. I got the open file at least a little bit. Ooh. Not sure that was correct, but at least I got the open file. And now I'm going to come to this one. That will be the next idea. Get into the position with attacks. Oof, this move. Got to get active with this guy. I mean, he can just push that pawn forward. Push a pawn in my face if I step forward. And this bishop is ugly, but he's actually doing a great job. Okay. I feel like this can't be a terrible idea. I mean, never mind. He just comes in and attacks me. What if I place my rook on this square? All right, let's just take a second. I almost just blundered my rook in one move. If I go here, he can just step forward. And then really, what am I accomplishing? Here, 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 here. And then it's just a draw, bro. I can plant my bishop in the middle of the board. Step forward and go for this pawn break. Not at all convinced that that made any sense, but the idea is push my king forward, launch this pawn. If he takes, my king is closer to doing something, sort of. He can just play this. He has these types of ideas. We launch a pawn. Here, here, check. I think I'm chilling. He's got this check. Oh, yes, he does. I can step back two different ways, really. I could step over, but we're not going to play that. If I step back here, at least I'm on the dark squares. I also have this. Getting scary. It's getting real, real scary. Very scary game of chess going on right now. I'm not gonna front. If he steps back, I do get a pawn. Yeah, but he can just push. Definitely we see this. But what's going on in that position? Like after this check, I can step back. Or I step over here. This is something that we might have to deal with. Because if he plays this, he can make a pass pawn essentially. Because I can't really take because there's all this. We're just going to put a pawn in the dark square. If we see this, this is a wild, wild endgame. Now he can kind of be free to play whatever he wants. If I take here and he takes here, what if I just push and he takes? I have to take. But then he takes. We push forward. There's stuff going on over here, but at least I'm looking at this. So he has to waste a move. Yeah, that makes a great amount of sense. What if I just push, and get behind it? Just like boom, boom. Yikes. Because if he pushes, I just take. And here, then I just take. I mean, yes, he gets in, but I can touch it and defend it. Chess is complicated, bro. Chess is complicated. And he still has this, which I just don't think that he's noticed yet. I can also push and get behind it. But if he plays this, I take. If he takes, I take. Then there's this. So he can't even, he could play this, but I take this. That makes a pass pawn. What am I talking about? Am I stupid? Here. We have to. We have to. We have to. There's this. We give this check. I can grab this pawn, but I don't think that's really what needs to be worried about right now. He does have this, but then I can grab that. I'm going to probably grab that pawn first. There is this, but my king is defending it. His king is cut off, actually. I can just go for this one as well. I can push and make this pass pawn as well. I can push with check, but I take. I can just push and allow this, but he's going to block it, and that's going to be annoying to deal with. Here, here. Just don't lose on time. We're going to step here and push this. I can also play this. He can go here. Check. We're taking away from some squares of that king. Trying to push to give this check to push the guy away. So he has to block, I think. Check. He can't take it. Check. And that's a wrap. He's gonna go here, Jesus Christ. He just blocks, bro. This is hectic. If he doesn't come back, I can grab this. Plays here, I take. But I can kind of chase him to the end of the world with checks, I think. He's miraculously kind of safe. I think we play this. We have to give a check. We give this check. Bro, this is unbelievable. We give this check. He's got this check. But I run away. I can also go here. I really just don't want to choke this, but he should resign, yes, because he's getting forced to this back rank. If he goes here, checkmate. If he goes here, checkmate. If he goes here, check. Here, check here. Something, bro. I would get the checkmate. That was an absolute slugfest of an endgame. I don't know if that's the terminology. I accidentally just clicked on his profile. Let's check how accurate that was. I think there were probably a fair bit of inaccuracies. This opening didn't make any sense, but you know what I mean? Like, look at this. Who's going ahead? C6 with the knight on like move 1, bro? Come on. Who plays like that? Nobody plays like that. Move a pawn, dog. All right. So we're going to check this with the computer. I'll see you over there. I'm going to see what else we can learn. And here we are in the analysis. And oh boy, was that a fun endgame to play. Because I was winning the entire time. Okay, so if we take a look at this graph, we see I was definitely struggling out of the opening a little bit. I had a minus 1.7 position, all because I decided to develop my knight in a strange manner. Then all after that, it's pretty much uphill. I threw it away to another little slightly minus position here. But for a 5-minute plus 5-second game, 86% accurate, 14 inaccuracies. That is a personal best, a new record for me actually. 14 inaccuracies. I got 11 before and was surprised. 14. I don't even know how many moves were in this game of chess, but like a huge percent of that is inaccuracies. Then 4 mistakes and 1 blunder. Now, if we look, the mistakes, the first 2 definitely did matter. The blunder didn't matter at all. And the inaccuracies, I mean, 14 inaccuracies definitely add up, so that for sure mattered. Our opponent, 81% accurate, 3 blunders, 7 mistakes, 9 inaccuracies, and I played 86% if I did not mention that. And so right out of the opening, boom, move number 2, inaccuracy on my part, because we basically walk into this where I have to make a pawn move. Because if I develop the knight, he sacrifices here, I take, he forks my pieces defended by the queen, so I have to step back, he takes my knight, I go here, and then he can even launch this pawn, he can launch this pawn, and I just get a completely equal position right out of the opening. So none of that is actually the way you're supposed to play chess. I play the bishop's opening, so I just instinct move the bishop. All right, bishop c4. That's what I play. So we push the pawn because I have lost to this little tactic so many times. Now that you've seen this video, it will never happen to you. Now we take, and we develop my knight over here for the simple reason of I am worried that my opponent has studied this opening. So I played not the best move. This is the best move, but then we walk into this, and maybe he just knows what he's doing a little bit better than I do. And so I play like one of the, not the best move. But if we're going from a 0.2 to minus 0.2, largely it doesn't matter at all, okay? Then we push a pawn, we hit the bishop, he scoots back over here, I push this pawn, and now officially, guaranteed, neither of us have seen this exact position, okay? With the pawn here, the bishop here, the knight over here, I think that it's a completely new position for both of us. If we look in the Lead Chess database, this position has actually only been played one time. One time. We go back just a few moves, 18 times. Is that how that works? No, here's the sum. Yeah, it's only been 2 times in the entire database. New game, essentially. Then we develop the knight. We trade off. Taking with the bishop was the best idea. We're attacking this immediately. Then I put my knight here. So my whole idea of rerouting this knight, I thought about, okay, I want to attack the bishop. I did not think about, okay, the queen is just going to pin me and then I'm in a problem. So in this position, what I'm supposed to do is either castle and just let this happen. Like just castle, he gives up the bishop. I'll show you. Castle, he gives up the bishop. I take, he takes. And it's essentially an equal position because I have the bishop pair. Yes, I lost a pawn, but I have the bishop pair. That is the analysis, okay? So I was supposed to just be like, okay, it's fine. I'm going to castle anyway. Stepping up also works because it's generally the same reason, just like take, but then I'm attacking this or whatever. So I had, to be honest with you, I play this move. It's an inaccuracy, but only if we realize that after all this happens, the rook sees the bishop and the queen will be getting ready to take this pawn. Okay, so I'll show you. He's supposed to step back. So this was just a touch of serendipity, and sometimes things just work out in your favor. So this is the idea. Pressure the pinned piece. Okay, I run away with my king, and I just accepted here that I was going to lose the pawn. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so and this is exactly what happens. Boom, boom. And then in this position, we needed to evaluate that this is fine. I grab this, but he hits me with this check. And if I go forward, he hits me with this check. And I got to give up the rook forward anyway, because if I don't, I mean, essentially I'm just going to get checkmated, bro. Like, I'm not even going to go into it. I got to give it up. I'm going to get checkmated if I don't. And so we needed to evaluate that. Now it's showing it's the best move. But either way, it's not that great because all of this was going to happen. Unfortunately for my opponent, he saw this and he said, okay, well, if I move this, my queen is attacked and I don't want to lose my bishop for nothing. So he steps back. Then I hit the bishop. The bishop steps back. And then all of a sudden, miraculously, I have a good position. Just out of nowhere, I have a good position. Then we trade off the queens. Now I really just have a bishop pair. This pawn structure doesn't actually suck all that bad because I've got an open file. And, things are looking quite swimmingly. I play this inaccuracy because for whatever reason, I saw this and got scared of it, where I would have to step back to defend this pawn. I didn't want this. Long story short, that's what I didn't want. So I play bishop move here so that this pawn pushes forward. So then I move, and now the knight can no longer play this. However, he can just jump to the middle of the board, and arguably this is a better square for the knight than this one. So, whatever. Then, I think about it for a little while, and I thought, okay, I have 5 pawns on light squares. This knight is in the middle of the board, essentially really scary. Probably I should just give up the bishop for the knight. Unfortunately, that was the wrong idea. It's an inaccuracy, but it's not the end of the world. Now this moment right here, this pawn push is a high level pawn push. We push the pawn with 2 ideas. We push the pawn and we're threatening this fork. Even after this, we're still threatening to trap the bishop. So realizing that, because we don't want to take here and just help him solidify the center. Like if we take here and he takes, how bad is it actually? I'm still winning, but whatever. I didn't want to do that because it opens up a file onto my king and it solidifies his center. So for two reasons we didn't want to do it. I play the best move, pawn push, quiet pawn push, where it forces this. Then he has to make another pawn move or his bishop is getting trapped. He plays the best move. And then what I'm supposed to see is, all right, this tension is going on, but what are you going to do about my rook on the 7th rank? If you capture here, then I just start gobbling pawns and I'm on the 7th rank with ideas of this. And you grabbing this pawn was far less important than that. Unfortunately, I saw this tension and I said, I got to do something about it. So I push a pawn, okay? Then we put my bishop on this nice diagonal. I figure if I'm ever able to get something like this, it would be really good. So this is probably where the bishop wants to be looking. Then I put my bishop in the middle of the board. Then I move my king up because I'm going for this pawn push. It's an inaccuracy, but whatever, we go for it anyway. A lot of inaccuracies going on. We step back. And then this move didn't make any sense because it gives him the option to make a pass pawn. Because I go here and he can simply push. And I can't take because he just grabs my bishop and I'm losing. So essentially, he can just make a passed pawn. And it's worse than that. He pushes 2 more squares and it's defended by the bishop, which I'm never getting rid of. And he's quite quick to circling around and like supporting that passed pawn. And the whole game will turn and be about stopping this passed pawn. My king will have to like get dedicated to stopping it, or my rook or whatever. And so in this position, that's not possible because I can just take. And then I have the pass pawn that I can defend. And then it's the complete opposite where I'm defending the promotion square and I'm looking at this. So he just can't play this move. He just can't play this move, or it's losing essentially in this position. But when my bishop is here, this pawn is doing the job of defending it, not this one. Okay, that was enough explaining. So we play an inaccuracy, 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 mistake, mistake, inaccuracy, inaccuracy, boom, some reasonable moves. Now I have a passed pawn. Another mistake, another inaccuracy, because the correct idea here was boom, boom, boom. Like getting my bishop here, or at least here, to defend this pawn push. That was the idea. My bishop's doing nothing over here, so it definitely made sense. It definitely made sense. Just boom, boom, boom. Didn't see it. I thought my bishop was quite happy over here. And not to mention, the longer I leave my bishop here, the longer this is still an idea. And so, okay. We do a little clearance inaccuracy, but come on, we're looking at like half a pawn inaccuracies here. Still, this is the idea. This is still the idea in the position. I saw it and my opponent didn't, and I'm so grateful for that because who knows what would have happened if he played that. So this is a complete blunder because we get into this position where, for one, I'm the one giving the check. My pass pawn is actually quite safe. Looking at a square that is defended, not to mention your king is cut off, my pass pawn is better. So he evaluated that wrong. And he has troubles pushing his pass pawn because I'll just take it. So like he can't just push immediately. So he's going to have to like do something else to start even pushing it. Mine, I can just push, 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 and I'm ready to go. So I give a check. He steps over, and I just spent 1 minute talking about how good this pass pawn is. For whatever reason, I decided to attack his pass pawn instead of just pushing mine. Don't hate it. Whatever. It's not the end of the world. Then I have a +8 because I have this simple fork. Okay? This definitely was in the position. Did not see it. Don't hate it. I had 20 seconds, so don't hate me. I grab a pawn instead. He slides over, and I go right back to where I was, defending this pass pawn. We go back here. Now, this pawn is defended, and this is a safer structure. He slides back. I push the pass pawn finally. Now, the whole idea here of the move that I just played, I play this to cut off this square because I didn't want the king getting there. I didn't actually have to play that. I can just push with check. If he steps over, I hit him with this check. He can't grab the pawn because it's defended by the rook. If he grabs the rook, then I get the queen. I gave up the rook though. So I was supposed to see that. The reason I played this is because I figured, you know what? I can do it and not lose the rook. So that was what I was going for. And so he could have just played this and it potentially would have stopped all of that. But then I could have grabbed this pawn essentially, and then I'm up a pawn still. We get the queen. Endgame, we make the queen. Okay? Boom. Now, in this position, I have checkmate in 1. Just like that. Checkmate in 1. I also have checkmate in 1. I also have checkmate in 2, I believe. What is checkmate in 2? Queen c8. Oh. Boom. 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 There we go. Okay, that's a weird maneuver. But either way, I got checkmate in one, I got checkmate in one. Basically, the way you win this position is you say, where do we not want the enemy king to be? Well, say he could be here or any of these squares per se. That is exactly where we don't want the enemy king to be. So this move makes the most amount of sense because it cuts off this row and the king would have to step back. Say it wasn't checkmate, we're cutting off the idea of running this way and getting down here. Because getting down here, it's going to be harder to checkmate you. Definitely when you end up on these light squares, because I got a dark square bishop and my rook is all the way over here. I miss mate in one, give a check. Now the king got exactly where I don't want him to be. Now the bishop's defending these dark squares, and just kind of look at how safe this king actually is. There's mate in 11, but it's not super easy to find. I mean, I guess I could play something like this. Actually, this probably isn't too far out of the question. No, he grabs this. So yeah, it's not super easy. Not super easy. We go back. I want to defend this pawn so I can give this check without the king being able to grab this pawn and kind of escape more. We give the check. He steps out. We give a check. We give a check. He steps up. We slide all the way over here with pretty much ideas of just giving this ladder checkmate. He gives me a check, but I'm safe. No more checks in the position. There's no way that he can check me. My king is actually safe, hidden behind all of the enemy's pieces. It's suggesting to just sacrifice something. But here we give this check, and then essentially, no matter what he does, he's getting checkmated in like 2 moves. I mean, if he goes here, then it's checkmate in 1. If he goes here, I think I can just push him over. Check, check. Oh man, okay, so it's a little bit complicated, but I was basically going to whittle him down. So, I mean, say he plays this. I'd probably just keep giving him checks. I'm going to be straight up with you, like, not that, not that. Either way, you get the idea. I can definitely checkmate a solo king when I got a queen, a rook, and a bishop, and these guys are doing nothing, okay? Thank you so much for watching my video. If you enjoyed anything or you learned anything, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000 subscribers, and it is a long and treacherous road. So hopefully I didn't take up too much of your time. Thank you so much for watching. I love you. I'll see you guys the next time, and get out of here. Oh, hello, and welcome back, my fellow chess enthusiast, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is what we always do. Today, we're playing the Caro-Kann. Will we have the exchange? Yes, we will. C4 on the board. You need to develop this knight, or you're in a world full of hurt. Then I believe what we really want to do is we want to develop this bishop, but we're scared of him coming out with the queen, applying pressure to this, and applying pressure to this. So I think we just do a little calm and casual, either a knight development or a pawn push. I actually forget, but I think we're going to develop the knight, and I think we'll be okay. If he takes, we take back. And then for what reason, if I develop here and the queen comes out, do I attack? Yes, that's what it is. That's the difference. You have to develop this knight first before the bishop, because then it stops this move from having as much sting, because you can jump in attacking the queen, defending the pawn. I hope that what I'm saying makes sense. And at some point we are potentially supposed to just capture here. But I think we're going to just push forward. Now we've at least got a pawn defending our pawn in the center. Generally, pawns are very good at defending pawns. And this looks really scary. But what you do in this situation is, I believe, you jump forward. And then one of those pieces is most likely going to step back. Or he steps over here with this knight. Okay. The queen is defended, so I don't need to react to that immediately. But what about this move? Then you are kind of forced to step back. And so what we're really scared of is this, okay? We don't want that to happen. We also don't really want this to happen. But I think we're doing quite all right if we just bring a bishop. And then this piece does need to step back. Thank you, goodbye. And now, after defending all of that nonsense, I think it is finally about our turn to take a step forward, where we will be attacking the queen and the knight. And the knight is uber pinned, so we're going to go ahead and do that. He could step in. No, he couldn't. He has to do something with this queen. And he resigns. Okay, I mean, I guess that was pretty instructive on how to do the opening. I'm not necessarily sure if resigning, you're just going to lose like a pawn, right? Like, you step over, I take, you take, I take with check. So you could step back like this. Take, take, check. You step up, but then I get the rook. So you're going to be down some stuff, but you don't got to resign. You can at least play like 5 or 6 more moves. So let's check it with the computer. We'll do it right here. We won't even switch anything. We're going to do it real quick. So let me explain this opening bit. We have the Caro-Kann exchange variation C4. And I know you guys can't see the valuation. I'll just explain it to you. We develop the knight. He develops the knight. We develop the knight. Now, this move right here looks like a natural developing move, but I promise you it is not. You bring the bishop, and then all of a sudden you have a -1 because the queen comes out, and this situation is just hard to defend. You've got pressure here, you've got pressure here, and no matter what you do, you're losing a pawn one way or another, and he's really applying pressure, okay? So you can't bring the bishop yet. You have to develop the knight first, then he develops the knight, then we can develop the bishop. And I guess these moves are about the same. We go ahead and we push a pawn defending the center. Should we, while this thing's loading, let's bang out and see how accurate it actually was. Then this is -1. I'm supposed to go with the bishop first, but the queen is okay. I guess the bishop first because you wanted him to bring the bishop back. And finally, we start taking some steps forward. He has to take a step back, and finally we take a step forward. And then it's just -2 for our opponent here. And like I said, this is the best move, but then this is going to happen. Then this is going to happen. Then this is going to happen. You can do this, but then I can just trade. Man, it's not going to be comfortable. And you don't want to do that, so you'd probably step forward with the king to keep defending this pawn. But then I can just... Oof, it's getting rough for our opponent here. Let's see how accurate I played. I played 88, 1 in accuracy. How is it 88 with 1 in accuracy? What's going on? What was the 1 in accuracy? Let's check. Oh, I went with the queen instead of the bishop. Yeah. Hard to explain why this one is so much better. Here. And then I castle, and we just completely give up on this whole idea over here because the bishop can come back. Either way, I guess the moral of the story is the opponent took a lot of steps forward. Like, I feel like all of his moves, like this, okay, not a lot of steps forward, but he took a step forward, and we just had to pause and think about it for a second. And we're like, all right, you're threatening some really important stuff. Not only that, my queen is essentially trapped, but is there something more important and something like more forcing? And yes, there is. There's this check. And generally what will happen in some of these positions, say the bishop had already stepped back or whatever, sometimes this fork can be defended with simple a queen check because the only realistic move is to step back with the knight. So not in this exact position, but just remember this idea for future games. When the knight comes in and there's this fork, think about a queen check first before you despair, okay? Because sometimes it forces the knight back. And so we start taking steps forward. Bada boom, bada bing. All right, that's a wrap. Thank you so much for watching my video. Sorry it was such a short one, but that's how you play the Caro-Kann exchange variation with the C4. I don't know what variation it's called. Does it tell me? It's the C4 explosive variation. That's what I'm calling it. Thank you so much. Please subscribe. I'll see you guys in the next one, and get out of here. Oh, hello, and welcome back, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, I have a special treat for you. I will be destroying this 2100 because what I do is I play a bunch of games of chess and I win some and I lose a lot and I post the best ones just for your viewing eyes. Now, hear me out. I've been playing the Caro-Kann type structure a lot, so this isn't the Caro-Kann, this is different or whatever. Is this the Queen's Gambit? I don't know the names of the openings, to be honest with you, but I know this move C4, and I'm going to explain something to you right now and waste some of my time so you can be better at chess openings. If you develop this bishop, there is capture, boom, queen to whatever it is, B3, applying pressure here, and you have a -1 position. So what you need to do is develop this knight, and now we have a completely equal position. Actually, it's like -0.2 or something. So he pins me, which is very unfortunate because to avoid having my pawn structure ruined, there are really two options. Move the knight, which we are not going to do because there is this. There is completely ignore it. You know what? Let's be bold. Bro, will you really give up the bishop for the knight for a ruined pawn structure? I don't think you will. So this is a little cat and mouse. Like, he can do it. And I don't really want him to, because I think it's okay for him. but he knows the bishop is going to be important later. And so ruining my pawn structure, is it really all that important? Hard to say. He did it. We're going to capture towards the center, being practical. Oh my goodness, now that the bishop is developed, does this stupid tactic work? I think, do I develop the queen? And if he captures, I take back like this. Then if he gives the check, I bring the knight here or the bishop back. Because here, and then there's 2 attackers on this pawn, and there's 1 attacker on this pawn, and I can't fix all of it at once. So I'm fairly certain that just ignoring it and bringing the queen is actually what I'm supposed to do. We are in deep water out of this chess opening, and it seems that my opponent has got the best of me. He is rated 2100. So deep breath. Deep breath. Okay, so he wants to trade the queens. You know what? I don't know what. Do I develop this knight and just allow a ruined pawn structure? Does he just win that endgame? I don't really like take and opening up his rook. I can develop this way? Oh man, I'm in a little bit of a conundrum. Do I just develop this pawn here? And if he captures, I take back. You know what? We have to do something. So I'll let him just completely obliterate my pawn structure and go into an absolutely horrible type endgame. So this doesn't work. Is he just going to win this pawn? Oh, we have to trade the queens first. I'm going to push the pawn forward. Did that accomplish anything? I couldn't take. It's defended by the knight. So he pushes forward and I step back. Then he attacks me again and I step back. But he has successfully put every single... We're going to put a pawn on a dark square. Because we are not getting my bishop trapped. Not today. We are staying alive with the bishop. He doesn't actually really want to castle. But we're going to go for this pin. Where if we're able to accomplish it, he could take and then pin me. Oh boy, this is a complicated position. I'm not gonna lie to you, this is a little bit beyond me. I'm used to like little simple games of chess. And he's up a pawn, so I'm down a pawn. Straight up, just down a pawn, ruined pawn structure. But I'm not gonna lose hope. Because you know what? Man, he is really just playing some tremendously delicious moves. We push forward. I don't see any other move. We push forward. We get this, sort of fix the pawn structure. My pawns really, really suck. I've been talking about pawns too much. This is defended somewhat. Neither of us have castled. This just invites his knight into my position, so we don't really love that. And I can't even really jump forward because then he just captures and ruins my pawn structure even more, and then I have all of these pawn weaknesses that he will just mop up because he is a good chess player. But if he doesn't take, then I'm pretty much just going to take. He could castle and defend that. Actually, that would be a great move. And I can't do this because once... Yeah, just develop some pieces. I think pinning the knight is fairly reasonable in this position. Also, developing my bishop just over here. I don't know what else to play, so we're going to just do that. Castle this way? Oh boy. What have I got myself into? Never lose hope. Never lose hope. Like, the position feels like it sucks really bad, but I have the bishop pair. Do not forget. So the computer is screaming right now, equality. Completely equal. Although he does have the center. He has easy ways to castle either way. Dude's got options. And the second that I develop this knight, he just makes another pawn weakness. So I might have to capture, develop. But then there's this fork, so I literally can't let this knight in because then he just forks this and this. And I can't defend everything. Now I can capture. What's he trying to do with this guy? I feel like that actually gave me a moment. We capture, bishop captures, knight jumps in. You capture and I capture. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'll trade off the bishop pair. I'll trade off the bishop pair if I can get some like weaknesses out of it and then feel a little bit better about myself. This bishop is also like locked out of the game. So, and pushing these pawns so that he can never get in, like my bishop might be stuck in this little tiny square. Like this little tiny square. His entire existence. And dude, I'm thinking just step up with the king. Okay, so he takes. Jumping in with the knight. Defending the pawn and developing a piece. If he brings the rook, dude, I might step up with the king. He goes for a capture. I capture. The rook gets in. I got to do something about this terrible, terrible situation. And he could just castle and double up, and we play on this open file. That's what we're worried about. So I might have to do this, and Jesus Christ, I might have to just sacrifice a pawn here. Go back and go for the pawn push. That's what I need to do. This. That's the new game plan. Also, this pawn is hanging. Sort of. Yes, it is, because he has to take back. Then there's this, but then there's this. He gets out with check. So I don't actually get it. So that's a fancy move. That's a fancy move, but it doesn't actually threaten my rook. Why, yes, it does, actually. It's rather unfortunate. Rather unfortunate. I could give this check, but that just kind of just invites this knight, so that doesn't solve any problems. I can jump forward. I mean, then he just kind of steps up or castles or something, so that doesn't solve any issues either. And if I move this rook, and I can't even put it on the open file. Yikes. We lose a pawn. Falling apart, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely falling apart. And not only that, I'm losing a pawn, but I'm also losing in the endgame. But let's check his bullet. He doesn't play bullet. He doesn't play bullet at all, and his blitz is actually not that great. So, being down 2 pawns, but going into an endgame like this, I got chances. I got chances. Okay, so he wants the bishop. But I can give it check. Can I? Check. The other knight comes. I threaten the knight. This might solve... Okay, that might have not been the greatest idea. The whole reason for that was to push this pawn so I don't lose another pawn. You can also attack this, and then this becomes a threat. So, like, getting the rook involved maybe isn't a terrible idea. I've really got no forward momentum, and my bishop on the side of the board still sucks. I'm still sort of threatening this, but even, like... Or I'm just threatening this, but even once I do that, he can just attack it. I just don't feel confident about being able to hang on to that pawn in any such way. I don't know why he didn't just capture. What did he see that he did not like? So now this is a threat. So long story short, I have to either defend. This actually keeps the game going longer, I believe. We push forward, and my dark square bishop just kind of lives there. But then capture. What's coming next? Here. This maybe is too weak. Let's do it. It's defended. Wait. Capture. I have to take. Then this is hanging. Ugh. Tactic to lose another pawn. I'm so terrible. I should have just retreated. I was trying to keep the game going. In the spirit of chess. We'll pre-move this. Try and pressure our opponent at least a little bit. I did not mean to play that move. I did not mean to play that move. What on earth is happening right now? What did that accomplish? I mean, a knight can maybe get here. Do I step over? This feels right. Jesus. Okay, so he wants some action over here on this side of the board. This. What do I do? What do I do? I feel like I need to maybe just sacrifice a pawn. What if I go for this? 40 seconds. This might just go for some simplicity. And I could pin it. Not really sure that does anything so great for me. Okay, he hits me with a fork instead. We're stepping over. Bruh. Bruh. I should have maybe explained that a little bit faster than I had played it, but we're at a minute. So long story short, the pawn was defended tactically because the pin at the end, I was gonna say, maybe in some other situations it didn't work, and tragically enough, I'm gonna have a check and pick this up as well. So what on earth does he do in this position? Games are won and lost in the end game. All of that opening preparation and whatever is complete nonsense. Don't do it. And he resigns, as you kind of have to. I could have even given him time, but this position right here is bad. It is really bad. Like, you could defend, but then I just take. And you're still in the pin. So if you step away, then I just grab this. And you have no useful checks. Like, everything is taken. Boy, oh boy, the 2100 goes down. Not easily, but he goes down. And so we're going to switch scenes right here. Look, I learned how to do this all in one little thing. There we are. Instead of making 2 videos, I'll just do in one. So let's go back to the beginning. We'll do a couple. This is the most important thing. This entire video. Pins are important. Is camera good? Okay. This situation right here, you cannot play the most natural developing move. You cannot. And pushing the pawn is the best move, but then you lock your bishop in. So, developing the knight is the best alternative option. And so, I'll show you real quick. If you bring the bishop, he captures, you capture, and then the queen comes out. And you are just in a world of hurt where you're going to have to give up some pawns. And I promise you, it's you're just losing a pawn, but it becomes really hard to play because, like, he just gets on you real quick. You don't want this position ever. So, simply, c4, they bring the knight, you bring the knight to defend this, and everything's all good. He goes ahead and pins it, and for one, that's just a free pawn. Free pawn. I mean, am I really going to be able to hang on to it? The answer is probably no. Capture, capture, and like I said, this move, it's not the best move. Bringing the queen is actually the best move. But, like, yes, this kind of opens up ideas for that, but you gave up the dark square bishop for the knight. And we go forward. Blunder, not a blunder, a mistake. Okay. Okay. And he's just up a pawn. Plus 1.8. I knew my position sucked. We had to push this pawn. We go for a push, which is yet another mistake. 2 mistakes back to back. We do something with the bishop. Oh, is there just a fork here? No, because he can do this same move and kind of get out of it, I suppose. Okay. Then he gets fancy. He plays this move. And then right here, why did he not just take the pawn? Oh, just take here. Then I take. Then you get in. Okay? So I didn't even see that the knight was defending this pawn. I kind of just thought this pawn was a goner. But he could have just removed the defender with check and then grabbed it. So that could have happened. And it did not. So we get this check where I'm able to push the pawn. And so now it's +3, but I'm not actually, like, I didn't lose a bunch of stuff. It's just sort of, like, you see what I'm saying? It's +4, but he doesn't have 4 points of material. It's generally still equal. I'm down a pawn. And my bishop is out of the game, so essentially I'm down a whole piece. Now, still, why does this fork not work? Because he gets out of it with a check. I step up, and then you just grab the bishop. That's why it doesn't work, because the bishop's there. Okay. That's why the fork doesn't work. Okay. And dude, he just left the pieces on. I step up with the king, and he's still winning. I step over with the king. Oh my god, king defense was my strategy here. +3. Capture. Step over. capture, capture. Oh, and then a fork. And dude, you know one thing about chess? I had a -4 position. He has a -2, and he gave up. Bro, keep going. Like, you don't have to give up in this position. Like, my bishop is still out of the game. You are still the one applying pressure. So it's like, even you step over, I mean, like, I grab this, you grab this. It's not over, bro. Look how naked my king is. Your pieces are, like, on top of my king, and this bishop sucks. So sometimes when a blunder happens, people just resign, and I'm going to say to you, don't do it. It's worth playing because, like, dude, just like you can make a comeback. Don't give up. If you hang your queen, okay, you can resign. But if it's anything else and the game is still like active, definitely when you both have 1 minute, anything can happen. I have played games before where I mop up like 2 rooks with 1 knight and then somehow win with a pawn. Like, don't give up. And so 78%, 77% accurate. Not my best, not my worst. It was kind of a short game. It didn't even make it really into the end game. So I was talking about won and lost in the end game. We didn't even make it to an end game. That was an exhilarating, fun game of chess where I was losing the entire time, but somehow get a little tactic. How does a 2100 fall for something as simple as this? Boom, boom, boom. Just, this is, I have the dark square bishop. You have no dark square defense. Be careful when your king and your valuable pieces are on dark squares, specifically a diagonal. I'm talking like I'm not great at chess. I was losing the entire game. Thank you so much for watching my video. If you learned anything or simply enjoyed watching me play chess, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000, and it's going to take forever. So if like 100 of you could do it, that'd be awesome. So thanks so much. I'll see you in the next one, and I love you. Bye. Oh, hello, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. Today, I want to share with you a game that I recently played where some blunders do happen, and I ended up with a worse position. And part of chess is fighting back from losing positions. Not every game you play is going to be you get completely smoked or you completely smoke the opponents. Sometimes you get a worse position and you have to fight back. You have to finish the game. And so without further ado, I would absolutely love to share this game with you. It's a little bit emotional for me, and so let me know what I think. Let me know what you think, and let's get right on into it. 1737, Belgium, e4. The Scandinavian, nobody likes this opening, bro. Okay, we trade the queens. We take with the knight because if you take with the bishop, he has like immediate ideas to attack. His knight kind of wants to come forward. I got to do something with his knight. So putting it in the middle of the board seems to actually make sense. But I think first, I mean, this is where my knowledge stops. Normally they bring this knight. We're going to step over here. This is my square now. We're going to develop this bishop. We're going to push this pawn. We're going to develop this bishop, push this pawn. And we're just going to play a queenless game. And so we're going to grind it on down. He does have like some freaky ideas like this, but I can just castle. So we're going to push this 1 square. We need to be able to develop. He can jump into the middle, but you know what? I think I can jump in first. And he does also have this idea, but I can step back with my bishop. He will get my bishop. We're attacking his bishop. So that hung the bishop. I take the bishop. He hits me with check. I step up. He takes my rook. And I'm just pretty sure that he's going to get my rook for these 2 pieces, which I think is good for me. Right? So boom, boom. I can even step up this way. If you hit me with a check, I block. You step back. I develop. No, I need to maintain touching this square. Boom, boom, here. You take the rook. I step up. We're doing it. Then I push forward. There's no other way to attack without pushing forward, so I have to push forward. He attacks my knight. We're going to have to do something with my knight. Like, go here. Then go here. There's a check. There's a I can block, but he blocks. 3 minutes against 5. If I step this way, I think this side is going to be safer. I just lost the game. Definitely just lost the game. What on earth was I calculating right there? Like, check. Step here, bro. Step here. I completely forgot my king was preventing. Oh. He hits me with a check. We step forward. He castles. I lose the game. Even this doesn't work because he just comes over and destroys me. So maybe I gotta like make a move like this. I'm just down in exchange. I'm trying not to cry. I can grab this pawn. I just feel like I have to do it. He comes over here. Okay. I can also attack this pawn. And he's kind of forced into pushing. Here. We pin it. You go here with check. Ugh. This would work. This would work. But there's check. I go here. No. I want the rook to stay there. I want this to stay there. He sees it now. There's nothing I can do about it. I think we step back. Please try and escape this way. He can escape with a check. Then I step up. I really need this. Castling would get out of it. If I get this, then we are in a game of chess. Completely equal. Actually, I would be winning at that point because I got the bishop instead of the knight. He can jump over here. We got to do something with this rook. He hits us with a check. We step forward. He doubles the rooks. Yep, we step forward. My king is going to have to aid in the attack. I feel like I just have to trade that. What else am I supposed to do? He can double and infiltrate. Oh, I needed that, and he saw it too. I push this pawn. He can pretty much force me to trade the rook, and if I lose the rook, I'm in a lot of trouble. There is like an 80% chance. And one thing you might not know about chess is the way that when you're looking at it with Stockfish and it says like you have a +3 advantage. That's basically like a percent of what's the probability that you win in this position. Essentially, is kind of one way to look at it. And so it's like if you have a +9, it's like you are very likely to win. Okay. We attack. You come in. I could just attack here. That's a really like committal move. But this one actually might do some stuff. We attack. You step back. I push. You jump in. Here, here, here. Not convinced. Here with a check. Here. Here. Oh, that's not going to work. I don't know what to do. I literally just like have to make a move. He can come in. He's attacking this pawn. Plain and simple. We're going to defend it. Probably will push this way. Check, take. He can do like this. And I would have to defend like that, which is so disgustingly ugly. There's no hope. But if I went ahead and blundered, I didn't really blunder. I just kind of calculating wrong is a blunder, but it wasn't like a straightforward blunder. I think we're gonna trade with this. He takes back. We push. He can launch check, and then even his pawns are doing a little bit of attacking. Maybe I slide like this. Do I dare go for something like this? 3 minutes against 47 seconds. There's just no way. I have a losing position. I have less time to think about my moves. I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but sometimes you got to be realistic. We attack this dude. He can't go here. It would be a blunder. We step back. I don't know what else I was supposed to do. Pin. At some point, maybe I can sacrifice a pawn, and he steps over, and then I get a pass pawn. Maybe I could make things complicated, but I think he can kind of... He's trying to play on the pieces. I think he could literally just bring his rook and push, 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 push. And, like, what am I going to do about that? Probably I can't do much. And... like, I can have, like, a tempo winning move on this rook. Like, if I attack the rook would have to go here. I can then attack the rook again. The rook would go somewhere. I can hit him with this check. So here, does that make sense? That's what I see immediately. Check. Check. Block with the rook. I hit you with the check. If you take, I win the rook. If you step up, I hit you with check. Oh, you can run this way. Here, here, here. Really can't be trading rooks in a situation like this. I'm going to be honest with you. Here, here, push. King comes here. I don't think I'm going to be able to save it. We step like this. 13 seconds. Oh my god. I only have 3 seconds each move. This pawn is weak now. I need to push it. I'm so scared. I can grab this pawn. This bishop sucks. Now he's gated out by this guy. Maybe I go like this. Defended by this. Here. Here. Pushing this seems... I think we're just going to take. Not even going to calculate anything. We step forward. We're attacking the knight. The knight comes here. This is defended. I'm ready to defend. This guy's under attack. Attacking this pawn. We take the rook. He gets out with the knight. I attack this pawn. He can't come forward. I'm attacking this pawn. He can push forward his check, but then I step in, and maybe we got some hope. I can also attack this. We're going to step forward. I think that does like 2 things. We're then going to push this pawn so he can't push this pawn. He's going to attack this. We're going to defend it with the bishop. I'm so scared of like a fork. I think I step in. I'm all of a sudden winning somehow. I'm going to be honest, I didn't calculate anything towards the end. We're going to step here. This is a pass pawn. Please take it, bro. Please. It's defended. And I can attack this, and you have no way of defending it as well. I think we're going to take this. We step all the way back. He can take this. If he takes this, he loses. If he takes this, he comes back over here. We step in. In the moment where he steps something like this, he's going to get this. I'm up 2 pawns, bro. I don't know what to do. He's going to get this. right. I'm going to go here. I'm so scared. We step here. I forked. I forked. He comes over here. I step up. Then he sacrifices. Oh my god. If he takes, he might even be losing. Here. Here. We step up. Defended. My pawns are too far advanced. If he took, I think I was just losing. I might just grab. Or push. I think we take a step forward. If he comes here, we take this. He takes this with check. I'm going to scoot my bishop back one more square just to avoid nonsense of forks because my king here is a fork. We're going to take this. The king is guarded off. I'm attacking these squares. So he can push forward, but he can't come over to stop this one. So he gets in front, but I'm just going to take this. I'm going to push forward. His knight has to block this one. His king has to block this one. I'm pushing this pawn. 12 seconds on the clock. And all I have to do is not lose on time for one. It's a draw no matter what. I'm going to push. He can go here. Here, sacrifice here. And it's going to be a little bit annoying. We're going to go here. If this happens, we check him away and then make a queen. So he goes here. That's check. No nonsense. He can go here. We check the moves. He can go here. We hit him with a check. Literally, I just don't want to lose on time. So we're going to make a box. We're making a box. I'm so scared of stalemating, bro. 17 seconds. Okay, we have put together some time. Make a box this way. We bring the king. We hit him again. I'm so frazzled from that game that I don't know how to checkmate with a king and a queen. So we're just doing it like this, okay? Go to the corner. He's locked in these two squares. I bring the king. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was... What on earth was that game? I don't even know what to think. That was so epic. I can't believe I won that. I don't think I deserved that. Maybe the end game, I did deserve that, but that took some gosh darn know-how in this position. That was one of my most favorite games of chess because I was so lost. Huge blunder here. Take. Obviously, it opens up this file. He wants his knight to go here. I get checked. Why did I step away? This is the square that needs to be covered. I literally stepped away and let go of this square. The knight gets out, and I'm just so lost here. We step forward a little bit, and I literally am just wiggling. Just wiggling, praying for something. This knight kind of disconnected. Then he sacrificed down the exchange. He didn't need to do that because it's not like he was winning by that much. He was just up in exchange. And now he trades down in exchange. And so, essentially, you know what? We're going to end this part of the video. We're going to look at the analysis. So let's go to the analysis, and then I'm going to actually look at this game a little bit more in depth. Okay? So I'll see you over there. Oh boy, was that a doozy. And if you've made it this far in the video, then I'm literally like emotional right now. Like if you saw, I just got quiet. I couldn't even checkmate with the king and the queen because it was like I was in such a losing position for such a long time. And then it just all sudden he traded back the exchange in an endgame, and oh my god. So there were a couple ideas that I missed. So the main blunder, everything that I did made sense. So here you're actually supposed to take with the bishop. I always thought you took with the knight because you don't want to get hit with this, and then your bishop gets attacked, and then this is attacked. So that's kind of what I saw from a distance, is you want to avoid that because then my bishop is... So you can actually take with whatever, and the computer says anything is fine. No matter what move you play, you're fine. We get this, and this is a blunder because it literally just hangs this, and you're basically trading the bishop and the knight for my rook. And so and a pawn, potentially two pawns. So it's not actually terrible. Um, I'm supposed to defend by pushing two, but everything is fine. We're still good. It's an equal position. We're now attacking the knight. He trades. We trade. And he hits us with this check. And he could have even castled into this check. So that would have just been cool for our opponent to like castle and check and then operation save the knight. The whole reason my king is here, like, do you remember? I did all of this calculation and I was like, oh, what about blah, 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 blah. I was like, oh yeah, I got to go here to defend the escaping square. So I put my king there. I literally like said that and thought that, putting my king here. Then a few moves later, my king has to move. And I'm like, huh, maybe I should just stop touching the most important square. The whole reason my king is on this square getting checked. Didn't think about it. I could have even blocked the bishop, and my king stays planted firm. Um, so if we look at the computer, I'm simply down in exchange. So it's a -1, but I got a pawn. We're scooting around, and I grab another pawn. So now all of a sudden, the material difference is only 1 point of material difference. If you can see it at the very top, I know it's like cut off small over here. Um, it's not that big of a difference. So we're scooting around. We get hit with checks. I don't need to show you everything here. We're getting some mistakes. He steps back, and this is kind of a pivotal moment. He had the opportunity to infiltrate with his rook. He could have either gone in all the way or questioned my rook and made my rook do something, and then simply you bring the knight, you trade this off, and if I try and do something fancy, then you're able to just bring the other rook with check or whatever. So this is a blunder because of this tactical sequence. So I was even just explaining you could go here. You got to go here and question my rook because basically what you do to win this game is you get rid of my rook because rook versus bishop, like rook and knight versus we got the same number of pieces, just your pieces are better. And so if you trade off the best one in this situation, I'm toast. Okay, because then it's no good. Then you got a rook and a knight versus a bishop, and that loses like always. If it's like rook versus bishop rook, it's not that losing. You can save yourself sometimes. So this tactical sequence, I attack. If you directly go here, you get pinned, and if you go all the way back, then I hit you with a check, and I force the king back to then get this pin. So there's a tactical sequence that I just missed, and so that would have been hard to find. I like then hit him with the check, and then hit him with the pin. Didn't see it. Didn't see it. So we slide forward with the check. Now my bishops are actually really active, and I'm winning. And what the heck is going on here? Did that even happen? Okay, we trade. We push forward. The knight comes in. I know that I don't want to trade this, but there's just another tactic right here. He can take, and I can't really take back. Or if I do, then I just lose my bishop. So he would get a pawn. He would get all of this for trading the knight. So that's all he had to do. But instead, I attack him. He scoots up. I step back. Same idea still here. Still applies where you would basically grab everything. But now I get active, and it's an equal position. My rook is on the 7th rank. I have 2 passed pawns. Don't forget about that. And then you don't have a lot of pawns or minor pieces to protect your king. So, like, my bishops are actually really deadly because there's nothing to get in the way of them other than really the rooks and the knight. And so, correctly, I play the best move. What we're trying to do is pry away the defense of the rook. We do this, and he has to step back. I step back because I knew trading the rook here was a terrible idea, and our opponent blunders. And believe it or not, I'm still winning here because this pass pawn is so strong and my rook is so strong. Like I'm going to be able to grab this pawn and yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I have a winning position. It's +2. Never would have believed it. So he goes down the exchange, which is actually the second best move. The other best move is to just move the rook. But he goes down the exchange and then all of a sudden it's not looking so good. He brings the rook forward and now I have a +8. For one, I could just grab the knight. I didn't see that. I can just grab the knight. I saw that it was hanging, but I also thought my rook was hanging. I didn't see that the pawn defends it. And so we trade, but now I've got these extra pawns, or one extra pawn, but they're both passed pawns. So I've got a lot of compensation. So we push forward, and not only that, you have 2 pawns on dark squares, and you have a knight versus my more active king, and I have a bishop. So I'm just like crushed. So he could have tried to figure this out. We do this to prevent this, but it didn't really prevent it all that much because eventually my king went away and you could sacrifice to push this pawn. But whatever, it is what it is. We scoot the king in, we grab a pawn, we get hit here, we scoot back to the corner of the board. He takes our pawn, we take his pawn, he jumps in, we scoot the king closer because he can't really take here. Even if my king lets go of it, if you take this pawn, I'm just going to take, and then I have still this pass pawn, and I'll at some point scoot my king around, distract you with this pawn, and take these pawns and promote these pawns. I literally won a game in this exact same position, just minus everything, just this and a king and our kings. And I literally won this position in my most recent long format video where I sacrifice this pawn and I step in to grab these ones. And so he takes the pawn. What I needed to realize is he's attacking my bishop, so it's hard not to just like move the bishop somewhere. Obviously, that is like the knee-jerk reaction, just move the bishop. It's being attacked. I don't want to lose it for free. But this king can't stop this pawn. Like if I push this pawn, he can't scoot here. He can't scoot here. He has literally no way of defending this pawn. He can't stop it. So I needed to realize like pushing this pawn is the right move. Don't hate myself for not seeing it. I mean, I spent 1 second on this move and had 10 seconds on the clock. So I hung a fork, but by the grace of God, he can't actually take for the same situation. Like, so we're good to go. We scoot in, king active, we push the pawn, we take the pawn, he gets behind, his knight is now doing the job of stopping this pawn, his king is now doing the job of stopping this pawn, and unfortunately, I have an extra pawn over here. So there's really no way that I lose this. He does get the pawn. There's a lot of things I can do here, but pushing this is the easiest. He goes here. I could have just taken the knight, because it's not stalemate. He could have stepped over. This is not a queen yet, but we take with the queen, and I literally just, no funny business, 9 seconds on the clock. You get rid of the knight, okay? I'm going to make a queen. I'm going to checkmate you. You don't have to get fancy. I don't get fancy. I've lost so many games for just like letting something stay on the board, so I just get rid of it. You got less than 10 seconds. You don't want to blunder. You make sure they have a legal move. You hit him with a check. I go all the way over here, so I know that you have a bunch of legal moves, and we just reconvene, and we're pushing the king this way. That is what we're doing, because this guy's over here, we're pushing you here. So I even put the bishop here, so now the bishop is no longer even going to infiltrate with where I'm trying to checkmate the king. That is why I played like this, because my general game plan was to like boom, boom, boom with my king and bring my queen and get the king over here. That was the plan, or over here. And either one is going to work because my bishop doesn't see it. So this was an 84 move game. It absolutely did not need to be. I took a lot of moves here that I could have done way faster, but my heart was beating so fast. I didn't want to blunder that. I think I played like 6 or something games in a row. If you made it this far, you're an absolute legend. If you like that game, if you simply like watching my chess, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000, and it is a slow grind. So I'm going to try and get better at playing chess, try and get better at making these videos. That was a lot of fun. Thank you for letting me play for you. I love you. Check out some of my other videos. Leave a comment. I'm sure I missed a lot of things, and we didn't even analyze the games that were shorter because there were blunders left and right. So either way, thank you so much for watching. Get out of here, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. Today, I'm 1900 with a question mark. So, who do we get the pleasure of destroying? So, if you see here, 1900 question mark, we start with e4. We check out our opponent's profile, and he is terrible at bullet. He chose e4, e5, hopping directly into the bishop's opening. And so, this is the most boring line of all, where we basically just get a symmetrical. Wait a minute. Did I blunder immediately out of the opening? Yes, I did, because I brought the knight out, and we can go into this line. And I have made videos on this, and I have studied this, and I know exactly what to do in this position. The knight comes out, and I push the pawn, because what can happen is he takes, I take, he forks us with the pawn, the queen is defending the pawn, I have to step back, he takes the knight, I take here, he takes here, black gets the center. It's not good for me, okay? So I am actually just terrible at chess. Straight up. There's no excuse for that. I have studied the opening, and I still play the wrong moves and just give him complete chances out of the opening. I don't want him grabbing my light square bishop, so I'm going to push this pawn. And then I don't want my knight to get pinned, so we're going to push this pawn. He tickles me, and now I've got a place for this bishop. We'll do the ziggity zag with the bishop. That's how the bishops move. So he's just copying me, and we have a 1000% symmetrical position going on. Completely symmetrical. And so let's dive right on into this middle game, where I did not fight for an advantage with white whatsoever. So you know what we might do? You know, I'm fairly certain he's just blundering. Am I crazy? Then he goes for my queen. I take his queen. He takes my queen. I get out with my bishop. He takes here. I take another pawn. Bro, should I just dive into it? We're going to take. He takes mine. I am flabbergasted at what's going on right now. He can grab yet another pawn. and then ultimately die for my bishop here. But I can sacrifice for another pawn with check. So I think we're going to take this pawn. He's going to take this pawn. We then take this pawn. If he attacks me, bro, I am not even sure. We're just going to take this pawn. This was the most ridiculous opening I have ever seen in my life, ever. It's like we just... Okay, so now I take this pawn, right? Yeah, because his knight can get out. So I take here. I mean, I'm not even going to calculate it, bro. Like, that's... We have an absolute slugfest of a game going on right now. Okay. He took my bishop. I go ahead and take this. Was I supposed to grab this? Okay. What on earth just happened? What on earth just happened? I have no idea. I can lock my bishop into this square. I quite like the looks of that. I should probably castle. I was doing a little skincare. My face is a little like skincare. Okay. Let's just take a deep breath. What on earth happened just through all of that? I'm down 2 minutes on the clock, but I don't think it matters. Pushing this pawn forward seems to make sense, but he can pretty quickly just get away from it. Pushing seems a little bit scary. Potentially just pushing up here, but then my bishop's really trapped. What do we think about castling the opposite side? I do not know what's the correct move here. Castling this way seems kind of boring. Castling this way seems definitely not boring, but it might be more exciting for him because he's just going to attack me and I might get destroyed. We've got this pawn cube going on. What is the correct move to play in this position? Oh, dear Lord. He can just push this pawn. He can just defend it. Do I slide back? I think castling this way might be all right. But then castling this way is way, way safer. We're going with the safe option. I don't think that my attack arrives quicker by any means. He can also kind of maybe like have ideas of trapping my bishop. Okay, so he wants to just attack my knight. Cool. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I have to go back. I don't think I have too many forward options. This dies, this dies. This potentially just dies. Yes, because like what am I going to do? So what's better, this or this? I'm going to just go along with this because it keeps pressure on the pawn, defends this, and doesn't block my rook. So this would have blocked my rook in 1000%. If he pushes again, I might just take. Then he takes. My bishop is... I think, hold up a gosh darn second. I think he just had this move. No, I could have defended geometrically. Or I could have locked it in like this. If I push forward, that stops the knight from getting in, yes. But what if he goes here? Then I go here. Then he goes here. Then I go here. Slow and steady wins the race. This is really dangerous that I've got two valuable pieces on this super open file. The only open file, and I decided to occupy it with pieces that are not open file pieces. The rooks are the open file pieces. Okay, so if I go this way, he eliminates my defender. If I go this way, he attacks me, I step back, and we chillin'. So we do this. If he pushes in, I take. If he sacrifices, I take, then he takes. But then this is there. So we're going to just step back. I don't have any other option. We got to maintain. We got to maintain what's going on here. And this dude is just not afraid. So he wants to go for this. He also wants to go for this. But you know what, gosh darn it? What if I just hop into the middle of the board with the only dark square bishop on the board? Boom. You get in. Don't think I'm scared of that. We're sliding in like this. We're sliding in like this. The pawn is defended by the knight. This knight is a pretty good knight. I'm not gonna lie. That's a pretty well placed knight. It doesn't get much. It doesn't get much better placed than that. What if we just go for this? Break open. Do I dare say? I think something like this makes sense. It like puts my rook on the open file. This bishop would see it at some point, but he's got two pieces in the way. I don't really see anything else. I can also jump in like this. And getting my knight to this square would generally be the idea. Okay, so he defends. Too bad I don't have a light square bishop to go ahead and do that with. And I'm scared. Can't be a bad move. Can't be a bad move. Immediately we go for this. Activity overall. We attack this pawn all the way across the board. We create the idea of doubling up. He's got this, but I can always just step back, and that would even defend my everything. So we're gonna hop into the position. Oh dear lord. Oh dear lord. The rooks are doubling, my friend. The rooks are doubling. Your knight is beautiful, but it looks kind of stupid. Is that a free pawn? Do I dare say? We grab the pawn. You lock me in jail. Is it a free pawn? Here and then checkmate. Oh my goodness. You don't have time to lock me in jail because there's checkmate. That's what happens when the rook gets 2 squares away from the king. So we grab this. What are the options? You can't lock me in like this, I take. If you step forward, I mean, I just wiggle on out. We might do operation, touch a pawn, come right back to where we were. And then we're up a pawn. Is there something ridiculous I'm not seeing? This doesn't work because I don't know what type of checkmate, but the escaping square is taken. Without further calculation, we take here. We just go ahead and do it. This doesn't work. We on the dark squares, my friend. We are on the dark squares. This doesn't work. We on the dark squares. Running away, my rook just gets back out. So that definitely is a move. But this is still defended, my friend. Still defended. And we are now up a pawn. Not only that, this knight is pinned to checkmate. But okay, but now getting me trapped in the position. This does trap me in the position. So you know what I said? Exactly what I said. We out of here. We out of here. We got the pawn. What's up, bro? What you gonna do about it? You gonna focus on winning back this pawn? I don't think so. I'll go ahead and push it forward, lock him in on the dark squares, and then what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, bro? I got the dark square bishop. Easy metrics to defend this knight. Oh, you want to go for this? I can step back, bro. I can even tickle your rook. No, I can't. What am I talking about? This is hanging. I step back. You step in. I mean, basically, we can't really be allowing all of this. So what if I step over, he takes, and then we fix my doubled pawns in the middle of the board? That is actually now a passed pawn. Do you really want to allow all of that? That kind of traps my rook in here a little bit. Here. Because, yeah, if he doesn't take, then I'm kind of stupid. So this is a really hoping that he takes and just gives me this. But he doesn't need to actually do that. So is stepping back the more accurate approach? Well, by golly, we're doing it. Also, we're attacking this pawn with tempo on the rook. I want to double my rooks. Like, he is super defending this pawn, but... Okay, now he defends. Reasonable move. So I'm fairly certain that doubling these rooks is just a good idea. Just has to be a good idea. His bishop actually really kind of sucks here. Do I have any sort of attacking the rook? This is my least active piece, but it puts me on this file. That's what I don't like about this. We're doing it. This is a sketchy knight. Do I want to bring my king? Is it time we bring my king and just touch a little bit of everything? Because this knight can go back. I don't know. He likes his knight on this square. That's like the square the knight wants to be on. I mean, it's just like applying pressure to a little bit of everything, and I can't really kick it out other than trading it with my knight, which is very difficult to do. This knight is a little bit awkward. Okay, so he wants to create these types of ideas. I think it's time to bring the knight like this. Here, 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 here. One minute on the goddamn clock. We incredibly weaken the position of my king. I have no idea if that move made any sense. But we essentially just don't want the pawn to arrive here, so he pushes and we take. Okay. You want to bring your king, bro? I will literally bring my king. Onto the light squares. Dude's got 8 minutes. You know what we need to do? We need to trade off everything in the position. He's going for this again. I'm stepping in. This knight is very happy on this square, but it actually kind of closes up the files. I'm not 1,000% convinced. And once the knight decides to like get locked in on this side of the board, I can then put my bishop back. And I believe this is called what Hikaru calls a wooden shield. Okay, so he just wants to attack. We push forward. Not even gonna think about it. This is so sketch. I need to move my my rook somewhere. Okay. Here? Question mark? I'm gonna just scoot my rook up. I've got 5 seconds each move. That's pretty nice. I like that. 5 seconds. Chilling. Because he is doing a superb job. Like, this is my extra pawn. And it's not the greatest pawn, if we're going to just be honest about it. But if I get my bishop here, all of a sudden this becomes a great idea. So we go here. If he hits us with this, we take. Then I have another pawn island. We go here. He's got this, but we take. And then I have a complete, like, dark square. I'll do it, bro. Trading this knight. Bro, get out of here. We're going to take this. That hung this. That's for sure. Is there a way to defend it? Am I just going to go down a pawn? I can push, but he just takes. And I don't think I'm winning that anytime soon. We're just going to let him grab it. I'm bringing my knight. this is all of a sudden the idea. So he can take, but then my knight gets here with check, and I can potentially win this pawn. And god darn it, I'm not sure who's actually winning this endgame. But my knight arriving here is even better than his knight arriving here or something. This is probably a pretty decent idea, I'm not going to lie to you. He can also just... And now my rook is kind of awkward because I'm so scared about this light square bishop. Now my rook can't like slide over here, which would be so useful. And he can also do like this. I don't know if that's actually good for him. He could go boom, boom, boom. Okay, so he jumps out of it. We're jumping in. He's basically got to take this pawn. Okay. I take here. Here, 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 here. No more calculation. 35 seconds. And his king is not active. This pawn becomes weak. If I can just trade everything off, I feel like I've got pretty solid chances in this endgame. Because this is not a passed pawn, and this is very much a passed pawn. And I've got a dark square bishop, and you've got a light square bishop. So if we get rid of these rooks, like we're going to do right here, like you can... We jump forward. We attack this bishop. We also attack this pawn. Oh, dear Lord. Am I wrapping things up? If you lose this pawn, bro, you are in a lot of trouble. Even though I have 40 seconds. He resigns. I mean, bro could have played on, honestly, on the clock. I've got 40 seconds. But this is going to fall. He has no meaningful checks. And once this falls, all of a sudden, then this is too weak. My knight is a god. This is weak. I can kind of like... It's not even straightforward. Boom. You don't have to take. You just go somewhere. Push this and try and lock your bishop in here. I don't know. He is lost, but it's not completely lost because I have 40 seconds and he has 5 minutes and 40 seconds. So the reason that he gave up on that is beyond me. I would have pushed harder if I was him. Never give up. Don't resign. If you got a knight and a bishop versus a knight and a bishop, there's some pawns. All you got to do is win a pawn, bro. You're going down. You're going down 2 pawns. You're going to be all right. So we're going to check that with the computer. I don't know how I feel about that game, but I'm sure am grateful that I was able to win it for you because that would have been a detrimental waste of my life if I lost that. So thank you so much. And we're going to check it with the computer. I'll see you over there. And here we are in the analysis. And oh boy, was the beginning of that game a complete slugfest. It was just like desperado after desperado. We went down that crazy line of captures, and miraculously, it was actually fairly accurate on both of our parts. And so if we look at the graph, I was struggling a little bit here in the middle game. I'm actually even down a point, but luckily, I'm amazing at chess. I'm able to turn it around. We get a +1 advantage, and we just cruise it on into the end game. And I had the opportunity to trade off all the powerful pieces with some extra pawns, and we are going to be chilling. So I had 2 blunders, 4 mistakes, 6 inaccuracies. Wait, I'm lying. That's my opponent, and he played 83% accurate. I played 87% accurate with 1 blunder, 5 mistakes, 3 mistakes, 5 inaccuracies. I can't even speak. I'm trying to think about what to say. In this opening, we had anything but a calm game of chess. So it's looking out of the opening like I'm just cool with 1000% equality. Stepping back is bad because he can take here and go down this line of captures and win a pawn potentially at the end of it. So don't hate it. He jumps in. What's the best move in the position? To go up a pawn. But oh boy, he needs to know that he ain't playing no... I'm not going to say a bad word. So we take the bishop. He takes the knight. I take the queen. He takes the queen. I take the pawn. He takes the pawn. Then I go a little bit astray, realizing like, okay, maybe this knight is a little bit more trapped than I thought. This pawn is still hanging at the end of it. So stepping back is actually the better idea. The reason that I had to grab this pawn is because it comes with tempo on the rook, and I'm down a pawn. So I figure whatever's going on in this line of captures, if I grab this pawn, I'm chilling. I don't want to just accept that I'm down a pawn and let your knight live. So we capture the pawn. It's a blunder, but only if he attacks, and he does not. So He goes ahead and he blunders. The reason is because he attacks here. Say I go here. Then he gets out. I even grab this pawn, but then he grabs here. Then I grab here. Then he grabs here. And if I go here, he pins me at the complete end of it. And I'm just going to lose that piece. That didn't actually need to happen. I could go here, which is the best move. But then he forces us down my throat. If I step back, then he takes. I take. And the knight gets out. And he wins a pawn, and I'm also losing at the end of all this. So that is what could have happened if we decided to stop this chain of crazy captures. But we continue. I get the pawn. He goes ahead and captures here. That is the most human move. Like, the whole purpose of this knight, he's been trying to kill this knight. Look at this. He wanted it to die. He wanted it to die. He wants it to die here. He wants it to die here. So the whole purpose of this bishop and this knight is to die, but cause as much mayhem as possible. So the reason I don't capture this rook is because I figured I would capture the rook, and here's a sample line. I jump back, and essentially I'm going to have a rook for the bishop and the knight. That is what I saw at a distance, and I didn't want to have this position where he's winning with the bishop and the knight. So I figured instead of trying to not take back the knight and give up my bishop, because I figured I would probably not get the knight and lose the bishop, but I would get, like, maybe these would be equal. I figured what would happen is I would have a bishop and a knight versus my rook, and I just didn't want that. So instead of going for all that, we capture back the knight. It's completely even. We castle, he pushes, I step back, he comes in, I step forward to take away these squares, but it's still a completely even position. And so I mean, I just have a little bit of a ruined pawn structure, and it's completely equal material. I could have then pushed forward and locked my bishop in there like that. It would have been slightly preferable to putting it here, but whatever. Then I'm losing by 1, but only positionally. Like, if he puts his rook here, for 1, it's attacking this pawn, and then for 2, he's ready to double, and then for 3, I can't kick it out of here, like, anytime soon. So putting his rook here is actually better than putting his knight here. So he puts the knight there, but now we have an equal position because this knight is not actually attacking anything. Like, it looks like a great square, but it's not actually doing a whole lot, like, in the position. It's just there being annoying, but I can actually work around it quite easily. Now, the first moment in the game, I can put a piece on the enemy's board, on the other side of the board, and it not get immediately exterminated by some crazy captures. We grab a pawn, and tactically, I am defended. I can grab this pawn, but he can't trap me in there because this is just straight up checkmate, okay? The diagonal is cut, and so would be all of everything. That's checkmate, threatening checkmate. So he can't try and come up with a plan of trapping my rook. So the best move is to bring the knight back. Then, after this, there is no more checkmate because the knight disconnects my bishop from seeing the defense of this square, so I have to get Operation Save My Rook. He did his job. He got in. He grabbed the pawn. He got back out. Now he's safe. I'm ready to double the rooks. It's looking good. He steps back. I step back. I don't want to just give up this and lose a pawn in the middle of the board. Plus, I don't want to give up my dark square bishop for his knight. At least not yet. We step back. The knight is defended. We double the rooks. He steps here. And then I launch this pawn, which is a mistake. I'm still winning, but it's a mistake. The whole reason is I didn't want this pawn to push like this. Because then what do I do? Because if this pawn's here, it attacks my bishop. I can really only go to these squares. If I go here, the knight just takes, then I take, then he takes. And, like, yes, I get this pawn, but it looked sketchy and dangerous, and I lose my bishop for the knight. So I throw this forward to prevent this pawn from ever arriving here. Then we start moving the kings. We're in an endgame, and I move my king to the middle of the board. Yes, his knight can arrive back here. I can claim this open file, but you know what? We push this forward. My idea is pretty simple. I have a dark square bishop. He does not. I'll put a lot of my pawns on dark squares because there are not that many of them, and then I'll stick in the middle of the board, and we'll be chilling. And my bishop will be doing a job from this square of literally hanging onto everything in my position and attacking this. Okay. He then puts his knight to the middle of the board. We come up with a plan, just like I talked about. My bishop is doing it's attacking on this diagonal, and it's defending on every other diagonal. So I actually quite like the position of this bishop. Normally, you don't want a bunch of pawns on light squares if you have on dark squares if you have a dark square bishop, but in this case, we're in an endgame where I'm defending. I scoot the king forward, take. Now, my knight is getting ready. You had a turn at having your knight on an amazing square in my position. Now I have a turn on putting my knight on an amazing square in your position. So We do just that. He does get this pawn, but at the cost of this pawn, because now my knight is here. And so the computer says that I'm even supposed to go back here to force this move and trap the bishop out of the game. So the computer line is go back, the pawn pushes, but then the bishop can't get back over here. And then we capture with the knight, and then we put the knight back, and we just play up a pawn. But I had the option of taking with the rook and then a huge line of captures. So I have 40 seconds on the clock, and I have the option to potentially trade off all of the rooks. So we do just that. We got rid of all the rooks. That is literally 20 points of material off the board. So that simplifies the position quite a bit, and there's no chance of me getting into a rook and pawn endgame where I can get flagged or just whatever. I got 40 seconds. So that is not the greatest move, but in the sense that my opponent has 6 minutes and I have 40 seconds, that is the best move, absolutely the best move. My knight then goes back, we're attacking the bishop, and worse than that, we are also attacking this pawn. So pretty much he's got a -3 position, but he should have kept fighting on because it's not completely over. Like, I've got 40 seconds. So if he even gets me down to 10 seconds and makes like some complicated moves, I could have made a blunder. So he shouldn't have given that up. But the game plan goes as follows. I take here. He'll probably push here. My king will come in and touch it. His king will come here. Then I'll probably put my knight back. And if you see, like, it's going to remain like a... Ooh, I come back here and disconnect this. Okay, he comes over here. I can then take this. He jumps in. I'll probably scoop my king up to get out of the pin. He wins this pawn. We go back over here. And it's an equal position. Are you kidding me? I was just kind of making moves. So that goes to show we're in an equal position now, even though I'm up 2 pawns. He's got a passed pawn, and it's hard for me to defend. So I was just making moves there. So essentially, he shouldn't have resigned. He should have tried to pressure me. Absolutely, he should have tried to pressure me. So that was an amazing game. I hope it was very instructive for everybody. The theme of that game will be desperados and how to do them. And give up. If they give up their piece, you give up your piece, and you just do it back and forth. And then at the end, someone comes out the victor or an equal position. And so if you guys enjoyed this video, if you have enjoyed other videos, please subscribe. I'm trying to do a video like every day or every other day. I did a whole bunch this past week and scheduled them out for every day coming out a week. So today is the 7th. So this video will probably come out like the 15th. So thank you so much for watching the video. I love you. I'll see you guys next time, and bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. And in today's episode, I'm going to show you what opening to play when you are not that great at chess openings. So he said, hello, good luck. Hello, and good luck to yourself. So we start with c6 no matter what, because there's a chance we go into the Caro-Kann. Not really anymore, but you know, it is what it is. And so what we're generally going to do here is play just a super safe and easy to play opening, where the general idea is put my pawns. I think it's called the Slav defense. I'm not even 100% sure. I am so bad at the names of the openings. But we're going to lock my bishop outside of the pawn chain. If you see, I've got a beautiful structure of pawns. Now, he could have just simply gone for my light square bishop. Trading this off is such a good idea for me because literally, like I explained, we put so many pawns on light squares, so my dark square bishop is good and my light square bishop sucks. So we have the opportunity to trade it off into complete equality. And so this pawn push, it does work. He can also take here and try and have ideas of this. But now I think we're just going to go ahead and bring the knight. And so this pawn push, the general idea for it is if they capture, we take back with the bishop and we get to develop just for free, essentially. And we have a place to put our knight. This is the natural development square for our knight. So just like this knight, this is the natural development square for this knight. So it's hard to say, am I supposed to play this first or push forward or capture? It's hard to say. I mean, if we capture, he just comes in with this. If he captures with the pawn, it ruins this pawn structure slightly. I'm not sure if that's like good or bad for either of us, but we're going to just go for it. And if he attacks with the bishop, we're going to just develop our bishop. So easy to play. All of these opening principles are so easy to play. So if he takes with the bishop, we're just essentially going to try and rush into an endgame. And so the best chess opening that you can play is keep an equal position, trade everything off, get into an endgame, and that's where you'll win the game. Unless you're trying to get like some crazy tactics. So essentially what we're going to do here is, we're going to develop the bishop. If he takes here, we take. then this is still defended. If he slides back, we're going to ruin his pawn structure. He gets a little bit of an open file right here. We're going to take this opportunity to trade. He's going to capture back with something. Most likely this pawn would make more sense. Okay, or you play like this. And he can castle this way. I can also castle this way. As it stands, I'm not really sure what is better. Something to note is this pawn is under a little bit of attack. So castling this way, it just becomes really scary. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take a step forward. I mean, this is defended twice, so no reason to panic. But I'm going to develop my queen. Now I have the possibility of castling this way. And I did it with tempo, attacking this pawn. And so essentially, if I attack this pawn and he comes over, I can get this pawn. He comes in here. I can hit him with a check. He has to step up or bring the rook back or something. It's not really always advisable to go pawn grabbing with your queen. So like this pretty much would, man, I'm bad at these arrows. If I capture here, it just walks directly into this. And then I got to step aside. And then he gets into my position. And his rook being here, because at that point he can just castle. And then attack my queen, like, I don't know. And then bring the rook, and then I got real problems. Real problems. But if he castles kingside, if he goes for the castle right now. Oh, my necklace is all messed up. Excellent move. Excellent move. If he wants to get into my position, he'll be attacking a lot of different things. I think we're just going to push this forward so that this isn't scary anymore. His knight can get in. Oh, yes, that's true. But this is still an option. If I castle and then grab this, hard to say. Is he going to castle? If he castles this way, I'm castling this way. And what we're trying to do is just play simple chess. I don't think this entire game of chess I've played anything complicated. Like just pawns on light squares, bishop outside of the pawn chain, trade off the light square bishop because all of the pawns are on light squares. Go for a pawn break so I have a place to put my knight. Develop a piece. Trade. Develop a piece. Trade. Trade. So far, these are very easy moves. Castling this way just seems really scary because he's got these open files or semi-open files looking at my pawns. I somewhat like the idea of stepping back, guarding his knight infiltration. And then just same side castling. Because I don't think my attack is all that great. Is it? I think we're going to just go with simple chess. We're going to step back. What you need to be worried about, yes, I can jump into his position. Actually, this comes with an immediate threat. It stops this, and it threatens this. That's probably the most reasonable move that we can play here. I'm not sure if that was a complicated move, but it does the same job of stepping back. That was the whole idea, was to guard this square from this knight jumping in, because once this knight jumps in, then I don't know, I just don't love it. But now I'm threatening this. And he can defend it. Now, how does he defend it? He defends it like this. But then I maybe bring my rook and I do castle this way. Because all of a sudden I have created a threat. This is a very, very real threat. Look at that. Everything, bro. We get the knight here, it's pretty much game over. There's no real reasonable way to get out of that. And then this seems actually fairly decent. And so we're just playing simple chess. Simple chess. So far, nothing super complicated. None of these moves. Oh, sorry, my back hurts. I don't know if I already mentioned this. I went to the gym yesterday and I did 275 for squat. And the time before that, I did 315 for my first time ever. And now my back hurts. That's how you know you're getting old. Okay. I think that this is the best move. Or this. Or this. This seems a little bit sketchy. He could kick me out. And my king is still in the center. And this doesn't work because I still hit you with a fork. So he has to defend this, essentially. And he can do it all of those different ways. Yeah. Yep, those are all the different ways he can do it. And so all that I don't like is I have not castled. And so once he does defend this and kicks my knight out, then all of a sudden this square becomes available for his knight. Okay, so he defends it like that. Very, very reasonable. Simple chess. You castled, I castled. Now we've got the kings on the same side of the board. So his little 4-on-3 pawn structure, I don't know how you want to even classify this. I've got 2 pawns. That is just a strange move. That is just a strange move. It still has the forking ideas. But I like the idea of bringing my rooks like this. But he's going for the... Ah, okay. It makes sense now. He's doing that so he can push this pawn so this one is defended. I guess I can slide over. I mean, that kind of would allow this. But I could step over. If this happens, then I get in. Because this cuts off the queen from seeing it. So this move actually maybe makes sense. One of these 2 moves. I suppose this one because I'm going to want my knight to go there. If something doesn't work out beautifully. So we're playing this. If he plays this, we take. If he pushes again, we come back to this square, and I'm cool with all that. And if we can grab a pawn, then we instantly try to trade everything in the position and go into an endgame and just win the endgame. My knight coming here is kind of the new idea. This fork is still not great. But essentially his rook on this square is a very weird, not great square for his rook. So if he's able to untangle, he's good to go. I need a little bit of water. This is your daily water break. Drink some water. Look how big this thing is. It's not a joke. And I put creatine in this thing. You want to trade off. Let's just play simple chess. Simple chess. Did I need to do that? No. I could have solidified it. I could have played more actively. Now I step forward and attack the rook and this pawn. I hope that made sense. We're attacking this rook. We're attacking this pawn. How do you defend both? Not sure, bro. I didn't even calculate that, but I just figured we get rid of the knights. I kind of thought he was going to step forward with the king was my what I thought. But this is all of a sudden the threat. And so what's probably going to happen is he does something with the rook. Probably this idea would become the next best thing. But once I grab this pawn, bro. Once I grab that pawn, like I said, we grab a pawn and we trade everything off and we just win in the end game. And so we're also pressuring him a little bit on time. So I really like this. He had to waste a move. Now this rook is defended, but we're going to grab this pawn. If he tries to do something fancy, we're going to go into an endgame. If he steps forward, we get out of it with a check. Okay, so he attacks this. This is under threat. Pushing this forward makes this pawn on the open file weak, so we're not going to do that. This is my least active piece. Like, this rook is kind of ready to participate. So we're going to just defend with this over here. And he can kind of, like, come forward with an idea like this. So pushing this pawn is probably going to make sense, because when the king moves and this happens, I'm going to have to move my queen, and I don't want to lose this pawn. Also with the idea of his rook getting into my 7th rank. Okay, so that is exactly what he's going for. We're going to give a check. So he moves. What if I just push forward? I can get out like this. So we push forward first. Check first. I mean, he can block like this, then this check, then he steps forward. Then I'm getting really close to getting trapped. So I think we're just going to push this forward. The rook is going to come. I'm going to slide out to the only available square. And we're going to play a game of chess from there. And he can't push this pawn to trap me in here. So definitely this is what's going to happen. We're going to slide out to the only move. Now this file is a little bit scary, but pushing that pawn made sense, because his rook getting in to my 7th rank like that, I pretty much just lose the game. I can also step forward like this, have ideas on this. I also have this check. Potentially. He could centralize his queen, would probably be a great idea. Threatening this and this. So if he does play this, I probably have to step over. Okay. What to play, what to play. I think we're just going to kind of whittle. We're going to just whittle around. If his king goes this way, I'm going to also go this way. Is kind of what I'm thinking. Because it would make sense to move his king and bring this rook to support this pawn break to have this pin going on. I could also just move aside. But yeah, if he moves his king to the center, I'll just move my king to the center. Okay, so he wants something like this. And again, like I said, we kind of just need to make some moves. So I think I'm okay with this. 2 minutes against 4. As long as I don't make any crazy blunders, I'm just up a pawn. We trade off the queens. Rook gets active. Cool. And it's not so clear to me how I like push forward into the position. So we're just going to play a move. Probably this is going to be his idea, but I step forward with my king, bring my rook, and then push. Then go for a pawn break, and when he takes, I take with the rook. Okay, so generally what I'm seeing here is going into a king and pawn endgame where I can just be winning up a pawn. And he has like a kind of weird pawn structure over here. So if he brings the rook, I can bring the king. If he locks it down, I attack. If he takes, then I'm just chilling. Okay. I can also bring my rook here, because now this became an idea. So I can do two things. This type of sacrifice would equalize the game right now, and I would lose my entire advantage. So stepping forward with the king, let's go with the defense of this, and blocks the rook. So stepping over like this makes more sense. Then I push. I think this is the more flexible move, where if he takes, I take. No, it's just not going to work anymore because now this is defended, so this whole idea doesn't work. This would have also worked because take. So if I go in, take, and I think we're just chilling. We push forward. He's going to step back. I push, take. That's weird. But if I push in here, take. So it's not going to work immediately. So if I bring my king to this square, it does work. And we're going to do so like this. If he pushes forward, this rook no longer sees this square, so then it does work. So take, and I could even take with the rook at that point. And if he takes, then my rook gets active. He's getting dangerously low on time, which I don't want to let him lose on time, because playing this up a pawn rook endgame is very important. So he's going for this, but I'm okay with it. So we're just going to step forward. If he goes for this, we just take. Rook gets in. If I go for this, then take. Ooh, scary. But okay, so now this works, right? I've got enough things looking at it. Here. No more calculation. We're going for it. And now this is the moment of truth. My king is touching this square. If he doesn't take, I push forward with check, and then my extra pawn becomes a passed pawn. So we're going to do this. We take. If he takes, we take, and then my king is in the center. So potentially we have the potential to trade off everything in the position. He can run away and keep the rook on the board. That's the best move. That was the worst move. I'm very close to just coming in. I think we just go ahead and play a pawn move. You got to be careful here. These pawns suck. So what if I go like this? We play this first to take away this idea. Don't worry, I won't let him lose on time. But I do want him to play quickly. 2. Okay, he played a move. Not sure. This is my extra pawn, but this is a weird structure. So now I can't actually get into the position. If I play this, he just pushes, but then I can step over. So I'm going to play this first. I gave him time. I almost let him just lose on time right there. Now do I step over? If he steps in, we do some stuff over here. I think it's kind of interchangeable. I think we're just going to push this. And the general idea is to trade off the pawns. We're trying to just trade off these pawns here. We push. If he pushes here, I take. What if I just go for this? He steps in. I think we go for this. He takes, I take. He's kind of slow on getting in, so I push this pawn. Right? He could stop it. But if the king leaves this file, I can distract him. He resigned. Okay, so generally what's going to happen here is, say he steps back, I step forward. If he blocks this pawn, I go for this one. And at some point, I can just push this pawn. And once this one's gone, we're good to go. And so that was a super simple, easy game of chess. It took 20 minutes. I think I played fairly accurate. Let's fly through this real quick. Was there anything I missed? We play the easiest opening known to man. Trade off the light square bishop. Pawns are on light squares. Make a pawn break. Put the knight on a natural square. Knight on a piece comes to our side of the board. We get rid of it. Trade off equally. Trade equally. His position is a little bit funky at this point. Now that the rooks don't see each other, it's very unadvisable to play a move like this. You don't want to make a rook on the side of the board to defend a pawn push to attack a knight. It's just not a good use of a rook, and because of it, this rook became undefended. Now, how would it have worked? Yeah, if I would have just taken here and he stepped forward with the king, that is kind of what I thought was going to happen, then this whole idea didn't work. And so he took with the queen. I didn't like that move because I felt like getting the king off the back rank just made more sense. I didn't even see the whole tactic of this, but whatever. We grabbed a pawn, and then we just slowly started advancing things. And so we completely dedicated ourselves to this pawn push. We brought the king, so now we have a pawn, 2 rooks, and a king looking at this square. And basically, this offers the trade of those rooks. He could have stayed in the game by just sliding all the way back. That is what he should have done. And so it's still, I'm slightly winning. But once he trades here, then I'm up a pawn with a ruined pawn structure. So I'm still winning even if he plays this. But when he captures, he's guaranteed to lose. If you keep a rook on the board, you've got checks, you've got different ideas, you can very easily go up some pawns. But once he trades off, and this is the position, he's screwed. There's nothing that he can do. And so let's check it with the computer and see how accurate that actually was. I hope that was a simple, easy to digest way to play chess. And so we're going to check out the computer. I'll see you over there. And here we are in the analysis, and oh boy, I played a very accurate game. And so it was all just came from playing simple, easy to find moves. Nothing crazy, no crazy tactics, nothing like that. And we just get up a pawn and we're good to go. And so if we look at the graph, we can see this was generally just a slow conversion. There was one tactic that I missed where I was going to lose a pawn. So he had an opportunity to go up a pawn as well. But then once I go up this pawn, we just traded things off equally. Here it says that I threw it away to a draw, but I'm going to be straight up with you. It wasn't a draw. It sometimes says that when it's like a king and 1 rook or whatever, and I have an extra pawn. It's still a draw, but I'm going to let you know that like 90% of the time, neither of us are going to be able to play perfectly, and it ends up in a draw. So one mistake will be made, and it's no longer a draw. So it will say that sometimes. But if it's rooks and pawns, or like even like a knight and pawns or something, it's hard to play it 100% accurate, so it's actually a draw from both of our ends. And so the easiest chess opening known to man, we put the pawns on light squares, we develop the bishop, we close the pawn chain, we're good to go. All of these moves incredibly simple. We trade this off because we put all of the pawns on light squares. All right, I've explained that like 4 times. I'm not going to explain it again, but we have pawns on light squares. We trade off the light square bishop, okay? Then we push this. It's not the greatest move, but whatever. We have a place to put our knight. Not there, but there. Okay, we developed the knight. That's why we pushed the pawn. Then we develop this knight. We take, and I step forward attacking this. Now, the reason that it doesn't work is I step in. If he takes, if I take with the queen, he can take here, and I can't take back this pawn, because if I do, he hits me with this, and then I'm losing. So I would lose the bishop. So essentially, if all of that happened and he captures this pawn, I just can't take it. I just have to step back, and he's up a pawn. And so that was his opportunity to see all of that, and he didn't. So we trade this off equally. Maybe I should show the best moves. We trade in the middle. We get active with our queen. We're attacking something. Even if I had the opportunity to grab this pawn, I don't think I was going to do it because it's just too risky. We then push this forward. Best move. I'm supposed to castle this way and just be brave, but I don't. I jump my knight into the middle of the board. Probably a strong second for the best moves. Okay, now it is the best move. It's just directly threatening something. He defends like he has to. And now his rook is kind of passive, and this rook is kind of silly as well. And so we castle this way. He pushes his rook here. It's one of the best moves. But from a human standpoint, it's weird to use your rook to defend this pawn so that you can push this pawn. It's just a strange setup. This rook is not very well defended. This rook is not very well defended. The whole setup, like all of this is trying to deal with one knight. Okay, so that sucks. He literally has 13 points of material over here fighting against my 3. So that sucks. So he steps back and I take. And if he would have just taken with the king, it's completely equal. But if he takes with the king, it's equal. If he takes with the queen, he loses a pawn. And so I would have just played this because we're going into an endgame. And so at this point, you probably want to start bringing your king to the middle of the board and just like whatever. The king is doing nothing over here. And you probably want it out of the way so that the rooks can come over behind your pawns, okay? He takes like this, and how long did this take? It took me 6 seconds to find this move. Now, did I calculate that? No, but I figured this is an equal trade, whatever. And that he takes with the wrong piece, and there we go. We have a tactic. We attack 2 things at once. He's got to do something about it. We grab the pawn. He gets active, plain and simple. We defend our weakness that's being attacked. He steps forward. Now, I could have played a multitude of different moves, and they are all still -1 for the opponent. So I push this pawn first, allowing this attack to step out, but now this is defended by the other pawn. Putting his queen in the middle of the board was guaranteed the best move because I can't really push this, so this is undefended. I'd have to step back over and defend this. That would have been the best move. He's still losing, but it would have been the best move. We then defend this. Why is she trading off pieces, bro? Something that you don't want to do. You're down a pawn. Don't trade off your most powerful piece. Try to keep it on the board. If anything, trade off the rooks and keep the queens, because then you're more likely to get a draw. Like a queen down a pawn, you're good to go. But a rook down a pawn, it's harder to play. The queen is harder to play, so it's harder to play by both, so it's less likely to be a draw. The rooks are a little bit easier to play, so it's more likely to be a draw, but it's still probably not going to be a draw. So we play all these moves. We step forward. My whole idea is just put everything in my position to make this pawn push a possibility. So we trade some stuff off. So we make it happen. Now, it says I'm throwing it away to a draw because take, and he has this pawn push. Where I push this forward with check, the king blocks, then I have to do this. And it's still a draw. They're saying that it's a draw, but I'm letting you know right now, probably not. Probably not. Because he has to play 100% perfectly, and it's still 0.2, okay? So it's just not going to happen. I'm up a pawn, and it's a supported, defended, passed pawn. So his king has to stay here, or like, whatever. So the computer says all of that was not a great idea. The reason that I'm playing this is because everything that happened is what happened. Because I'm not playing against a computer, I'm playing against a human, and I know how humans are going to play, and I can anticipate what's going to happen. So we take. Boom, boom, and this is the moment of truth. You keep the rook on the board. Trading the rooks means that he loses the game. Plain and simple. You trade the rooks, you lose the game. Now you have a ruined pawn structure against my okay pawn structure. Against this is equal, but I have an extra pawn. So we're in a king and pawn endgame where I'm up a pawn and you have a bad pawn structure and you're losing. Every time you're losing. If you run away, you're still probably losing, but you have a better chance at not losing. That's all there is to it. Like, you keep the rook on the board. So all that happens, he trades off. We're in this position. Now, this is something instructive here. The reason we're pushing here and playing a5 is to stop his advancements of this, okay? So imagine if I play this. Then he gets to play this, locking down my whole position. I can't push this anymore, he just takes. So his one pawn is stopping my 2 pawns. It's called a deep freeze, and that sucks. So we don't want this to happen. Because if you see the valuation here, -4 If I play this and he gets this move, it's minus 1.8. So it's kind of a little bit in depth, but we play this first so that we can play other moves and not get stuck in this deep freeze. We trade off some pawns, we push this, and I'm pretty much ready to just launch forward. We go ahead and do it. Now it's completely equal here, it's completely equal here. All that's left is I have a passed pawn. And so at some point, I can abandon my passed pawn and let him capture it and go for one of these guys. So most likely what's going to happen here, he resigned, but most likely what's going to happen, we push our passed pawn. If he steps over, we step here. He's got to make a move. We just come back. He's got to make a move. If he steps in, we're going like this, and the pawn is passed. If he steps back, we step in. If he blocks, we push again. If he steps back, we step in. If he goes here, we go here. He's got to do something. If he goes here, we're just going to make a pass pawn. So even if there was a way for, like, I don't know how to explain this. Say it was my move. Say it was my move in this position. I just run. And he grabs this, but I get this. And then this is my new passed pawn. So that's like a distraction pawn tactic. You can always do that in king and pawn endgames because the king can only do so much. So if there's pawns far away like this and one passed pawn, it's like you just push the passed pawn, push your passed pawn over here, the king goes over to take it, and then you push this one and you're good to go and you win the game of chess. And I hope that was super simple and educational for everybody. That was fun to play. I don't know if I went through the accuracy, but I made one inaccuracy, one mistake, 95% accurate, and our opponent played 87% accurate. So that's the easiest opening you can possibly ever play in chess, and that's how it works and wins. So just play simple c6, bro, c6, and you'll win every game. So thank you so much for watching. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. I love you. I'll see you guys next time, and I've scheduled a bunch of videos for this week, so stay tuned. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We're back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. Today, we're going to do a 10+0 because we're going to absolutely flag our opponent from a losing position. That's the plan. Just kidding. But we're going to hop right into it. We pre-move c6 because that's what we play no matter what. We're going into the Caro-Kann. Exchange variation, advanced variation. We got the advanced variation on the board. And he is going for this cheeky move where he tries to trap the bishop. So essentially, what could happen? There's a lot of things, and I'll explain it after the game. But you need to push this pawn 2 squares. I believe in this situation, we just solidify the center. Don't see a huge reason not to. I do believe that we still just go for this pawn break. And now we've got these advanced pawns over here. The whole reason we push this pawn is to bring the knight there. I mean, he can jump this knight into an uber defended square. It's actually quite delicious for our opponent. So we need to be a little bit cognizant of that. We trade off the bishops. I believe that taking is actually not such a terrible idea, but developing the queen would make sense as well. So we're going to develop the queen, apply pressure to this, maintain an equal time situation. Okay, makes sense. Do we take now? This pawn is defended, so sometimes what will happen is like this, and you can take here attacking the queen. It's not going to work because his pawn is defending this. I can take here and attack this knight all the way across the board. I can also push forward and do that same thing. I'm not sure if that's actually such a great idea for me. But you know what? In a lot of lines, we do end up... Oh, it's not going to ruin the pawn structure because queen sees it. So that's not actually going to work. Jumping forward, getting hit here. I think immediately we're going to give this check. 1 square away from taking the knight. 26 seconds. If he comes out, I think we just trade. He probably takes with the knight, but then we have a pretty simple idea of developing. We will go like this. I mean, don't love the idea of his knight ending up there. And if he castles this way and I castle this way, he's got a pretty simple way to just attack me. He wants to jump forward like this, or at the very least, bring his queen. But this isn't going to work immediately because I have 2 pieces attacking it. So we're going to just stick with the plan, go here. Everything in the position is looking at his weakness. Like if we see this pawn is being stared at. This is also hanging. Taking that would have made more sense. So he castles this way. Do I dare? Now it doesn't make a lot of sense because he can come over like this. And my queen is trapped. If I go like this, and he comes through, I got nothing good going on for my queen. So we're just gonna be principled and castle. He could probably just push a pawn to like advance this and get an open file over here if a trade does happen. Our opponent has 1 minute on the clock. So he does just decide to push a pawn over here. That did seem to be like a... this did seem to be a minute problem for him. Now jumping forward. Ooh, we jump forward, attack the rook, to then jump back and attack the queen. I'm not convinced it's a great plan, but I don't think we're going to be winning this pawn anytime soon because he can just defend it a million different ways. So what if we jump in and attack the rook? The rook will probably go here, but then we jump back and attack the queen. The queen might then go here. We'll bring my rook over here. He'll probably bring his knight. Let's just go with it. Let's just go with it. Hard to say. I mean, the whole idea was to jump forward. We are now attacking the knight. We're attacking the queen with our knight. Our knight is on a good square. He can't immediately trade it off. I mean, I guess he can jump in like this. But is that good for you? Hard to say. This becomes a fork in the position. I really would like to develop my rook. Jumping forward and attacking the queen and forcing this trade. Does that make sense? Now he can jump back. He did vacate a square to just trade off this knight. So I think in the meantime, we're going to just bring our rook over here. He'll probably jump back. Oh, he wants to just jump in and trade this way. We could jump forward, but I think we just need to take. And all of a sudden, I have just sunk below in time. 1:30 down on the clock. We're going to just push this. If he pushes, we'll just take. I think we're going to have to reroute this knight over here as a defensive mechanism. Because this pawn push is a little bit scary. Because my pieces are kind of walled out. Like, I can't even get into the mix. I could trade something off here. Potentially, like, force this trade. Like, jump in. I think we're going to take the time to do this. If he does push, we just take. Now we can jump in and attack the queen, but I'm not so sure that's a great idea. This kind of just immediately walks into that. Then his knight would come. Then this check would come. I think that I might just get splattered. Absolutely, I might just get plastered in that position. So we're going to step back. He probably needs to play this immediately. Yeah. But we are just going to take. His knight will take. My knight will jump into the middle. He's got this check, and it's quite scary, but I can step up. So we're going to defend it like this. If he does hit us with this check, I mean, he gets pawns over here, but I feel like I'm sort of safe, actually. And my knight is a little bit, like, unopposed. So he hits us with the check. Do I take and allow this and then just step up? He would then play this. I could bring my rook over. Or do I just step up and let him take? Either way I do that, it ruins my pawn structure, and I just don't think it's great. So I think ruining his pawn structure is better. We then step forward and attack the pawn. If he pushes, dare I just take? I feel like this move makes a lot of sense. Like this, this, this. All right, we're just going to play it. We have survived. We have survived. I can put my piece on the 7th rank. That is what I immediately see. He has ideas of like this, but I don't think it's going to really work. So what if I do jump over here? He jumps in. I don't want to have to play a move like this. What do I do? This seems just like the active, correct move, right? Am I crazy for thinking that? It cuts off the king. He'll probably just play this. If I double up, he can go here. That's quite scary. So what if I go here? No. What do I do? I hate these types of positions. I'm just defending with my life. Do we just immediately go for like a queen trade? What if I break open? Does that make sense? We break open the position. Or we just bring the rook over here immediately and like go for something? I feel like this has to be right. I don't know what to play. We're doing it. He can bring a rook. This doesn't even actually like attack anything. What if he just brings the rooks? And then brings another rook? And my stupid wall of pawns is like preventing my queen from actually getting back over here to help. Sorry about that. Okay, so he does want to do this. If we step over, he steps in. We then step here. If this happens, he could double up on it. We defend like a scared little boy, like this. Ooh, sacrifice. No, never in a million years. I want to take this. Do we go here first? Then if he steps in, then I threaten the trade. If he takes, I just come back. This locks my rook into the situation is the problem. Let's just go for it. And if I take and this happens, this passed pawn becomes a huge problem for me. Because we would get into a rook and pawn endgame where my king can't move because I need to maintain defending this advancement. Like this structure, if he gets his pawn there. So I'm not convinced that trading is great for me, but I don't see what else to do. His queen is like posing huge problems for me. And he can essentially just do something like this. So I'd probably have to take, then double up, then he takes, then I'm in. And I don't hate it, actually. I could maybe like get behind it or something. That lets me grab this, right? I grab this. Here. And then I'm ready to come back. Here, here. Here, here. We're just grabbing it. Am I going to get battered around and lose my undefended rook somehow? I sure hope not. Like, this would be scary. Okay, he hits me with a check. If I go here and he goes here, I can come in like this. And if take, check. So I think I come back to the light squares. I am up a pawn. I think that I have time to bring this over. We play this. This pawn push is so terrifying, but his king is at least in the way of the rooks joining the party. Now my rook is at least defended. I think I bring my rook here. If this happens, then I win your queen, so you can't really do that. If you push forward, I can just take. You give me a check, and then I step back. You give me this check, and I step back. And it's really scary, but I think I'll survive. So if he pushes this, I might just take. Check here. I don't see a way forward for you, buddy. Other than absolutely flagging me. That would suck. Is my face too bright? My face is always too bright in these videos. I'm going to put this little piece of paper in front of this light. Boom. Is that better? I care about my viewers' eyeballs. So this situation is actually not so bad anymore. Okay, so he steps over. I can take. We can threaten the queen trade. Take. But then there's something like this. Don't love it. We're playing this. I don't actually know what to do here. but I'm up a pawn. As long as I don't get checkmated. He did take. I'm going to take. He can attack here. But I can defend. Here, here. Another check. I step back. No more checks because our kings would both be on the H file. Now I need to win this endgame. Don't know how to do that, but we're going to go for it. Rook is super active. Go here. If you trade, we're in an endgame where I'm up a pawn, and I will be maybe up another pawn. Okay? I feel like you have to take here. I think that I take like this. Because this check, I think I just risk it all. And we go for this. Oh boy. What if I go here? Then you go for this open file. Then I come in. You come down and win everything. Here, 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 here. I have 2 passed pawns, but then so do you. That's probably losing. Here, check. We're stepping back. We're going to go like this and try and push. I have an extra pawn. We're going like this. We will push here. Maybe I push these as well. 29 seconds. I think we're just going to push here and try and like get rid of these pawns and get into an endgame where I have one idea. I think we can take. We push. Okay. Okay. He can step up. No, he's got to step over, and I step in. We're going to get into Zugzwang situation. Step over, my friend. Almost certainly I just want to play here. And I'm not playing. We pre-move this. We know our king and pawn endgames. He cannot take this pawn. If he does, this one runs. We push it. 15 seconds. We cut him off. He's in this box. We bring the king. One step lower. Pre-move the king. Pre-move the queen. We get the checkmate. Oh boy. How accurate was that? Pretty gosh darn stankin' accurate, I think. Let's look at this. I don't think I made a single mistake. It was a perfect game of chess. No, I'm just kidding. There was probably definitely some errors. Did all of that make sense? I don't know. Did that make sense? I don't know. Actually, I think literally grabbing that pawn with my king was a little risky, but it just led me into this endgame where I knew he shouldn't have done this. For one, from what I would have done with 3 minutes and 48 seconds on the clock, he had no reason to trade the rooks. He could have literally just harassed me forever, giving me a million checks, threatening this pawn, threatening the open file. He could have flagged me if he knew what he was doing. I don't know why he didn't. He literally just played very... He didn't need to do that. He didn't need to do that. So I think 91% accurate. Is that too ambitious? I don't know what you guys think. Put it in the comments. We're going to go check it with the computer. And here we are on the analysis. And what did I say with the accuracy? I spent a while analyzing this game. I think I said 91, right? I believe. And so it was a pretty good game of chess. I definitely missed some stuff. But check out this accuracy down here. 91%. One blunder, and my blunder wasn't really a bad blunder. It was just a miss-win blunder, which is bad. 11 inaccuracies because defending that position was not good. That might be the record I've ever placed. 11 inaccuracies. Very rarely do you see double digits, but all of them are like hovering around. Like they're not a big deal. And so we get the Caro Kann. Let's turn the computer on. I know my Caro Kann quite well. We played literally the best computer line the majority of the moves. You're supposed to bring this knight out when if he pushes this pawn, even if he doesn't push the pawn and it's still over here, you bring the knight out, and if he trades the dark square bishop for your knight, it's technically good for black, but dude, it gets hard to play because castling this way becomes sketchy, castling this way becomes sketchy, your pawns are doubled over here. It gets hard to play, so I really don't like going into that line where they capture the knight over here. When the pawn is here, you're safe because he's a few moves away from even being able to move this and take your knight. So that's one tiny overlaps. So the way that I get around this, say that he's not pushed this pawn, the way that I get around it is I develop the knight, trade off the, because we got so many pawns on light squares, we trade that off, we bring out the queen, we trade here in the middle, but then we can develop the bishop with check and then trade it off, and then we can happily develop our knight and get him here, whether we go this way or this way. The end goal is to get my knight on that square. And so I was supposed to just take here. I didn't like that because his queen, I guess I could have came in with check, and then he takes, and then I'm here, and then he has to awkwardly defend this by scooting the king over, and he can't castle. I guess that would have made actually a fair bit of sense. Didn't see all of that. We just trade everything off, and we're in a good position where simply knowing the opening and have played it and having had played it a bunch of times, I kind of know what I'm doing here. We get the knight to the destined, the promised square, and actually this knight is really powerful there. And so he castles, I castle, and my little rerouting idea, it's one of the best moves, but simply just playing on the open file with either one of the rooks would have been preferable. And then realizing my knight is here, he's attacking this weakness. This pawn can't push immediately because I'm attacking it. I'm applying pressure to the middle, and I'm getting ready to jump in. So if we're just comparing the knights, like this is the best knight on the board compared out of all of the knights. And so doing this little tactical, whatever you want to call it, to get it here wasn't actually that great because you can just move the queen and then trade it off at given will, or move it forward and trade it off that way. And so this was pinning these pieces down to hold this. It was pinning this knight down to hold this. It was preventing this pawn from pushing immediately. Doing this little reroute didn't make a whole lot of sense because you can just do that. And now my beautiful knight that's in the middle of the board can no longer return to where he was living. However, everything is still good. He should have taken with this pawn. Hard to say why, but he should have taken with this pawn. Oh, no, it's not hard to say. He should have taken here because when he takes here, this is my blunder of the game. I can take this because this pawn is pinned to the king by my queen. So I would have jumped in and attacked the queen, and then I would have been able to jump over here and prevent this pawn push. That would have actually been a dope grabbing a pawn and defending beautifully. Because I attacked the queen. Queen's got to do something. Basically, no matter where you go, my knight jumps over here next. Is defended. This pawn can't push. These pawn breaks are less scary. Don't see it. So now we've got more or less equal position. We take here. We jump my knight in. Then the computer is suggesting that I scoot the king up and go for this. But this looks scary, and it looked scary in the game when I calculated it, because now these pawns are just like, I like what I did. The computer says that this is safer, but if you look, that was 0.8, and what I did is zeros. Okay, so it's about the same. It's like a pawn difference, but he's got the doubled pawns. My king, I feel, is like kind of safe. And here's where we start making our inaccuracies. This didn't make any sense. I should have just brought the queen back to prevent his queen from getting to these crucial, scary squares. Also, it would have been immediately attacking a pawn. We scoot back. He scoots back. This is a blunder. And what I really needed to be deciding here, taking the pawn, going up a pawn is a blunder. But what I really needed to be doing was pushing this pawn at some point because it would free my pieces. And so I'll show you very quickly. We get checked. He moves around. I needed to push this pawn because if he takes en passant, my queen gets involved. And then all of a sudden, I've got all of my pieces looking at this square. And we're good to go. I'm up a pawn and I'm like active. My queen is not active over here. This rook is not active over here. So if we just push this pawn and we trade it, all of a sudden both of them get activated by trading one set of pawns. Don't see it. Don't see it. We go here. We scoot in. Never in a million years should he have traded this. So this is not a great move by any means because I should have gone for this pawn push, but I didn't see that. But it is only an inaccuracy if he didn't take. Oh, it's still an inaccuracy even if he does take. I don't understand. This is simpler. With 1 minute on the clock, take the queens off the board. With the queen still on the board, you can lose. And so here, I should have just taken, give him the open file, and then I take this. Then his king is cut off by my rook. I could defend this pawn. Like, yes, he can get in, but I could slide over and defend it. and then my king could slowly like encroach on the position. This is also a passed pawn. Whatever. I defend it this way. We're good to go. We trade like this. I take with the king because taking here would destabilize this, and these are my weaknesses in the position. And if I took here, eventually his rook could get in here and hit me with this fork and take that with check, and I don't want that happening. So instead of going forward and being very valiant about just taking this pawn, I scooted back so I could push this pawn while defended from all the checks. Okay, so that's not a terrible plan. Spending 30 seconds on it, 40 seconds almost, is definitely not the plan. We push these pawns, we trade the rooks, and again, from our opponent's standpoint, I have 26 seconds on the clock. He could literally like give away this pawn or whatever for free. Trading the rooks, now the moves become simple to play. Like with the rooks on the board, think about all the potential moves there are on the board right now. Now think about all of the potential moves that are on the board. We can literally count them on our hands. So keeping the rook on the board makes the game last longer, and a lot of those moves can be checks. So like literally just stepping back, coming here to attack this or whatever. He could have flagged me with 26 seconds. Unfortunately, he didn't see that. I don't know what he was thinking. We get in a little Zugzwang where he has to step away. More Zugzwang. My squares are covered. He can only defend it by this diagonal square no matter where he goes. I'm grabbing this pawn. So we pre-move this. We step over here because I know that this pawn structure is safe from the king. For a very simple reason. I take this. He comes in. I move my king. This or this will become my new queen. If he takes this, I'm one step ahead of you. And so you just simply can't catch the pawn. So he didn't even go for it. But let's show, for example, he can touch it, but then I run away. Then he can touch it, then I run away. Then he touches it, and then I make a queen, and he can't scoot closer because these squares are obviously queen squares. So pretty accurate game. Seven minutes in the review. The main thing was that pawn pin. My defensive maneuvers were not so great. Getting to this position. Boom. I should have seen this because I know from the Carl Con this happens quite a bit, where you trade this knight here, and then this knight will come here, but then this pawn is undefended, and you can attack it, attacking the queen. Like this structure right here is so common because you basically always trade off. You bring out the light square bishop, and you trade it off here, and the queen comes here, and you basically always have this same structure. So it definitely helps playing the same opening a bunch of times and just having a structure that you're very familiar with. Definitely this knight trade over here in this structure I'm not familiar with, but at least the middle of the board, I don't know how I missed the tactics involved with something I've played 1,000 times. So if you made it this far, you are absolutely a legend. Thank you so much for watching my videos. I'm going to try and make more videos. I'm going to try and get better at explaining chess. I'm going to try and be better at doing all of this and obviously get better at chess. I'm coming up on 2,000. I'm at 125. So 132 after that game. Thank you so much for watching. Get out of here. I love you guys. Subscribe, comment, share with your friends. Watch every single video I've ever posted and share them with all your friends and tell them to do the same. Thank you so much. Get out of here. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what I'm going to show you is how you can farm elo on Lichess by playing 5-minute plus 5-second that counts as rapid. So I'm going to do a little bit of experimentation figuring out what is the lowest time control that you can play to have a rapid game of chess. And so, yes, 5 seconds for the increment is quite a bit of time. This is the fantasy variation. I believe taking is actually not so fun. And going for this super cagey structure is generally what we want to do because we don't have anywhere good to put our bishop. So we make this little cagey structure. We kind of hope that this happens so that my bishop has a life. And if not, we just play around this pyramid right here. And so what I want to figure out is like, what if you play 1 minute plus 10 seconds? Is that considered rapid? Because I feel like that can really put the pressure on some people because you'll need to accumulate the time. So if I bring the knight, I'm just going to get bonked on the head. If I go for this pawn push, we're just going to do it. I'm not even sure if that's correct or what. We're probably going to walk into this check, but now at least I have a square to put my knight. We bring the queen, defending this pawn. That is the idea. The queen is defending the pawn, and I'm also attacking this. Little defensive attack and maneuver going on by my queen. Queens can do that. Queens are very powerful. So he takes. If this happens, we step forward with a check. Now, I've studied this before. If I step here, I think I walk into this. So we step here. Because if we go here, we get hit with this, and the knight is defended by the queen if this pawn push comes into play attacking us. So it's a little bit of everything. So that hangs the bishop. We're playing a 21 100, almost a 2200. Extreme toaster. And so he just hung the bishop. Now, I don't have a lot of great squares for my queen. So we're stepping all the way back like so. This is my extra bishop. He is greatly extended onto the opponent's side of the board. Maybe like a capture would actually be in our opponent's best interest now that he's down a piece. This knight is weak, only defended by the queen. Yeah, so this capture actually makes a fair bit of sense. I might just... Because like if I take, then his queen gets in. And that's not something that I love. That's not something that I just am a huge, huge fan of. So let's just take this knight. That was like, you know what I mean? Maybe it wasn't the best idea. I got both of his knights for one of my bishops, but now he can't castle that way. So it makes me feel a little bit safer. I can also throw in this check first. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Because the only way to block is with the bishop. Or you trade the queens. And if you trade the queens... But now I can step in here and win the pawn. This check doesn't save you. Okay. Now this is coming into play quite quickly. And what I really need to figure out here is how to castle. So we're gonna just play this. The rook is coming. The rook is coming. Make no mistake about it. But I have a lot of different squares that I can put my queen, and I'm happy with all of them, basically. Like, I can step back. I can step over one. He steps in with the knight. The knight wants to take here. Is that really your genius idea? Threaten. Or do you want to just trade here? I might just tickle the knight. Ooh, I tickle the knight. You attack me. I step back. If you take, I take. I think we're going to be chilling. We stay protecting this diagonal. Not sure if I even really need to be scared of his knight jumping in here. But now we just jump back. Defended by a bunch of different things, realistically. I'm also attacking the knight, so the knight does have to do something. Such as get in front of this powerful rook, or jump back here and die. Or try and come forward. Okay, or that move is actually probably the most principled. Now this check all of a sudden becomes a problem. And my knight can't even get involved. So is there a way for me to stop this? I mean, maybe we just castle and we allow this check. And we just step forward. And then what? I think we do it. We jump forward, we allow this. If the rook comes, we step back. Is this safer? No, no, no. We're doing this. This is going to be the new square for my king. I don't know if I need to castle. He needs to basically do this or I'm going to be able to castle. Attacking with the rook probably is a good idea. But yeah, can I not just step forward? And like, you've got this, but is my queen getting trapped? I mean, I got up a piece, but I lost the ability to like castle and develop my pieces naturally. And right now my pieces are all in the way of this knight. And if I can't move this knight, I can't move this rook. So that's really the issue of the position right now. And when you get a crazy position like this, sometimes breaking with the pawns is like what you need to do. Okay, so he steps forward. What if I jump forward with my knight? That's kind of my immediate idea. I am attacking this. So I jump forward. If you push forward, I take. Then you take, then I take. Don't love it. We need to do something about this knight. I think this makes sense. Also bringing my rook here makes sense. Bring the rook here and then step back this way. We're doing this. This rook is going to be undefended by the king. But if I just am able to castle by hand, is essentially what I'm going for. I'm going to step over and step over. This is also hanging if I move the knight, so that was another thing to think about in this position. But I'm literally going to just, like, step here, bro. Or what if we step back? We step back. He doubles the rooks. No. We're stepping back with the king. He's doubling these rooks, dude, and there's not a whole lot I can do about it. I might have to push this pawn so I can develop this gosh darn knight this way. And he does still have tactics here like this. Luckily, this bishop is like the most defended piece in the entire position. If we jump in with the knight, I'm literally just stepping over with the king, bro. Like, come and get me. Now I'm castled, essentially. Now I castled. And so because I'm up a piece, I can do that. But we're still fighting back. This might be an equal position, if anything. Something that I could do is just get my knight in the way. And if you attack, I take. Then you take, I take back. You get in. But at the cost of we traded off some pieces. So I think this move, now that it's not hanging this pawn from the queen, this is actually a really good move. Because I can just force the trade. Like, boom. Boom. Right? I jump in. He pushes. I take. He takes. I take. He takes. I take. He can't take this yet. Am I winning that endgame? What if I step back here and then move my bishop up? Step back and bring the knight. That's actually not a terrible idea either. We're stepping back. This might have been better. Putting the knight in the middle of the board, forcing this whole idea. I can still do it. I'm still touching this, but I need to get this knight involved. I needed to get the knight involved. Or put my bishop here, actually. Like, I could step forward and step back. Boom. Boom. If you take, I take. You take, I take. Okay, what is correct? If I go here, he can jump in and I attack. We move the knight. He can pin it, but I'm not going to be pinned forever. Now the rooks see each other. Now I've got my knights developed. His knight in my position totally still sucks. But now I think he's really forced my hand. I think I jump in. If he attacks, I just take. He takes, I take, he takes. And I mean, at the very least, I can grab this. Okay. At least we got the knight out of here. Jesus. Bro, I don't know what to do. If I go here and this comes... Stepping back. This knight hardly defends. Oh my goodness. If he pushes, I jump in and attack the queen. It's defended. If you take, I take, you take, I take. You move your queen, but I got the two rooks from... No, that's not good. Oh boy. This became more than I bargained for. Okay, we move the bishop. That was the whole idea here. We move the bishop. "42 seconds. Oh god, this is going to get into a complete crazy position. I'm going to step back, guard my knights like this. I should probably be figuring out how to move forward. This seems risky. We're going here. This knight can jump back in, bro. Like, Jesus. This is being attacked. What are we doing? Here, here. If I step over, if he attacks, I can attack the queen. Here. Here, 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 here. Bro, what do I do? Do we just make a random move? If this knight goes here, at least I'm defended from all that nonsense. Or he takes like this. Okay, cool. We take back. This is now hanging. Bro, how is he just positionally squeezing me down a piece? We step forward. Oh god, this is now hanging. This knight needs to do something better. This is scary. This is scary. I can get out of it with check. Check. Ay, ay, ay. We attack. What do I do, bro? What do I do if this happens? I have to jump in, right? But then he takes. I take. He takes. I take. He takes. Then it's completely even. This move is actually really scary, but I jump out of it with this. Now that's blocked. We step over. Now this. God damn it. He can just kind of check me into oblivion, I believe. Like, he could get a draw if he wants. But he doesn't want. We push this pawn forward. Yikes. The queens see each other. That's the trick. This, I'm sliding over. Jumping this knight over here. Yikes. We trade that, correct? We take that. Oh my goodness. If he comes back with this check. We're playing this. Oh my goodness. Yikes. This is terrifying, bro. He's got this. But I block. I step over. He comes in. This I just take. Bro, if he does not ease up off the gas, oh my goodness. Uh-huh. Okay. Held. This is ridiculous. Playing such a strong rated opponent. I won't... He can play this, but I've got this check. If he moves this pawn, it gives up a lot of stuff. I play into position more. I can take this then. We give a check. Step back. I'm still able to win this. You can get this pawn. We take this. These guys are held. Now there's this. We give a check. Unbelievably, everything is held. Here. This check. This check. I grab this. He's got this. Oh my goodness, bro. We slide all the way back. Literally, bro, this is the craziest game of chess. We step forward. He's got this check. I'm coming over for this dark square pawn, bro. I can take here. Defend. Here, here. Defend that. Take, take. He takes, but I defend. I defend. He's trying to go here. I double defend. I'm putting my bishop there. I don't know if that was necessary. I'm jumping in with this check and winning the pawn. Yes, we give a check. Oh my goodness. If he... we get the pawn. We got the pawn. I still need to hang on to a bishop and a knight. We're given this. I need to win his pawns now. Check. But we're held. He can get a pawn. What I want to do is not lose my pawns now. And we hang out on this diagonal. I need to attack this pawn. We attack the pawn. This check, not scary. We get the pawn. We come back and defend against this pawn. As long as his bishop does not... I could just sacrifice here, but that seems a little bit sketchy. We step like this. He can step out of it. We're stepping forward. This is my idea. Yes. We now have a double attack on the bishop and this pawn. We take the pawn. And that's it. We're going to figure out a way to just get rid of this last god darn bishop. How long of a game of chess was this? I see why they classify this as rapid. Dude, that was like a 20-minute game. Oh my god. He said good game. I'm going to let him know after this to come watch that game of chess on YouTube. But, oh my god. Dude, that was actually so much fun because he essentially hung a piece. I was up a piece the entire game, and then he's just better at chess than me. Like, boom, he hung the bishop. And then after this moment, he like kicked into high gear, and oh my god, I was totally winning. But man, that was not easy to win at all. Like, oh my goodness. That was like playing night odds against somebody much better than you. And so look, I mean, he's like 2200, so I defeated a 2200, so that might be my highest rated victory ever, question mark. I don't know. Definitely on this account. So either way, we are going to check that with the computer. That was a lot of fun for me. I hope it was fun for you guys to watch. So we're going to go check it with the computer and see how accurate was it and how could I have done that better and what can we learn. And here we are in the analysis. And oh boy, forget everything that I said in the beginning about farming elo, playing less time, because that was the same amount of time as a 10 minute with no increment. That was like over 20 minutes, I feel like, the whole game. So arguably it's more intense than 10 minute versus 10 minute. I think that this is better with the increment because nobody loses on time in the end. And so flagging somebody at the end of a 20-minute game of chess is not the way you want to win. Like getting into crazy time scrambles is more fun. And so we have the Caro-Kann fantasy variation, something that I don't play all that often. The best move is actually to bring the queen out, but this is very, very solid. Taking just gives them the center and it can get quite scary quite quick. So this move works. It is good in most of the Caro-Kann lines, but apparently not in the fantasy variation. So this move is immediately not good because, and then also this. So this is, the fantasy variation of the Caro-Kann is apparently very different than most other lines in the Caro-Kann because bringing the queen out here to b6 is a good idea, and then also the c5 pawn push is generally a good idea. In this line, apparently not. So we bring the queen out, and it's a blunder. It's a blunder. Even though it's only less than a pawn, a blunder. Whatever. We take back. Right in this situation, we put our opponent in the hot seat. If we come here, we just get hit with this pawn. Then our queen is hanging, this is hanging, it's attacked by two things. So the only move for me to stay alive, essentially, is to play this. Now, I threw the ball right back in our opponent's court. If he pushes this pawn to defend the knight, this is hanging. If he moves the knight, then this is hanging. So the only move is to scoot forward with the queen, and then if I take the knight, he takes the bishop. If I take the bishop, oh, then I hang the queen. Duh, the queens see each other. And so the only move was here, and we go into this line. Then the knight comes back, and then we're just in equal position. We're not going to go into any further computer lines. There we go. He hangs the bishop, and now I have. Why did it go from -4? Never mind. Whatever. Yeah, I guess you got to let the computer think. So either way, he attacks my queen. He hung the bishop, and now I am completely winning. All I have to do is win. And so unfortunately for that, we have another 10 minutes of this game to go, and I need to win. So I trade this off because this bishop is kind of weak. It's an undefended piece. So I literally just take for this knight. He can't castle this way. If he castles this way, it's kind of sketchy. And so also I have the idea of check and winning the pawn. So he takes back. I give this check. If he blocks with the queen, I trade the queens. If he blocks with the bishop, I take the pawn. If he trades, I'm happy. Unfortunately, he doesn't trade the queens, so I got to play more chess. So we go here. The knight jumps in. Great square for the knight. The only way I can really get rid of it is by pushing this pawn. So we do so. But he just leaves it there because now he is attacking my queen. So I scoot back. Then the knight jumps back. Now I don't have a dark square bishop, and my knights aren't even developed. So his knight arriving here with check actually kind of sucks for me. And if you look in this position, he can push this pawn, and he's not even losing by that much anymore. He gives me the check. I step up. He steps his king up with the idea of bringing his other rook to the party, okay? So I bring my rook, and then I believe I ran. I did a little king runaway technique because I realized this pawn is hanging for the queen if I move my knight. So this whole idea of jumping here to attack this potentially didn't work because I might just get checked into oblivion. And so we scoot the king over. Now this pawn is defended. I have essentially castled by hand, although it took like 7 moves. And now my knight can go to the middle of the board if I so choose. So I don't so choose. I scoot my queen back. Now I have a square for my knight because my knight could not develop. And if my knight can't develop, the rook can't develop. So I'm just slow and steady, slowly trying to just get my pieces into the game. I know that I'm supposed to be like attacking and taking the initiative, but if I just slowly play and develop my pieces, I'm up a piece, so I know that I'm going to be able to win. And not only that, we have the same colored bishop, so it's easy to trade those off. If it's opposite colored bishops, I got to be a little bit worried because they're never going to trade. And so we jump in. He jumps back. For one, I just have this fork. It's not even the best move because there's all these different tactics going on here. So stepping back, mistake. You don't want to be taking stepping back moves, but I'm still winning, so it's actually okay. We reposition my bishop. Now it's on a good diagonal. It's out of the line of all this stuff. And this move was what I was scared of. He attacks this knight, and I jump back. Again, I'm supposed to jump into the middle of the board. Like, okay, either one is fine. Now the computer doesn't know which one's better, so we step back, fine. Putting my knight here would have made a lot of sense. It protects from all sorts of nonsense over here. But I, for no reason, throw this pawn to get rid of a pawn to open up my king. Why did I play that? I guess because I had 10 seconds on the clock when I played it. So that means I had 7 seconds when I played it. And if you look at this position, I have 12 seconds. Our opponent has 1 minute. And dude, we have a lot of moves left. So that 5-second increment just extended this game into infinity. So for one, he could have just taken, and all of this is still a very scary idea. Because if you see, he's got 3 pieces looking down here, and I've only got these 2 defenders. So we step up. These pawns are now defended by my king. He jumps back. I scoot my rook 1 square. This is now hanging because there is no king. The king is no longer there defending it. And he could have got a draw here. Is it easy to see? No, because normally you go back and forth on these 2 squares to get a draw, but he could have done it like this. And what am I going to do? I can't get in the way of anything, so he could have got the draw like this. If, after this check, if I step over, I'm going to lose, because this knight is coming in, and I can't stop this checkmate, other than giving up a knight, and then he takes, and then I can, like, wiggle away, but it's not good. So he could have got a draw like that. Maybe he didn't see it. Most likely what our opponent saw here was I step back, he gives this check, and I block with the knight. And it's still a draw, because now my position kind of sucks, because now this knight does arrive, this rook is going to arrive, and I got to play like super defense, even though I'm up a piece, because this is my extra piece, and it's not really doing a whole heck of a lot. And so he could have gone for this. This was the pivotal moment in the game. I screwed up. Okay. Let's get back to where we were. He doesn't see it, and he brings this rook, which is actually like, I get the idea. He wants a rook over here doing something. Obviously, that makes a lot of sense. And this looks like the fastest way to do it. You could have also gone this way and then moved the knight, and potentially that would have been better. But either way, I see. He sees there's no checkmate like this, and he didn't see the back and forth draw like this. It's a little bit different. And he probably saw I get out of it. So either way, that's enough talking about that. We push this pawn because it prevents the rook from going to this square. It also prevents the queen from getting out. I don't know if I want to trap my queen 2 squares away from my king, but I sure did. But now we jump back with the knight. The queens see each other, so I was kind of hoping to get a queen trade in this position. The problem with what I play here next, for one, I can just grab a pawn and say, you're not checkmating anybody. Although this is coming next, I guess I jump back and defend. It wants me to just grab this pawn and be brave. There's not a chance that I play that. I guess it did defend this idea geometrically, but whatever. I'm not taking a pawn. I'm defending my king from getting checkmated. So I play this, and it's a blunder that draws the game, because after take, he hits me with this check, and no matter where I go, he gets the bishop. And now it's equal. Just everything is equal. I guess I can grab this pawn or trade this off or whatever, but he's got the bishop for my knight, so actually he's probably doing better in this endgame. Plus he already has a passed pawn. So none of that happens. None of that happens. He didn't see the tactic. He steps back. I bring a rook. I bring the knight. Now everything is looking at everything. I literally brought all of my pieces to surround my king. Look at this. My king is hiding amongst all of my pieces because I was not checkmating anybody. So I went full cocoon defensive mode in this situation. So he trades off a rook. He trades off another rook. And then he loses the knight. So this was just terrible. If I was him, seeing that I had 20 seconds on the clock, I just play this and just like lose this instead of the rooks. I don't know. You know, the more pieces you trade off, the worse you are. So we trade off these pieces. Then in this situation, probably save the knight. Don't let the knights trade too. Absolutely don't trade off the rook. So now we got rid of the rooks. And the more pieces we trade off, the more powerful this extra knight is going to be. And now I have 2 extra knights. So now I just have 2 knights for nothing. And so he can give me a lot of checks. It's kind of scary. My king is not the safest queen. But we step over here, and essentially we're attacking this. We're defending this. We're defending this whole 7th rank. We're essentially almost forcing a queen trade. And he steps over here. So I'm supposed to just be brave and take. And wherever the king goes, I win this. But then you win this with check. I step up, you'll win this pawn. But I have 2 knights. Going into a line like that is scary to do because I don't have much time, bro. Okay. I don't have much time. So I put my bishop into a better square. This is defended. Bishop is better than your bishop. You can't really trade them. So now I start bringing my knights. I literally have 2 extra knights. So my idea here is to wiggle around enough to have my knights be doing something. I put the queen here. This is literally just like to negate his queen. He scoots back. I was kind of hoping that this idea would work, but he blocks with the bishop. I can win this pawn. I can also threaten this pinned piece. I can also take this pawn. Could have done a lot of things, but I'm like still in defensive mode, so I'm not trying to grab pawns and attack pieces and grab other pieces. I'm still like worried about getting checkmated or draw it, and I got 16 seconds. So we're kind of just shuffling around. We bring the knights back. The knights are protecting each other. My king is really safe at this point. So we take here. We give a check. He steps forward. I'm supposed to sacrifice or give this check. Not a sacrifice. It's defended. Whatever. We step over here. Check. Check. We win a pawn. Okay? Now he's only got 1 passed pawn instead of 2. It could have been scary. I like my decision there. We slide all the way back. Our next focus is to get rid of this pawn. So we put our queen in front of it. He doesn't trade. Now we're going to bring the king. All these checks, you're not going to checkmate me with just the queen. Plus, I've got all of my pieces sort of defending it. He comes back, and all I needed to calculate here was, after this capture, does this pawn promote? No. I can cover it with the bishop. I can cover it with the knight. And then I can put a defended piece on that square. So that's what I did. It's defended. There's nothing he can do. We defend with the knight. I literally put this piece here because I'm scared. Okay, I got 9 seconds. I'm scared. So now I grab the pawn. And all we have to be worried about here is, like, say in this situation, he just takes here, and I take back. We have to be worried about losing this pawn. It's not really going to happen because he doesn't have a pawn on either one of these files, so he can't really trade it for a pawn, but that's all we need to be worried about. I guess he could have done it like a different way somehow. I don't know. Whatever. All I need to be worried about is not losing both pawns. I can lose one, but I can't lose both. Because then I got to checkmate with the knight and the maybe 2 knights and a bishop. And I've done it before. I learned how to do it, but I don't know if I could do it on command with 15 seconds. To be fair, I haven't actually done that in quite some time. So we step forward. Finally, we attack a piece. We get the idea. We threaten this. Check. Here. Bro, I made this take way more moves than I needed to. Finally, we attack the bishop, and we are attacking this pawn. So, that was and then it's over. After this, it's over. He loses the pawn. He resigns. 84 moves. 84 moves. That is how many moves it took me to defeat a higher rated opponent with an extra piece. That was sensational. Thank you so much if you learned something. Thank you so much for watching my video. If you learned something, please subscribe. That was a blast. So now I beat a 2200. We'll round up. So thank you so much. Please subscribe. I'll see you in the next video. You guys are the best. I love you, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back, sitting in front of the 64 squares, and today we will play the Caro Kann against an 1834 from, I believe, Spain. Yes, I know some of my flags. We are in the Caro Kann with the opportunity for the Alien Gambit on the board. If he captures here, this is what's called the Tartakower. If he challenges us with the Alien Gambit in a rapid game, I would recommend not playing the Alien Gambit against me in a rapid game. So generally, if you don't know too much about this position, you sacrifice the knight, but my king sucks, and now I can't castle, and developing this rook becomes a huge problem later in the game. So, one other thing is once a knight or a bishop or something arrives here with check, capturing that piece becomes a problem, because when this pawn comes in and dislodges this knight to anywhere, that opens up these squares for the queen. So, with all of that said, the best move is to go ahead and push this pawn forward. You're challenging the center, and if anything happens and the queens see each other, we happily trade off the queens. So make no mistake about it, I am going to be defending for the duration of this video. You can come forward with the bishop, that's totally acceptable, but then he captures and your king comes forward, so you can also just go ahead and push this pawn. There's nothing wrong with that. He hits us with the check. And I believe that it is actually best practice to step back here. He can jump in this way, and then we just simply move the rook. Then it becomes somewhat of a liability along this diagonal. As long as I don't make any huge blunders out of the opening, we are going to be all right. We can also jump forward with this knight and kind of get in the way of this diagonal. And so pretty much my next move, the whole reason of pushing this pawn right here was not necessarily to challenge the center. This is not what we needed to do. This is basically what you could call, like, not a clearance sacrifice, because I could always capture back, but we're creating a square for the knight, because just getting in the middle is what needs to happen. And so, okay, the knight is forking these pieces. I think I'm just going to step forward with the rook. I'm not even going to really think about it. The rook is attacked. I'm stepping up. If you want to go ahead and grab this, cool. I can step somewhere, preferably off of this diagonal. So if he captures like this, I might step over. And like I said, getting this rook into the game is just going to be absolutely no fun. So that opens up the door to this, which pins this guy. Let's think about this for a second. I like the idea of just getting my queen active. He could then castle. But even like if he jumps back and he captures and I capture back, yes, you get this check. But I think just going ahead and capturing. Sorry if I was silent there for a little bit. I'm trying to think about what I'm supposed to be doing here. I like this. I think he's probably going to just castle. But if we trade the queens, oh dear lord, he's in trouble. So it looks like he wants to give up both pieces. Because this is still defended by the knight. We trade the queens. We grab the bishop. And we've got a little bit of a lag in development. So that's what's going on here. But if you take a look at the position, I basically have an undeveloped knight and an undeveloped bishop for one of these rooks. I only have one rook. And so generally what we need to do is just get my stuff going. And so this knight is almost definitely coming back to this square. My king can no longer castle, but if he castles this way, then it's like a same side castling situation where I'm actually up material. So immediately he's going for this pawn. I think we're going to just stick to our guns and go ahead and develop this knight. I guess something else to note is dark square bishop versus light square bishop. So he goes for this. I could just jump forward. And if you capture, I capture. I kind of like that. And then he castles. I mean, this gets in the way, but what if he just pushes? Then I step back, he takes us with check. Okay, so I think we might go ahead and develop a pawn. I don't know if that counts as developing. No longer can I put my knight onto this square. I might take the time. I mean, the bishop here seems like a reasonable move. Either the bishop here or here. I don't really know which diagonal is better. This one kind of attacks a pawn if I move the knight. I also probably want to step up off of a dark square just because we got this dark square bishop, and I want to defend this pawn in the center. If I do this, that undefends this guy. So what if I step here? He's probably just going to castle. Not sure that that was a good move, but we are going to just go ahead and play it. Now, I'm not winning or anything, so he did definitely like trade down the exchange. So I still like my position better than I like his position. There was probably a way that I could have played that slightly better. I mean, this seems like just, I need to do something with this knight. What is more important, this knight or getting the rook into the game? I think potentially going for this. And this diagonal is protected. So I can step over here with the rook. That's going to be a way to just simplify. We're not going to allow this check. So how about we just go here? If he captures, we step back with the knight. He attacks again. We step over. Yes. So moving the knight doesn't really work. I can step back here or here, either one of these squares. I'm worried about this one because what if he plays a move like this? I capture, capture. I think we'll be all right. A little bit of a feeble defense, but we're now attacking this pawn. Is just one other thing to look at. So he had to like waste a move to defend that, and now I'm getting closer to bringing my rook to the party. I mean, not my rook. This knight is out of the game. I would like my knight to be in the game. So as long as that's not a blunder, I think we're going to just go ahead and play that. And then we got to start thinking about like what to do. This is going to be not easy to actually win this. So I kind of like this. Threatening the bishop. We threaten the bishop. The bishop needs to stay on this diagonal. We're going for this. The bishop can go back on this diagonal. No, he can't. No, he can't. There's this fork. So he has to stay on this diagonal. So if he tries anything else, so he really has to play this move to protect against this fork. So he has to step back. And oh boy, when your opponent has to step back, so he's going for this. I think that's just a straight up blunder because there's this fork. Correct? And this pawn's not even immediately hanging because I'm going to capture and you need to capture back. So we go ahead and grab this. My pawn is hanging on this side of the board. So for one, I can defend and attack all in one move. And so now, because he didn't resign, I mean, we still do need to win this. So let's push a pawn. The idea is let's not have all of my pawns on dark squares when he has a dark square bishop, and I don't. I mean, that made a hole here. I'm not necessarily sure that's all that important. What if I just step forward? He can attack this, but then I step forward again. I think we're playing this. Capture, capture, and I'm cool with it. All of my valuable stuff is on light squares, so we're going to just capture back. He could go for, like, my pawn. What am I trying to do here? Let's think about what to do. I can't even really get my knight into the action. Is this really the way that I'm... Like, he just pushes forward, no? And then what am I doing? What if I go here, then here? What if I just push? What if I push forward, then step forward? Then this is defended. I actually kind of like that. Kind of breaking my own rule of avoiding putting all of my pawns on dark squares, but I think I'm going to be able to defend it enough. I want to step my king forward. So essentially, like, I'm trying to activate my king. And one move ago, I'm having a hard time moving my king forward in any meaningful way. I kind of want my king, like, right here is what I want. So he goes ahead and he attacks here. I mean, I think I'm okay with this. The check doesn't win anything. I could step over, and if he goes for my pawn, I step over and defend it. So he can be annoying because, like, I don't have anything to directly, I don't have anything to directly get rid of this guy. So we step forward. If he goes for this, gosh darn it, we're going to have to step over somehow and defend against it. What about this? No, that doesn't work. All right. New plan. Knight coming here to then go here. What if I actually am able to start attacking stuff? And not only that, I'm attacking this pawn. This should be a pretty straightforward dub. I've got 3 minutes on the clock. I don't see any way for our opponent to really, like, come back from this. I mean, does that not just win a pawn? Then I could lock it down. That's a passed pawn, my friend. We're going to push here. He can go for this, but right now my knight is temporarily blocking that. And we can get in for this guy, bro. And I think we will be playing that, and you can resign. Yeah, like, what are you going to do? This is a passed pawn for one, and I'm going to get this other one. And so, really, the way we won that game is I play the Alien Gambit in fast time controls. Like, if I'm playing a lower rated opponent in a fast time control, I go for it. Or in a bullet game, I'll play it against anybody. But when your opponent is rated 1800, 1835 is my rating. So he should see that, and we're playing a 10-minute game of chess. He should just simply avoid the Alien Gambit. It's not great in long, like, time controls, okay? And so, how accurate was that? I think maybe I'm quite proud of that game. Maybe I should be a chess YouTuber or something. And so let's take this. We're going to minimize this. Where's my lead chess? A little bit of behind the scenes. This is how you do it if you want to like do the analysis. You go to Tools, Import Game. We copied the PNG, Tools, Import Game. We copied it with the timestamp, so we're going to just paste it right there. We want the computer analysis, and we're going to import the game. Then I'm going to change my scenes real quick. Here I am. Hopefully everything works out. And then, what are we doing here? I wanted to see my accuracy. We'll turn the engine on. And we got to flip this around now. Let's get that. Bada boom, bada bing. So this right here is what he should play. This is what is called the Tartakower. Kaboom, kaboom. Let's fix this camera tad a little bit. This is a structure that is a lot of fun to play, and it's super easy for black. But it's also good for white. So if you ever make it this far in the exchange variation, Carl Con, or whatever this is called, you capture here. Going for this basically signifies I'm going to attack you, and you're going to go for the Alien Gambit. And in this position, it's more or less like equal. It's pretty hard to play in a blitz game or even a bullet game. Being minus 1.9 is not actually true. It's an incredibly hard to defend position. But right here, all you got to know, push this pawn, bro. Because it's not about pushing the pawn. It's about you need this knight. This knight needs to partake in the game. And if you don't, it gets really hard to play. So you have to make this pawn push. They give the check. You push the pawn. You step back. And I guess I'm supposed to just give up the rook, but it's probably about equal. Oh, no, it's actually a little bit better for white that I stepped up. Gave him some chances because it's like a tempo winning move. He put a knight on my side of the board, and I made a move that didn't really do anything, so he can bring another piece to the party. So, okay, you're supposed to just straight up give up the rook and say, okay, you gave up 2 knights for my rook. And this rook wasn't really going to be able to partake in the game anyway, at least for a bunch of moves. And so, boom, 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 we capture, 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 and we just simplified. Boom, we just simplified. And now, like I explained in the video, we're in a position where I have a bishop and a knight for your rook. And I have a rook for this rook, or however you want to look at it. This rook and this rook. I got the 2 pieces, which is actually really good to have a bishop and a knight against the rook. I would prefer to have the knight and the bishop because they can both have different jobs. If you have like 2 knights or 2 bishops versus a rook, arguably the 2 bishops is better, but I like having a knight and a bishop. It is really hard to defend because you can have something like your bishop here defending this, and then your knight just like runs around the board attacking stuff. And so we make some moves. What's the best move here? This, okay, it's saying it's not a great move, but it simplifies the position. Like I said, either move is fine, but I chose this one. I guess it's slightly less preferable because it's on a dark square and he's got a dark square bishop. But whatever. We bring the knight. We step over here attacking some stuff. And then right here, best move is to attack the bishop because then he's got to get out of here, and then I get the fork, and it's better because I got my knight 1 step closer. So I see, but they're interchangeable. All of this worked. We start trading off some stuff. The more pawns that we trade, the better, because eventually we're going to be able to make a passed pawn somewhere. We step back, trade, capture. I now have a passed pawn in the position. Let's scoot this bad boy up a little bit, and we step in. Immediately going for the weakness. You did all these pawn trades on this side of the board. Now you have a weakness, and I'm going to take it. And so, dang, I don't really think I made an inaccuracy by keeping the rook. And if it wasn't super clear, the way that this game is going to essentially end is he does something with the king, I take, and then move the bishop literally anywhere, boom, and then these guys just start going. I'm gonna make a queen, and then he's gonna have to trade the bishop for one of them or both of them or whatever, but then I have extra pieces. And so it's a +9, plus 6.9 position. Let's check how accurate. 97% accurate. Bro, that is a good game of chess. Wow, I'm proud of myself for that one. I knew it was accurate. I just didn't think it was really that accurate. So wow. So that's good for everybody that watched because that means everything that I explained, I understood. I understood the position quite well. My two inaccuracies, moving the rook, I guess I was going to lose it later, but keeping the rook is never really a bad move. You don't need to just give up the rook. And then what's the other one? Taking with the pawn is better by actually a considerable amount, a whole pawn difference. Why is that not good? Because he doesn't have to move the bishop yet. I was going to go for something like this. Like, not immediately, but oh, oh, never mind, completely equal. I was thinking about this for a second. Maybe I would have thought about it, but I was thinking, okay, maybe we can get this bishop to take something and move, and we trade the queens that way. So, two inaccuracies, more or less a perfect game of chess. Thank you so much for watching. If you like the Alien Gambit, this is how you defend against it. And so, generally, I think every single move that I played in the beginning was like more or less the top engine line. Top, 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 not the top, not the top. But okay, I played pretty well. So thank you so much for watching. If you learned anything or simply enjoyed watching me play chess, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000, and it is impossible. So I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Quite proud of myself for that one. See you in another one. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what I'm going to be doing is destroying this 1837 from Algeria. All right. Doesn't matter where you're from, the Caro-Kann will destroy you in any position. And so we have the Caro-Kann advanced variation. Oh my